Purple glazed ceramic? Lu Zhou recalled his purple glazed ceramic that he obtained from Yizhen. It was too much of a coincidence for the names to be the same. Ever since he obtained the scrolls of the heavenly writing, he had always felt that the manner in which he obtained things was too coincidental. There were the blue crystals, that special robe he had obtained from the mausoleum, the hourglass of time, and the scripture of sermons. He recalled Chun Fu's earlier words about heaven and earth being the chessboard while the living things were the chess pieces. So who held the chess pieces? Who was pulling the strings? Was he also someone's chess piece? The feeling of being a chess piece was not very good. Perhaps he was thinking too much, or perhaps he did not want to know just yet. Lu Zhou said, "The purple glazed ceramic from the Great Abyss Pillar of Destruction?" Hua Yin explained, "The Great Abyss is the ancient name for Rending. All the new names also hold the meaning of a person defeating the heavens. The biggest pillar of apocalypse is in the unknown lands Rending. Its interior is incredibly dark, and the purple glazed ceramic illuminated the inside of the pillar. As for its specific function, I'm not sure about that." Lu Zhou nodded. "It's nothing much. It only increases the speed of cultivation." Lu Zhou was not lying. After the purple glazed ceramic was upgraded to the infinite grade, it gained a freezing ability. However, it could only be used once before it needed to be recharged. Hua Yin said respectfully, "Senior, you must be joking. Increasing cultivation speed is the best function." At this time, the green-clad cultivator's voice rang from outside the pavilion. "Saint Chun, I've brought Qiu Wenjian here. Let him wait outside. Bring the thing here," Hua Yin said. Although this was no doubt putting on airs, if one was not strong enough, one could only stand outside. The green-clad cultivator carefully held a brocade box and walked into the pavilion. Then, he set it down on the table before he moved to stand at the side respectfully. Chun Fu looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Do you also want to have a look?" Lu Zhou nodded. "I'll take this chance to have a look. Let me see what's so special about the purple glazed ceramic." Chun Fu smiled and flicked his sleeve. Clack! The lid of the brocade box flipped open, revealing a crystal-clear glass bead that emitted a faint light. Lu Zhou could feel the special energy from the glass bead, and its light seemed to refresh his mind. Hua Yin was the first to speak. He said, "As expected of something that came from the Pillar of Revelation." Chun Fu nodded slightly and asked, "It's very difficult to obtain the things from the Pillar of Destruction. How did you obtain it?" Chun Fu's words were clearly directed at Qiu Wenjian, who was standing outside. Qiu Wenjian was slightly excited upon hearing Chun Fu's question. Although he could not see into the pavilion, he could tell Chun Fu was in a good mood. He said, "I don't dare to deceive the saint. I obtained this after killing a beast king when I went to the unknown land with my companions." "Beast king?" Hua Yin was surprised. Chun Fu said, "The unknown land is very chaotic. Sometimes the battles between fierce beasts are even more brutal than those of humans. There were many fierce battles at the Great Abyss Pillar of Destruction, and the purple glazed ceramic had long been lost. Who knew that it was taken away by a mere beast king? This kind of thing is fated." Qiu Wenjian said, "I was just lucky as well." Chun Fu said, "The purple glazed ceramic is indeed a rare treasure. Even if it's luck, you still deserve it. All right, you can bring it back now." Just as Chun Fu's voice fell, Qiu Wenjian hurriedly said, "Saint Chun, I came to offer this purple glazed ceramic to you. I really dare not keep such a precious treasure. I hope you'll accept it. One shouldn't receive without giving. How can I cover other people's things?" Chun Fu said lightly. Qiu Wenjian replied, "This is what I willingly offered. I hope the saint will accept it. I don't want to be robbed by a group of bandits on my journey back and die a miserable death. Being able to find a worthy master for the purple glazed ceramic is enough for me. It also helps me solve a huge problem." This excuse to give gifts is really eye-opening, Lu Zhou thought to himself. Although he was a transmigrator and a modern person, he felt inferior to Qiu Wenjian in regard to this. Back in the modern world, there were countless ways to bribe someone. He had to admit Qiu Wenjian's way to bribe someone was very refreshing. Qiu Wenjian kept kowtowing as though he could not wait to get rid of the purple glazed ceramic. It was as though the purple glazed ceramic was a ticking time bomb. However, Qiu Wenjian's excuse was not without any sense. Indeed, he would attract trouble with the purple glazed ceramic. Chun Fu remained silent. At this time, Hua Yin cupped his fists at Chun Fu and said, "Master, it's better to accept it. Leaving it with him will indeed cause a fatal disaster." Qiu Wenjian was overjoyed and continued kowtowing. "Thank you, Mr. First." Chun Fu nodded and said, "All right, I'll accept the purple glazed ceramic. It's a treasure after all. I won't take your treasure for nothing. Tell me, what do you want? Just say it." Qiu Wenjian's little heart pounded in his chest. He had been waiting for this. He first let out a long sigh before he said, "There are 1,000 people in the 7 Stars Sword sect. All these years they've suffered with me. Recently, our conflict with Sunset sect has intensified. Up until now it hasn't eased. I hope Saint Chun will step forward. For the sake of the 1,000 people in the 7 Stars Sword sect, please help us survive." Qiu Wenjian's words were appropriate, but their underlying meaning was very clear. With Chun Fu's status, he naturally would not interfere in such matters. Even if he decided to interfere, he did not need to personally make a move. In fact, all he needed to do was nod his head. With just a nod, the Sunset sect would disappear. The eyes of Yen Mu, who was sitting in the pavilion, widened in shock. "This Qiu Wenjian is really shameless." Chun Fu said, "I have no time to care about the competition between sections. Hua Yin, go and have a look." Hua Yin bowed. "Understood." Qiu Wenjian kowtowed excitedly. "Thank you, Saint Chun. Thank you, Mr. First." Qiu Wenjian had just risen to his feet when a voice rang from the pavilion. "Wait!" Chun Fu and Hua Yin were taken aback. They turned to look at Lu Zhou in unison. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and pointed at the purple glazed ceramic as he said, "He used a fake purple glazed ceramic to deceive you. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Fake?" Chun Fu frowned. Qiu Wenjian, who was standing outside, was shocked, and his hair stood on end. He hastily made his way to the pavilion. As he drew closer, he saw 2 familiar figures, Yen Mu and Zhou Tian, the expert swordsman. He did not think about why the duo was in the pavilion. Instead, he pointed at Yen Mu and said, "Saint Chun, to there slandering me." Hua Yin flashed and appeared in front of Qiu Wenjian. He said with a frown, "Slandering? That's Yen Mu. He's the sect master of the Sunset sect. The Sunset sect and our 7 Stars Sword sect have been fighting for so many years. This Yen Mu just can't wait to see me die," Qiu Wenjian said as he pointed at Yen Mu. Yen Mu, who had been nervous, was so angered by Qiu Wenjian's words that he said, "Qiu Wenjian, you're spouting nonsense. Your 7 Star Sword sect is always making things difficult for the Sunset sect and taking advantage of us. You're like a bandit, burning, looting, and killing near our sect. How dare you lie in front of a saint?" Chun Fu and Hua Yin frowned at the same time. As a saint, Chun Fu truly did not have any interest in this matter. However, since the matter had escalated to this point in front of him, how could he brush it aside in front of Lu Zhou? Qiu Wenjian said, "Didn't the Sunset sect act like that first? Mr. First will investigate this matter clearly. Also, as for whether the purple glazed ceramic is real or fake, the saint can judge for himself. When is it your turn to judge?" "What a sharp-tongued brat," Lu Zhou said before he waved his hand and launched a palm seal over. Bang! Qiu Wenjian flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked that Lu Zhou dared to make a move in front of a saint. What kind of courage was this? Yen Mu's mind went blank while Qiu Wenjian was so stunned by the sudden strike that he temporarily forgot about the pain. Thump! Qiu Wenjian fell to the ground limply as though he had lost all his strength. He had come here today to vent his anger, but he did not expect to suffer another strike. Fuck! Why is this happening to me? Chun Fu's expression was somewhat unnatural. After all, he was the host, and Lu Zhou, as a guest, had overstepped the boundary. This was against etiquette. Lu Zhou knew Chen Fu was unhappy, so he thought of a way out. He said, "Saint Chun, don't be angry. I saw that you were being deceived by a despicable person, so I punished him on your behalf. You've been in a high position for a long time and hear so many flattery and flowery words, so I'm sure you've gotten numb to it." The explanation was sufficient to ease the tension. Chen Fu's frown eased as well. Lu Zhou said, "Please take a look." Then, Lu Zhou brought out his purple glazed ceramic and placed it in the box. It shone brightly. The humid air in the pavilion turned refreshing and cool in just an instant due to the purple glazed ceramic. Even the surrounding primal chi seemed to flow smoother than before. The heat outside was gradually dispelled as well. Even the speed of the waterfall seemed to be affected. Chen Fu and Hua Yin looked at the purple glazed ceramic with complex expressions on their faces. Lu Zhou's purple glazed ceramic was vastly different from what Xiu Wenjian had presented Chen Fu. After all, it had been upgraded several times by Lu Zhou. Its effects, light, and energy were naturally incomparable. Yen Mu. Xiu Wenjian struggled to lift his head to have a look. His eyes widened immediately. How was this possible? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Fu's eyes when he looked at Lu Zhou's purple glazed ceramic. Lu Zhou had always kept his treasures a secret, but today, it was necessary to show one of them. He was not worried Chen Fu would try to snatch it away. Otherwise, he would not bring it out even if he were given 1,000,000 merit points. After their brief interaction, he felt Chen Fu was not that kind of person. Nevertheless, one could not judge a book by its cover, and the human heart was the hardest to predict, so he was still a little cautious. Lu Zhou finally said, "This is the real purple glazed ceramic." Then Lu Zhou picked the purple glazed ceramic up. "This," Chen Fu said. "Does Saint Chun want to look at it more?" Lu Zhou asked. Of course, Chen Fu wanted to continue looking at it. However, the item was not his. If he made it too obvious that he wanted to look at it, he felt it was not befitting his status as a saint. Thus, he wore a profound expression on his face and said, "So this is the real purple glazed ceramic? You're a saint, so you should know better," Lu Zhou replied. "Impossible, impossible. This is impossible." Xiu Wenjian crawled over and shook his head repeatedly as he said, "I obtained this purple glazed ceramic from the unknown land. It can't be fake. I dare to swear it's real." "So you're saying my purple glazed ceramic is fake?" Lu Zhou asked as he looked at Xiu Wenjian. Xiu Wenjian. Yen Mu felt extremely relieved, especially when he thought about what could have happened if Xiu Wenjian had succeeded in his scheme. He also felt very happy when he looked at Xiu Wenjian's pathetic state now. "Let's see how the saint is going to deal with you now." Xiu Wenjian gulped before he mustered up his courage and said, "Whether it's real or fake shouldn't be determined by its size and luster. I heard that a collision between the real and the fake will reveal the truth. The fake will definitely reveal its true form in front of the real one." Chen Fu was puzzled. "A collision? There's a unique energy from the heavens and the earth within the purple glazed ceramic. Can't be faked. We'll know once we let them collide," Xiu Wenjian said. Chen Fu turned to look at Lu Zhou. This depended on Lu Zhou's attitude after all. In his opinion, the two purple glazed ceramics were real. If there was a fake, it only meant that the person who created the fake was highly skilled. Before the outcome was determined, he did not want to express his opinion. Lu Zhou scoffed. "You won't realize your folly until the worst has happened." Then Lu Zhou brought out his purple glazed ceramic again. After placing it in the box, he pointed at Hua Yin and said, "To be fair, you should do it." Chen Fu nodded. Only then did Hua Yin walk forward and pick up the two purple glazed ceramics. Hua Yin's cultivation base was rather good. He was also a venerable master, but he could not distinguish between the real and the fake. After all, the two purple glazed ceramics contained special energy. The energy could help increase one's cultivation speed. They were indeed rare treasures. In any case, he would know which one was real once he tested them out. Hua Yin held Lu Zhou's purple glazed ceramic in his left hand and Xiu Wenjian's purple glazed ceramic in his right hand. Then, he brought them together with a slight force. Bang! Two waves of energy collided immediately. They weaved and intertwined in the pavilion as sizzling sounds rang from the point of collision. The purple glazed ceramic on the left shone dazzlingly as its energy formed a vortex. It immediately devoured the energy on the right, fusing with it. Then, the vortex of energy returned to the purple glazed ceramic. With that, the light from the purple glazed ceramic on the right dimmed before it faded completely. Crack! The purple glazed ceramic in Hua Yin's right hand cracked. On the contrary, the purple glazed ceramic in Hua Yin's left hand shone even brighter than before. With this, Hua Yin respectfully handed the purple glazed ceramic back to Lu Zhou. The result was clear. Qiu Wenjian staggered back in disbelief before he slumped to the ground. A wet path could be seen around his crotch area. Chun Fu waved his sleeve and said, "Throw him out." Understood. However, Hua Yin felt the punishment was too light, so he said, "Master, he tried to deceive you with a fake. This is a great disrespect. How can we only throw him out?" "I'll leave it up to you then," Chun Fu said. He could not be bothered with such trivial matters. His mood had been completely ruined by the fake purple glazed ceramic. It even showed that he did not have a discerning eye, causing him to lose his dignity. Hua Yin nodded. His figure flashed and appeared next to Qiu Wenjian. Then, he lifted Qiu Wenjian up as though he was lifting a chick. Qiu Wenjian hastily begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, Saint Chan. Please forgive me. I really didn't know it was a fake. It wasn't my intention to deceive you. I really didn't know it was a fake." Qiu Wenjian's voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Lu Zhou clenched his hands around the purple glazed ceramic and sensed its changes. It seemed like it had become a little stronger. After putting it away, he asked, "You're a saint. Are you going to kill him?" Chun Fu said, "Hua Yin knows his limits." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Sometimes, it's fine to go overboard." Chun Fu. When Yen Mu heard these words, his image of Lu Zhou was further elevated. Chun Fu felt embarrassed from the earlier incident, so he did not say anything else even if he did want to show his magnanimity. In the end, he asked, "This purple glazed ceramic is very rare. How did you obtain it?" "I've been to the unknown land," Lu Zhou replied. "It's fate," Chun Fu said as he nodded. Then, he turned to look at Yen Mu and asked, "You're the sect master of Sunset Sect?" Yen Mu. Yen Mu tried to compose himself before he nodded and said, "Yes." Chun Fu nodded and said, "Sunset Mountain is a good place." Yen Mu did not think too much into Chun Fu's words and only nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. If you have the time, please do visit. I'll make sure to welcome you." Chun Fu did not respond. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou said, "I've never believed in luck. You must have some means to be able to obtain the purple glazed ceramic. How should I address you?" After all, up until now, Chun Fu still did not know Lu Zhou's name. Lu Zhou replied, "My surname is Lu. I'm from the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus Domain." Yen Mu gulped. His image of Lu Zhou fell slightly. After all, since ancient times, the Twin Lotus Domain had withdrawn from the world. It was Chun Fu himself who set this rule, and it had been that way for tens of thousands of years. Even the 6 venerable masters of Great Han abided by this rule. The Eastern Capital and the Western Capital were originally the capital cities of the 2 respective Green Lotus domains and were at the heart of the 2 domains before they split. After the Great War, both cities remained with them. After being isolated for such a long time, it was only natural that Yen Mu was slightly prejudiced toward a stranger from the Golden Lotus domain. Chun Fu's expression remained the same as he said with a sigh, "In the end, this day still came." Lu Zhou said, "Humans would always have unnecessary thoughts. It's just like men who profess their love and loyalty but are secretly thinking about the girl next door." Yen Mu? Yen Mu really did not understand the conversation at all. He thought to himself, "Forget it. Ignorance is bliss." Lu Zhou said, "I'm talking about the runic passage that leads to this place." Chun Fu did not disagree. Instead, he said, "The world is originally one. It's difficult to sever all ties." Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. It was so hard for him to find a saint Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity to learn more things. Hence, he said, apart from seeking your advice about resurrection methods, there's another thing I'd like to seek your advice as well. Chun Fu glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes. When he saw Lu Zhou's expressionless face, he thought to himself, is this the attitude one has when seeking advice? Lu Zhou continued to say, I've always been curious. Everyone's so afraid of the Great Void, and everyone says the Great Void is in the unknown land. However, after so long, no one has found the Great Void. Where exactly is the Great Void? Lu Zhou had asked this question many times. The more he asked, the more bizarre and unreliable the answers became. Chun Fu turned to the side and said, in the sky. This was the same answer Lu Zhou received previously. In the sky. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yen Mu instinctively raised his head and looked at the clear skies and saw a few flying beasts. One of it flapped its wings that spanned 100 feet, bringing it far into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Chun Fu sighed. In the 9 domains, those who know the answer have long returned to heaven. It's not surprising that you don't know about it. Lu Zhou thought Chun Fu's answer seemed credible. So he asked, how do I find it? Chun Fu looked at Lu Zhou strangely as he asked, why do you insist on finding the Great Void? Lu Zhou did not answer Chun Fu immediately. It was a vague feeling. It was as though destiny was at play. It felt like an invisible force was driving him in that direction. The shackles of heaven and earth, supreme beings, and being chess pieces to unknown forces. Lu Zhou felt like he was being guided to uncover these mysteries. Finally, Lu Zhou said, the imbalance has worsened. The 9 domains are on the brink of collapse. The cultivation world has long been problematic. The Great Void likes policing people, so why aren't they doing anything? Chun Fu frowned. Is the imbalance in the outside world so bad? You've been in the Twin Lotus domain for too long, Lu Zhou replied. The implication was Chun Fu was way behind times, and the outside world had long been turned upside down. Chun Fu sighed. Alas, you have the heart but not the power. Do you plan to save the world? I'm not so kind. I just want to save myself, Lu Zhou said. Chun Fu nodded. He seemed like he was lost in memories as he said, 100,000 years ago, the land split. At that time, the imbalance was very bad as well. Countless people were killed and injured. All living things were in a dire strait. Many saints tried to save the world, but they died tragically as well. When you defy the heavens, the suffering is endless. You think too highly of the Great Void, Lu Zhou said as he shook his head. Chun Fu looked at Lu Zhou with a complex gaze. It was not the first time today he looked at Lu Zhou with such a gaze. He really wondered where Lu Zhou's confidence came from for Lu Zhou to act so arrogantly not only to him but in regard to the Great Void as well. Finally, he asked, you're determined to find the Great Void? That's right. Very well. If you can convince me, I'll tell you what I know, Chun Fu said tonelessly. Lu Zhou was not in a rush to speak. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, savoring the fragrance. He looked at the clear sky and the waterfall. The scenery at Autumn Dew Mountain was truly pleasant. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a unique energy fluctuation. It was a saint's power of the Tao. His intuition told him that Chun Fu was sensing his strength and cultivation base. He set his teacup down lightly before he silently chanted the mantra for the power of concealment. With one's true body and wisdom in the heavenly arts, one can reveal one's vast strength. With the Cloud Medallion, one will be able to hide from sight and avoid detection through various heavenly arts. At this moment, everything was still and silent. Yen Mu looked frozen with his mouth slightly open, and his eyes were dull. He looked just like a lifelike sculpture. The green-clad cultivator standing nearby was motionless as well. The waterfall froze as sunlight glinted off it. The freezing power of a saint was indeed powerful. Then Lu Zhou silently chanted the mantra for the power of infinite deduction. With infinite deductions, it's possible to know and not know, to see and not to see. There are all kinds of changes in the laws of nature that are known by all living beings in this world. with two of the heavenly writing powers. Scene after scene appeared in Lu Zhou's mind like a movie. There were flying chariots, fierce beasts, strong cultivators, weak cultivators, common folks, blood, severed limbs, corpses and cries. Death was everywhere. Lu Zhou was slightly shocked. He continued to use the power of infinite deduction. Death, death, death. It was all death. Lu Zhou did not stop until the scenes stopped coming. Senior. Yanmu gently touched the corner of Lu Zhou's robes, pulling Lu Zhou back from his thoughts. Lu Zhou looked at Yanmu. Yanmu pointed at Chen Fu. The saint is. Lu Zhou turned around and saw Chen Fu was motionless. However, in just a moment, Chen Fu looked up and asked, "Have you thought about what you're going to say?" Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said, "Change. Change." Chen Fu was puzzled. Lu Zhou said, "Before your death, you should make a change." After using the power of infinite deduction, Lu Zhou came to the conclusion that Chen Fu was nearing the end of life. He did not think. Yanmu gently touched the corner of Lu Zhou's clothes and pulled him back from his thoughts. Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "Yanmu?" Yanmu pointed at Chen Fu and asked, "Saint?" Lu Zhou looked over and saw that Chen Fu wasn't moving. At this moment, Chen Fu turned around and said, "Have you thought of a reason?" Lu Zhou stood up and said, "Change." Chen Fu was slightly puzzled. Lu Zhou continued, "Make changes before your death." The result of the infinite numeracy divine art was that Chen Fu was nearing the end of his life. He did not think Chen Fu, who was a saint that was revered by the people, would be able to accept such an outcome. Yan Mu. In fact, not many people knew precisely how long a saint could live. A venerable master could live for 30,000 years, and people speculated that a saint could live for 100,000 years. This was only speculation. Most cultivators could not live that long to verify their speculation, after all. Saint also did not have the time to tell the common people how long they could live. Moreover, it was not a very auspicious topic. Nonetheless, auspicious or not, everyone had to face both life and death. Yanmu looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Despite all the outrageous things Lu Zhou had said earlier, he really did not expect Lu Zhou to say such a thing to Chen Fu. These words could be interpreted as a provocation after all. With this, Lu Zhou's image in his heart dropped again, returning to its original position. Chen Fu said, "All right, Yan Mu." Chen Fu suddenly flashed and appeared outside of the pavilion. Hua Yin. Although Chen Fu's voice was not loud, it traveled far into the distance. Not long after, Hua Yin appeared near the pavilion. He bowed and asked, "Master, your orders? I'll be gone for a moment. No one's allowed to follow me." Understood. Chen Fu flashed and appeared high up in the sky, leaving the barrier. Yanmu was filled with envy and admiration. A saint was indeed a saint. Even a great venerable master would have to lower his head in front of a saint. He turned to look at Lu Zhou and discovered Lu Zhou had vanished. When he looked up again, Lu Zhou was already standing next to Chen Fu. The duo disappeared at the same time and appeared thousands of meters away at the same time. With another flash, they vanished out of sight. Yanmu's heart skipped a beat. Hua Yin walked to Yanmu's side and asked, "Who is he to you?" "It's my first time meeting him," Yanmu answered truthfully. "Do you think I'll believe that?" "It's the truth. It's my first time meeting him today. It's best for you to be honest. I've disbanded the 7 Stars Sword Sect." "You should know what this means," Hua Yin said. Yanmu panicked. "I swear to the heavens that I'm telling the truth." Hua Yin looked at the sky and murmured, "To be able to compete with a saint, his cultivation base has to be very high. I didn't expect this either. With such an expert by your side, how could you have lost to a piece of trash like the 7 Stars Sword Sect?" Hua Yin said as he shook his head. Yanmu felt too embarrassed to say anything. At the same time, Lu Zhou followed Chen Fu and appeared in a desolate area. Chen Fu came to a halt and pointed downward. "This is the runic passage that leads to the unknown land." Lu Zhou followed Chen Fu and landed in the runic passage. Then, he asked, "What are you going to do?" You'll find out soon enough, Chen Fu said. Chen Fu activated the runic passage and it lit up. In just a blink of an eye, the duo vanished. 15 minutes later, the duo arrived at the dark unknown land. The primal chi in the unknown land was still chaotic. The fog in the sky roiled as though it was alive. The carcasses of fierce beasts littered the ground. Chen Fu did not walk out of the runic passage immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, inhaling the familiar scent of the unknown land. It was as though he had returned home. He opened his eyes, looking satisfied, and surveyed his surroundings. Then, he sighed heavily and muttered to himself, "Everything has changed." As Chen Fu walked out of the runic passage, 5 orbs of light flew over from all directions. He waved his hand, keeping them. Lu Zhou found it strange, so he asked, "What are they?" "Collective teleportation jade talismans." Chen Fu grabbed Lu Zhou's left arm with his right and said, "Let's go." With that, he crushed one of the jade talismans. Lu Zhou felt the space distort immediately like when he was in the runic passage. However, there was something different about it as well. When everything returned to normal, Lu Zhou found they were hovering in the air. He saw a huge pillar that towered into the clouds. It was barely visible through the fog. Over 1,000 fierce beasts stampeded across the land, fighting with each other for territories. This place used to be called Shifenruo. It's now known as Jiming. The pillar of destruction at Shifenruo supports this part of the world. "Do you see it?" Chen Fu asked in a low voice. Lu Zhou was immersed in the grandeur of the pillar of destruction at this moment. Chen Fu crushed another jade talisman. Like before, the space distorted as a burst of light enveloped the duo. This time, the duo appeared on a mountain peak that was shrouded in mist. When they looked down the mountain, they saw rivers and forests. Just like before, Lu Zhou also saw another pillar of destruction that towered into the clouds. There were fewer fierce beasts in this place compared to the one before. This place was called Shetage. It's now called Pingdan. The pillar of destruction here supports the current generation. "What do you think?" Chen Fu asked. Lu Zhou nodded, looking at the endless mist, towering mountains and rivers. He could not help but sigh at how tiny humans were. Chen Fu crushed a jade talisman again. As soon as they appeared in the sky, Chen Fu said, "This is Pashao. It used to be called Shanyan. The pillar of destruction here supports this part of the world." Lu Zhou asked, "You're trying to tell me that the pillars of destruction support the world?" "They're the origin of everything," Chen Fu said. Chen Fu crushed another jade talisman again, bringing them to their next destination. This time, Lu Zhou found himself at a silent barren land. The trees were withered, and the vitality energy was thin. It was stifling and uncomfortable. This place was called Jishu. It's now called Shur, Chen Fu said. "Why don't people continue using the ancient names?" Lu Zhou asked. Chen Fu replied, "Because they were the names of the Great Void." Before the land split, the locations of the 10 pillars of apocalypse were the Great Void. Lu Zhou was surprised by this answer. Chen Fu did not wait and brought Lu Zhou to their next destination. Lu Zhou was familiar with this place. He saw the forest of horror where Lord Jinan used to stay. He took the lead to say, "This place used to be known as the Great Desolate Land, and now it's known as Yuzhong." Chen Fu asked curiously, "You've been here before?" Lu Zhou nodded. Chen Fu said, "I've used up all 5 jade talismans. Do you still want to see the remaining 5 pillars of apocalypse?" Chen Fu did not think it was going to be very comfortable flying around. Fortunately, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "No need. The ancient names of the locations of the remaining 5 pillars are Dunzhong, Xianxia, Huantan, Zui, and the heart of the unknown land is called Great Yuanxian. Great Yuanxian is incredibly vast, and even I won't rashly go there," Chen Fu said. Lu Zhou asked, "Since these places used to be the Great Void, then where's the Great Void now?" Chen Fu hesitated. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Look up." Powerful, fierce beasts with wings that spanned tens of thousands of feet were faintly discernible through the thick fog. Human cultivators often said that it was relatively safe below the fog in the unknown land. It was the most dangerous behind the fog. As it turned out, it was not because the fierce beasts were hidden behind the fog. It was because the great void was hiding behind the fog. This was not the first time Lu Zhou came to the unknown land. He had a basic understanding of this place. The environment was harsh, the energy here was chaotic, there were many fierce beasts, and there were also the deformed tribes. The living conditions here were poor for humans, but fierce beasts thrived in this place. There was no sunlight all year round, and it was cold. Ordinary people could not survive here while cultivators walked on thin ice here. All this time, Lu Zhou believed the Great Void was somewhere in the core of the unknown land, hidden by an ancient formation. He did not expect that the Great Void was in the sky, hiding in plain sight. Lu Zhou sighed. It's really in the sky. Chun Fu said, that's why I brought you to see the Pillars of Apocalypse. The pillars aren't supporting the land, it's actually supporting the Great Void. Chun Fu's words were truly shocking. The first time Lu Zhou entered the Pillar of Apocalypse, he had wondered if there was a top, and if there was, where did it lead to? The answer was clear now. Due to the imbalance, the fog was even thicker than normal. Lu Zhou asked, did the people from the Great Void come looking for you? Chun Fu placed his hands on his back and nodded before he said, an envoy from the Great Void once wanted to bring me to the Great Void. However, what would happen to Great Han if I'd left? Great Han's peace did not come easily. If I'd left, chaos would descend and rivers of blood would flow. Lu Zhou said, you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. There's nothing in this world that you can't let go of. If you'd left, the situation in Great Han would indeed change. However, peace would eventually come in a different form. You just don't want any change. This was also the conclusion Lu Zhou came to after using the power of infinite deduction. Chun Fu did not refute Lu Zhou's words. He did not have the energy to do so. Moreover, Lu Zhou was right. He did not like change. It was not like he had never reflected on himself. Lu Zhou continued to say, moreover, you still have your 10 great disciples. Chun Fu chuckled and asked, I remember you said you have disciples as well. Can you guarantee their absolute loyalty? Chun Fu returned the same question to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was rather relaxed when he heard this question. After all, he had experienced his disciples' betrayal before. He replied, no. You're very frank. I agree with you, Chun Fu said. They're just afraid of my strength. These words reminded Lu Zhou of Ji Tiandao when he had just transmigrated. It seemed to be the same case as Chun Fu. From a certain perspective, force and fear could indeed control people, but going too far would render it effective. The backlash would begin once force and fear disappeared. Compared to Ji Tiandao, Chun Fu was luckier. He had always stood at the top so no one could shake him. However, now he faced the same problem as Ji Tiandao once did. Their impending deaths. History often repeated itself. Lu Zhou looked at Chun Fu asked, what do you plan to do? What would come eventually. Chun Fu laughed before he calmly said, maybe you're right. It's time for a change. Lu Zhou nodded. In fact, from the moment he met Chun Fu, he could not determine if Chun Fu was a friend or foe. The human heart was unpredictable after all. With Chun Fu's status as a saint, Lu Zhou might not have been able to see Chun Fu or even fight Chun Fu. On top of that, there were so many obstacles along the journey. Fortunately, everything turned out relatively well in the end. From the looks of it, Chun Fu was not as cold and unapproachable as he had imagined. Everyone had a bad trait. They did not like what was freely given but preferred something that took effort to obtain. It was somewhat like chasing women. The nice guy often did not get the woman they wanted, while the scumbag would have no shortage of women. Lu Zhou sighed and said, just like yours, my 10 great disciples are all outstanding. At that time, they submitted to me due to my strength and waited until I was nearing the end of life. Some of them even coveted my weapons, cultivation methods, and treasures. At that time, the entire cultivation world joined forces to suppress me. These words were spoken very casually, but Chun Fu could empathize. Only a master could understand how tragic it was for disciples he had taught to betray him. Whether it was the righteous path or not, killing one's master was truly a chilling deed. Chun Fu asked curiously, "What happened after that?" "I was lucky enough to break through the 8 methods connected stage and became the first person to sprout the 9th leaf in Great Yen. I was also the first to sprout the 10th leaf, enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage, and become a great venerable master," Lu Zhou replied. "So did you severely punish the disciples who betrayed you?" Chun Fu did not care about Lu Zhou's glorious past. Lu Zhou shook his head and slowly said, "Masters should impart knowledge and resolve confusions. A master for a day is a father for life. Even a tiger wouldn't devour its cubs, let alone humans. Ever since that incident, I've often reflected on why such a thing happened. Why? It's true that using force can make people submit, but it can't win people's hearts," Lu Zhou said in a faint voice. Chun Fu remained silent as he looked at the roiling fog. After a while, he asked, "How's your relationship with them now?" "You'll have to ask them," Lu Zhou replied. Chun Fu did not expect this answer. He could tell Lu Zhou cared about his disciples. Whether it was looking for the resurrection scroll, words, or actions, it all spoke of Lu Zhou's care. Moreover, Lu Zhou did not blame his disciple when recounting the past. Instead, Lu Zhou reflected on himself. There were no disciples who could not be taught, only masters who gave up on their disciples. Chun Fu sighed. It was unfortunate there was not much time left. He dismissed the distracting thoughts in his head and said, "If possible, bring them to Autumn Dew Mountain, so they can discuss the Tao with my disciples." "Lu Zhou? It's good to let them see the world so they can learn to make up for their shortcomings. Moreover, I'm also curious about the disciples you taught," Chun Fu said. Lu Zhou replied, "Wait until I find the resurrection scroll." Chun Fu nodded. "All right." Lu Zhou pointed at the fog and asked, "You said the great void is in the sky, right?" Chun Fu nodded again. Lu Zhou solemnly said, "Then I'll personally ascend to the heavens to take a look." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, he did something that shocked Chun Fu. He flew up into the fog like a released arrow. Chun Fu cried out, "Stop!" Lu Zhou ignored him and flew past the fog. The black fog blurred his vision, preventing him from having a good look at his surroundings. He chanted the mantra for the power of sight and the power of smell as he continued traveling through the fog. He turned around to look. It was as though he had fallen into an endless black sea. Even with the power of sight, his vision was only a little clearer. Lu Zhou kept casting his grand technique as he moved. He suddenly recalled the White Tower Council's Ning Wanqing. In such an environment, what was the use of sight? Sometimes other senses could be more useful than eyes. With that, he cut off the power of sight and continued flying. Lu Zhou did not know how long or how high he had flown. He only gradually slowed down when he sensed the vitality energy was getting thinner. At this moment, he could not help but doubt Chun Fu's words. How high up the fog was the great void hiding exactly? Was it higher than the heavens? Swoosh! All of a sudden, Lu Zhou heard a sudden gust of wind. Following that, he saw a pair of flapping black wings before he saw a huge black creature that seemed as huge as the sky let out a low cry. What the hell is this? This was Lu Zhou's first thought. Since the fog was black, it was quite difficult to distinguish the wings from the fog. Just as the wings were about to hit Lu Zhou, a loud swish rang in the air as they expanded another 100 feet. The feathers on the wings glowed with a silver light. With just a thought, Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield and held it up in front of him. Bang! A golden energy rippled out in the black fog immediately. Lu Zhou used his power as a great venerable master to freeze the pair of black wings. Then he seized the chance and soared higher into the sky. As he flew higher and higher, the vitality energy vanished, and even the air was incredibly thin. A huge pressure assaulted him from all directions as though he had plunged into the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, venerable masters did not need to breathe. Their strength was also enough to withstand the pressure. Lu Zhou continued to fly recklessly up the sky like a shooting star. leaving a trail of golden energy in his wake. It was unfortunate that due to the black fog no one was able to see such a dazzling scene. Whoosh! At this moment, wings that were like sharp blades sliced horizontally at Lu Zhou from a strange angle. Lu Zhou's speed was incredibly fast. He wanted to use the power of the Tao to quickly leave, but the lack of vitality energy and the thin air affected him slightly, causing his reaction speed to decrease as well. Unnamed. Buzz. Unnamed shield Lu Zhou in just an instant. Bang. Lu Zhou was pushed back. So strong. With this strike, Lu Zhou gained a new understanding of the strength of the fierce beasts in the fog. Based on his battle with the Fire Phoenix, he could tell this fierce beast was even stronger than the Fire Phoenix. The fact that he was sent flying back along with Unnamed had exceeded his expectations. It was a little too much. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, he heard another swish from his back. Another wing slashed over. Lu Zhou did not rely on his sight. He now purely relied on his other senses. He flashed immediately. However, due to the pressure, his speed had decreased a little. The fierce beast was clearly quite intelligent. It seemed to have already anticipated this move from Lu Zhou. It moved its wings quickly and slashed upward instead. Bang! Lu Zhou quickly activated his protective energy. Alas, his protective energy only lasted a few seconds before it shattered like glass before a huge force struck his back. Lu Zhou grunted softly as his blood and qi surged. He felt a piercing pain coming from his Dantian's sea of qi as well. At this time, the advantage of passing the third birth trial came into play. Due to the strong and stable foundation of his Dantian's sea of qi, despite the pain, he was able to quickly mobilize his primal qi, turn around, and launch a few palm seals. The palm seals shone like stars in the night sky and contained the force of a violent storm. They landed accurately on the wings, but they did not damage the wings at all. Very well. Let's see what a pair of wings can do to me. Lu Zhou grew angry. A deadly strike card appeared in his hand, and he shattered it decisively. A small vortex appeared in his palm before a palm seal appeared, expanding by 1,000 times and 10,000 times. Golden light shone dazzlingly as it shot toward the wings with the might of heaven and earth. Boom! The palm seal cast its golden light on the black wings when it struck, dispersing the black fog. Subsequently, a sharp cry rang from below the black wings. The cry resounded through the sky. It sounded as though the entire unknown land would be able to hear the sorrowful cry. All the nearby fierce beasts on land fled in a panic while the flying beasts hurriedly lowered their altitude. The ripples from the sound wave swept down to the ground, causing the towering trees to tremble. The deadly strike card is quite effective. Lu Zhou was certain the fierce beast was a divine beast with more than one life heart. The divine beast flew away in pain, disappearing into the fog. Once again the black fog rolled in. Lu Zhou looked at the sky. The pressure was getting stronger. Just as Lu Zhou was deciding if he should turn back, a figure flashed next to Lu Zhou. Let's go! It was Chen Fu. He grabbed Lu Zhou's wrist, and with powers that surpassed Lu Zhou's understanding, he tore through space, stepped into a vortex, and drove away the darkness. Swoosh! In just an instant, they arrived on a nearby mountain. Chen Fu's eyes were slightly widened as he let out a long sigh and said, "That was a 9-clawed black dragon." Chen Fu shook his head as he watched the silhouette of an immense figure retreating into the distance. Now that Lu Zhou was no longer so high up in the sky, the pressure was gone. His vitality energy had also been restored. It was much easier to breathe as well. He had thought the living conditions in the unknown land were harsh, but compared to the conditions in the black fog, the unknown land was like a paradise. 9-clawed black dragon? It's a powerful fierce beast raised by the great void. It's incredibly powerful. It's from ancient times. Legend has it that it was originally a worm. It grew wings and transformed into a black dragon. Dragon! Lu Zhou recalled the dragon he knew from Earth. What he had seen and the picture in his mind was completely different. It seemed like calling that thing he had seen a black dragon was only to make it sound more presentable. The black dragon is very powerful. Its duty is to keep humans and fierce beasts below the fog from approaching the Great Void. You were in great danger earlier, Qianfu said. How many hearts does it have? Lu Zhou asked. About 6, Qianfu replied. With 6 hearts, it meant that it should have quite a lot of life hearts as well. Lu Zhou said regretfully, thinking about the life hearts. It's indeed very powerful. Qianfu said, You're too reckless. Lu Zhou knew his actions were a little rash. However, his actions were based on the fact that he had 1,000,000 merit points and 4 deadly strike cards. His mind was still filled with thoughts about the black dragon as he muttered to himself, Perhaps I should have killed it earlier. What? Nothing, Lu Zhou said. If he had repeated his words at this moment, it would sound like he was bragging. Qianfu looked at Lu Zhou and asked, If I'm not mistaken, you hid your cultivation, right? When we were at Autumn Dew Mountain, I sensed your cultivation. There are some things that can't be hidden, Qianfu said. Lu Zhou did not know how to explain himself. In the end, he only removed the effect of the disguise card, revealing his true appearance. Qianfu was not surprised. He grew even more certain of his suspicion. He let out a long sigh before he said, It's been a long time since a decent cultivator has appeared. All these years, all the talented cultivators were taken away by the Great Void. Why would the Great Void do that? To maintain the so-called balance. In the vast universe, the wise saints have spoken about many laws such as the law of conservation, the law of the jungle, the law of space, the law of time, and the laughable law of balance, Qianfu said. The law of balance? Lu Zhou was puzzled. The Great Void follows the principle of fairness and balance. They can't tolerate even the slightest tilt from the scales. If it tilts slightly, they'll send someone to eliminate the cause of the imbalance. If it tilts heavily, they would watch as humans and fierce beasts fight each other, cleansing the world to regain the balance, Qianfu said. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, What a joke! Qianfu said, That's not all. The Great Void prides itself on being superior to others. In order to maintain balance, it treats all lives from the 9 domains like grass. Now that imbalance has worsened, they might seize the opportunity to set fire to everything. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows as he asked, perplexed, Then, why didn't they come after you? After all, Qianfu was a great saint. Logically, the Great Void should view him as the biggest variable. Qianfu scoffed. As I said, the Great Void thinks it's superior to everyone. This alone makes it very hard for me to accept them. Back then, in order to become a saint, I traveled all over the 9 domains and discovered a very interesting thing. What is it? They're not afraid of the imbalance, but they're afraid of the domain's destruction, Qianfu said. The imbalance can go away, but there are no domains. There'll be no balance, Lu Zhou said. Qianfu nodded as he continued to say, That's right. That's why after I quelled the disturbance in the Twin Lotus domain and brought peace to it, I forced them to leave me alone by severing the boundary. Severing the boundary? The 9 domains are connected to the unknown land. The places where they're connected are the boundaries. In the end, they came to an agreement with me. I can stay, but I can't leave. But you just left, Lu Zhou said. The imbalance is bad, so the scales of justice should be ridiculously tilted now. Don't worry, Qianfu said. Then you can go out and relax during this time, Lu Zhou said. There's no need for that. Qianfu shook his head. Lu Zhou asked, I'm very curious. There should be many free men, venerable masters, and saints in the past. Why didn't they leave any clues about the world beyond the heavens? Qianfu laughed before he said, Of course they did. However, does anyone believe it? However, it'll bring about huge uncertainty, so it's best to let people discover for themselves. This kind of topic was just like how the benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. Lu Zhou recalled Qianfu's earlier words and asked, So the connected place is the narrowest? Qianfu said, When you have the time, go to the endless ocean. Lu Zhou thought of a question and asked, I'm very curious. The free people and the saints are everywhere. Why didn't they leave some clues for the closed world and tell them the secret of Beyond Avalon? Fu laughed and said, "Of course there is. But does anyone believe it? Furthermore, this will bring about a huge uncertainty. It's better for them to figure it out themselves." This kind of topic was about how the benevolent see the benevolent and the wise see the wise. Lu Zhou recalled Fu's words and asked, "So everything is connected?" Fu said, "If you have the time, go to the endless sea when the fog is gone. If you look at the 9 domains from afar, you'll discover something new." Does this mean not even one domain can be missing? Otherwise, the balance will be forever lost. Lu Zhou speculated out loud. Fu nodded and did not say anything else. He only let out a long sigh, lamenting the passing of time and an old life. Lu Zhou had lost the desire to explore the pillars of apocalypse for now, and the fierce beast in the fog was not something he could deal with now. When he had enough deadly strike cards, perhaps he would try again in the future. With that, the duo returned to the runic passage they came from. After stepping into the runic passage, Fu suddenly said, "I showed you those things because I admire your ability and potential. You flatter me. Even now, you still want to hide your cultivation?" Fu looked at Lu Zhou with a knowing smile. "Lu Zhou? Is my cultivation base as a great venerable master not good enough?" Since Lu Zhou did not know how to explain himself, he remained silent. Fu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I understand." "What do you understand?" Before Lu Zhou could explain, the runic passage lit up, and they returned to Great Han. Autumn Dew Mountain. Yanmu and Hua Yin were still stuck on the same topic. That senior's cultivation base should be extremely high. Even my master is polite to him. "I've never seen my master like this," Hua Yin said. Yanmu asked, still confused, "Mr. First, so the saint wasn't angry at all?" Hua Yin said, "No wonder your sunset sect was bullied. A mere 7 stars sword sect dared to ride on your head and behave atrociously. If it weren't for that senior, you wouldn't even be able to speak to me." Yanmu was taken aback. After being reprimanded by Hua Yin, he thought that Hua Yin was right. He thought about his time with Lu Zhou. Although their time together was short, Lu Zhou had indeed helped him tremendously. If even a saint was polite to Lu Zhou, what right did someone like him, who had received Lu Zhou's help, have to look down on others? At this time, 2 figures appeared outside of Autumn Dew Mountain Pavilion. Hua Yin, who had already sensed the duo's presence, bowed immediately. "Greetings, Master Senior." Yanmu kneeled and kowtowed. "Greetings, Saint Chun." "Greetings, Senior." Fu ignored Yanmu. He seemed to be even more polite than before as he said, "Please." Lu Zhou walked into the pavilion. "Yanmu?" Yanmu stole a glance at Lu Zhou and wondered inwardly, "Is this Senior Lu's true appearance?" After sitting down, Lu Zhou took 2 sips of tea. He rested for a moment before he rose to his feet and said, "Thank you for everything today. I never thank people easily. You're the first." Fu said, "There's no need to mention these things. I, Fu, welcome you here at any time. See you again. See you again." With that, Lu Zhou flashed and vanished from sight. Fu did not leave the pavilion. He raised his head and looked at the sky as he muttered to himself, "The new constantly replace the old. Each new generation excels the previous. He holds special powers. I hope I'll be able to see the return of the great void to the world in my lifetime." Hua Yin and Yanmu. Fu turned to Yanmu and asked, "Who are you to him?" To this. Hua Yin, who had understood everything long ago, interjected, "They're just strangers meeting for the first time." "Strangers meeting for the first time?" Fu revealed a disappointed expression. This. They're just strangers meeting for the first time." Hua Yin understood everything since long ago. "First time meeting?" Fu revealed a regretful expression. "I had wanted to let you into the mountain. Forget it." Hua Yin, "See the guest out." Yanmu, "Ah?" Hua Yin looked at Yanmu as he said to Fu, "I'll see him off the mountain then, master." When the duo arrived outside the mountain, Yanmu wanted to say a few more words to Hua Yin. However, Hua Yin just turned back and walked into the barrier without another look or another word to him. Yen Mu waved his hand and swallowed the words he was about to say. He turned around and sighed in frustration. What should I do if I'd offended the saint earlier? I have to look for Senior Lu. Yen Mu looked around and hurriedly made his way west when no one noticed him. Lu Zhou flew west at a neither fast nor slow speed. Since he was rather sure he already had the resurrection scroll, he was no longer in a hurry. As he flew, he recalled the scroll he obtained from the Black Lotus Domain's 9 Twists illusory formation. Swoosh! With a thought, he brought it out. With just a glance, there did not seem to be anything special about it. Is the resurrection scroll hidden in the scripture of sermons? Lu Zhou wondered out loud as he hovered among the clouds. After thinking about it for a moment, he gathered his primal chi and sent a strand of his consciousness into the scroll. What Tao? What's the Tao? It's all nonsense. It was that familiar voice again. Lu Zhou moved his consciousness within the scroll. It was as though he had entered a new world. The darkness resembled the time before dawn broke, and the power of the heavens faintly permeated the starry sky. The hegemon of a region can control the entire world. Lu Zhou heard the familiar voice again. A mystical power, a painting, a plant, a tree, a flower, a world. Life is death. Death is life. Lu Zhou. The world within the scroll distorted, and a terrifying pulling force tugged at Lu Zhou's consciousness. Then Lu Zhou heard an angry shout. Repent, and you shall be saved. Another voice sounded. What is the Tao? What is demonic? Repent? Bullshit. Swoosh. When Lu Zhou felt the pulling force growing stronger, he withdrew his consciousness. The process of withdrawing his consciousness caused a disruption in his primal chi, and in turn caused him to drop from the sky. After falling for about 1,000 feet, he finally managed to stabilize himself. What a powerful force, Lu Zhou muttered as he looked at the scroll in his hand. Could this be the secret technique Lu Tiantong wanted to impart to the world? However, Lu Zhou quickly shook his head, discarding this idea. After all, it was not just Lu Tiantong's voice that he had heard. It was too early to come to a conclusion. Lu Tiantong was a legend after dominating the Black Lotus domain 30,000 years ago. However, he eventually disappeared. Although the energy from the scripture of sermons had been absorbed by the heavenly writing, the remnant energy was still rather extraordinary. Lu Zhou shook his head. Similar to before, he had too many unanswered questions. Forget it. Let's return for now. Lu Zhou put away the sermon of scriptures. He would ponder on these matters later. After all, Si Wuya was now in a critical condition. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, countless cultivators appeared in the south and north. Then, a voice rang in the air. Please stay. Lu Zhou ignored the newcomers. Just because you ask me to stay, I have to stay? Lu Zhou flashed and appeared thousands of feet away. When he glanced back, he saw 2 figures, one from the south and one from the north, following him. They seemed to be venerable masters. Lu Zhou waited for a moment. When they drew closer, he saw they were dressed in green robes. The middle-aged cultivator in the southern sky cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, Greetings, Senior Lu. Then, a comparatively younger cultivator flew from the north and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou as well. Greetings, Senior Lu. Lu Zhou was curious. How did they know his surname was Lu? He asked, Do you know me? I'm Liang Yufeng, Saint Chen's 2nd disciple. I'm Yun Tongxiao, Saint Chen's 4th disciple. Lu Zhou finally understood. Chun Fu's servants must have informed them about his visit. Liang Yufeng hurriedly said, I don't mean to stop you, Senior Lu. I really want to express my filial piety to my master, but my master is always in seclusion. Lu Zhou frowned. If you want to express your filial piety to your master, then you should look for him. Why did you come looking for me? Liang Yufeng said with a helpless expression. My master is stubborn and unwilling to see us. Old senior, how's my master's health? Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Was it just as simple as asking after Chun Fu's health? If it were anyone else, they might not understand the implication behind these words, but he knew Chen Fu was nearing the end of his life. In the end, he said, "Didn't you understand what I said? Ha! You should look for your master. Goodbye." As the saying went, a person's heart could be seen on his face. The duo did not seem like good disciples. In comparison, Lu Zhou preferred disciples like his eighth disciple. Although Zhu Honggong looked like a layabout, he had a good heart and treated his fellow disciples well. Zhu Honggong's character surpassed his cultivation. At this time, the countless cultivators in the distance appeared behind Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao from the north and the south. There were over 10,000 of them. Liang Yufeng cupped his fists together again and said, "Senior, no matter what, I must ask you for a favor. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have come here." Lu Zhou was slightly angered by Liang Yufeng's words. He thought of Chen Fu's wizened appearance and felt a pang of empathy. He said reproachfully, "Unfilial disciples, since your master is unwilling to see you, you must have done something wrong." Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, "Are you both waiting for Chen Fu to die?" Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao's eyes widened in shock. When Liang Yufeng's shock was replaced by anger, he said, "Senior, I respect you as my master's guest, but it doesn't mean you can speak rudely." Yun Tongxiao said with a smile, "Guests are guests. However, according to Great Han's rules, outsiders should be beheaded. If it weren't for my master, you wouldn't be able to leave." Lu Zhou shook his head and laughed. No wonder Chen Fu suddenly changed. The duo looked at each other, puzzled. Lu Zhou said solemnly, "Very well. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Lu Zhou raised his hand that had been imbued with the divine power. Then, he launched a palm seal that was like a mountain toward Liang Yufeng. Flawed perfection. Liang Yufeng was very confident. He raised his hand to retaliate. Alas, before he could launch a palm seal, Lu Zhou's palm seal tore through space and arrived in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Liang Yufeng was sent flying back. Yun Tongxiao's widened in shock. Then he flashed, leaving afterimages in his wake. At this time, over 10,000 cultivators moved in unison. Their green robes began to flutter and glow. Lu Zhou flashed up in the sky and pressed his palm down. He used his divine power and the hourglass of time at the same time. Freeze! A beam of light, imbued with the divine power, shot out in all directions from the hourglass, sweeping past over 10,000 cultivators. Lu Zhou did not know how long the effect of the hourglass of time would last, but he could sense it was very powerful. He flashed forward at top speed, leaving afterimages in his wake until he became blurry and turned invisible. In fewer than 3 seconds, Lu Zhou unleashed 10,000 palm seals in all directions. When the effect from the hourglass of time faded, boom! Over 10,000 cultivators, including Yun Tongxiao, were sent flying back in unison before they dropped from the sky. Those with weaker cultivation bases vomited blood. They were completely unable to withstand the attacks. Due to the hourglass of time, to them the attacks had come out of nowhere. At a low altitude about 1,000 meters away, Yanmu was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. He had passed his second birth trial, after all, so it was not a problem for him to see that far. When he saw the lone figure, he exclaimed in surprise, Senior Lu?" Then, he exclaimed again, further shocked, "Liang Yufeng? Yun Tongxiao?" Yanmu recalled how Lu Zhou had completely disregarded Hua Yin, Chen Fu's first disciple, and how Lu Zhou perfectly avoided 3 moves from Chen Fu. Now, Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Zhou. Then, when he recalled Chen Fu's sudden change in attitude, realization finally dawned on him. "I get it now. You really can't judge a book by its cover." Pa! Yanmu slapped himself as he cursed himself angrily. "Yanmu! You're the sect master of Sunset Sect, after all. Why don't you have a discerning eye? How can you be so muddle-headed and foolish just because you met the saint? Such a big shot was next to you, and yet you were ignorant of it. How stupid can you be?" In Yanmu's heart now, Lu Zhou's status had been elevated to the same level as Chen Fu. Lu Zhou looked down at everyone from the sky. Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao looked up at the high and mighty Lu Zhou in shock. The duo quickly concluded that Lu Zhou was a great venerable master with a sacred relic. With this combination, Lu Zhou was already comparable to a lesser saint. Lu Zhou said, "Chen Fu has lived for so long. Do you really think he doesn't know what both of you are thinking?" The duo looked ashamed. Lu Zhou continued to say, "On account of Chen Fu, I'll spare your lives. I'll also give you a piece of advice." Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao were now more well-behaved. They cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou. "S Senior, please speak. Treat each other with sincerity," Lu Zhou said. Then he waved his hand. With that, Wizard flew over from the distant clouds to Lu Zhou's side. It lowered its body for Lu Zhou to get on. How could someone who tamed Wizard be simple? Liang Yufeng and Tong Yunxiao watched in shock as Lu Zhou left. At the same time, Yen Mu, who had regained his senses, chased after Lu Zhou with all his might as he shouted, "Senior Lu, wait for me." Alas, it was too late. Lu Zhou had already disappeared into the clouds. Meanwhile, Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao looked at each other and sighed heavily. Treat each other with sincerity? Am I not sincere enough? Liang Yufeng was puzzled. Yun Tongxiao said, "I've always been sincere to Master that I would even dig my heart out for him." Liang Yufeng looked at Yun Tongxiao strangely and said, "Old Fourth, I'm afraid if you dig your heart out, you'll find that it's black. Second Senior Brother, why do you make things difficult for me when we're both on the same boat?" The duo sighed and looked down at their fallen subordinates. Where did he come from? How is he so strong? Liang Yufeng said as he rubbed his chest. Even now, the pain still lingered. It was not very obvious, but there was a faint blue in his golden energy. I think that should have come from his sacred relic. A great venerable master is truly strong, Yun Tongxiao said. Then, he sighed before continuing. We've been isolated from the outside world for too long. Perhaps, we've long been left in the dust. Master has an agreement with the Great Void so he can't leave. However, the agreement doesn't stop us from leaving. If this continues, it won't be good. If we don't go out, others will come in anyway. Today's matter is a good example. We can't wait until we're invaded. At that time, we'll only regret it, Liang Yufeng said. Second Senior Brother is right. Moreover, if something happens to... Liang Yufeng shushed Yun Tongxiao immediately. His expression was solemn as he looked to the left and right and saw Yen Mu, the sect master of Sunset Sect, flying past. After a moment, he said, "Don't talk nonsense." Yu Tongxiao nodded. Yen Mu could not catch up to Lu Zhou, so he could only turn around dejectedly. At this moment, Liang Yufeng swooped down and asked, "Who are you?" Yen Mu replied, "Greetings, Mr. Second. I'm Yen Mu, the sect master of Sunset Sect. Are you familiar with that old senior?" Yen Mu really wanted to puff his chest out and said he knew Lu Zhou. However, when he recalled how Lu Zhou had sent Liang Yufeng and Yun Tongxiao flying with just a move earlier, he worried he would have to bear the brunt of his association with Lu Zhou. Hence, he said expressionlessly, "No, I'm not familiar with him." Then, why were you calling out to him and chasing after him if you aren't familiar with him? Get lost, Liang Yufeng said in a deep voice. Yen Mu? Seeing that Yen Mu was in a daze, Yun Tongxiao said, "You're still not leaving?" Yen Mu wanted to cry but had no tears. He turned around and left. Liang Yufeng sighed. "I didn't expect a big shot to appear in the outside world. I'm just afraid there's more than one," Yun Tongxiao said. It had been a long time since the people of the Twin Lotus Domain had ventured outside. Every force and cultivator in Great Han abided by the saint's rules. Liang Yufeng looked in the direction where Lu Zhou had left and said, "The runic passage is still there. Second Senior Brother, please don't," Yun Tongxiao said. "Well, I'm just saying," Liang Yufeng replied. The duo sighed again. When their subordinates finally gathered themselves and flew into the air, more than 10,000 people rushed toward Autumn Dew Mountain in a sorry state. At the same time, When Xianxia saw the runic passage lit up from afar, he rushed over immediately from a withered tree in the distance. As expected, he saw Lu Zhou and Witzard standing in the runic passage. He called out, "Pavilion Master!" Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, "Has there been any abnormalities around here over the past few days?" Xianxia shook his head. Everything was normal. Then, he asked curiously, "Pavilion Master, did you manage to meet the saint?" Lu Zhou replied, "Chun Fu can be considered as someone who knows how to distinguish right from wrong. I found the resurrection scroll." Xianxia was overjoyed upon hearing this. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Seventh is saved." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "It's too early to tell. We still need to figure out how to use the resurrection scroll." Right now, Lu Zhou really did not know how to use the resurrection scroll to bring the dead to life. Moreover, Chun Fu also said that using the scroll would incur heaven's wrath. Since he did not know what heaven's wrath was like, he could not act rashly. This was a matter of life or death. It was best to exercise caution in this matter. It was truly more difficult to save someone than to kill someone. Lu Zhou and Xianxia rested for a while in the Green Lotus Domain's Lost Land before they made their way to the Qin clan's southern training hall. In the evening, Lu Zhou and Xianxia finally arrived outside the southern training hall. Yuan Lang reported the duo's arrival to Qin Renyue, and Qin Renyue personally flew out to welcome Lu Zhou after receiving the good news. Qin Renyue called out happily, "Brother Lu, I'll be staying here for a night," Lu Zhou said. "Brother Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. Let alone one night, you can stay here as often as you want." "Thank you." After entering the training hall, Lu Zhou chatted with Qin Renyue while Xianxia and the others stood respectfully at the side. Qin Renyue asked, "Brother Lu, did you meet the saint? Did the meeting go well?" All of them were curious about the saint. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. "It went well. Chun Fu isn't as cold or arrogant as I'd imagined." Qin Renyue revealed an expression of admiration as he said, "It's pity I can't see the saint." "You admire the saint so much?" Lu Zhou asked. Qin Renyue reacted quickly. He thought he detected a hint of jealousy, so he hastily shook his head. He said, No. It's nothing compared to my admiration for Brother Lu. Although he's a saint, considering our brotherhood, how can he compare to Brother Lu?" "Lu Zhou, you're overthinking things. If you want to meet him, I'll bring you to see him next time," Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue was pleasantly surprised. He blurted out, "Really?" Lu Zhou suspected Qin Renyue of being another die-hard fan of Chun Fu. Qin Renyue realized he had lost his composure a little. After all, he was a venerable master. In the past, he was one of the 4 venerable masters of the Green Lotus Domain, and now, he was one of the 2 venerable masters in the Green Lotus Domain. His status was not bad, and he had many supporters. How could he lose his cool? Lu Zhou looked at Qin Renyue with a scrutinizing gaze that seemed to say Qin Renyue was a die-hard fan who was beyond saving. Qin Renyue felt even more embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "It's getting late. I won't disturb Brother Lu's rest, so I'll take my leave first." Since Qin Renyue was leaving, the others naturally left as well. After leaving the southern training hall, Qin Renyue looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "So the saint is still alive." Yuan Lang said in a low voice, "Venerable Master, saints are said to be able to live for 100,000 years. Saint Chun Fu has been around for about 100,000 years, right? Does this mean he has had another breakthrough? Well, we can't rule out this possibility. The Great Void has never acted against the Twin Lotus Domain. It's possible they're wary of Saint Chun," Qin Renyue said with a sigh. "In any case, I feel like a great disaster is coming. Venerable Master, there's no need to worry. No matter what, all of us will be with the Qin clan until our deaths," Yuan Lang said. Qin Renyue nodded and said, "I hope I'm overthinking things. No matter what, we have to continue to build a good relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Continue to build a good relationship?" Yuan Lang scratched his head. Did he not already build a good relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion? He really did not know how to proceed further. Qin Runyue said, "When necessary, the 49 swordsmen should visit the Evil Sky Pavilion to help out." "Understood," Yuan Lang said. "Speaking of which, previously Mr. Forth wanted to recruit us, but I declined. The 49 swordsmen can do everything to help the Evil Sky Pavilion, but will never betray the Qin clan." Qin Runyue was slightly surprised. "That happened?" "Yes. If it happens again." Yuan Lang hastily interjected, clearly nervous. "Don't worry, Venerable Master. There won't be a next time. I meant to say if it happens again, don't forget about me," Qin Runyue said before he flashed away. Yuan Lang? Early the next morning, Lu Zhou rode on Wizard as he and Qin Naiha flew to the runic passage that would bring them back. Qin Runyue, the 49 swordsmen, and the disciples came out to see them off. This grand send-off puzzled Lu Zhou. As his gaze swept across everyone, he asked, "Qin Runyue, what's going on?" Qin Runyue replied, "The Qin clan's disciples admire Brother Lu and want to have a longer look at Brother Lu. I hope Brother Lu doesn't mind this." Lu Zhou nodded, not surprised by Chun Fu's words. After all, he was much more spirited and imposing than Qin Fu. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion was famous as well. It was normal for people to revere him. "All right, I'm leaving," Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve before he stepped into the runic passage. Qin Runyue called out, "49 swordsmen. Your orders, Venerable Master?" The 49 swordsmen stepped forward in unison. "Send Brother Lu off." "Understood." Then the 49 swordsmen stepped into the runic passage as well. "Lu Zhou?" Qin Runyue nodded and said, "Fortunately, this runic passage is large." Yuan Lang stood at the lead and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, Venerable Master. We will definitely escort Senior Lu back to the Evil Sky Pavilion safely." "Escort? Safely?" Lu Zhou felt it was a bit crowded and was about to say something when Yuan Lang activated the runic passage and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, please take care of us." Lu Zhou and 49 swordsmen returned to the Golden Lotus domain through the large runic passage. The sky in the Golden Lotus domain was still dark. The weather was ever-changing, and fierce beasts were wreaking havoc everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as well. Some of the fierce beasts' carcasses were mutilated after the humans harvested their life hearts. Lu Zhou flew in the lead as they returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was close to noon when they arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yuan Lang looked at the surroundings from the top of Golden Court Mountain and nodded as he said, filled with praise, "I didn't expect the Evil Sky Pavilion to be so tranquil and elegant. It's much better than what I'd imagined." Qin Naiha. With the imbalance, carcasses of fierce beasts were littered on the ground. There were fights breaking out everywhere. The weather was unpredictable and gloomy. Where was it tranquil and elegant? Qin Naiha thought that Yuan Lang's flattery skill was not up to par. When everyone learned of Lu Zhou's return, they gathered in front of the main hall. "Welcome back, Pavilion Master." After greeting Lu Zhou, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the 49 swordsmen in confusion. Qin Naiha took the lead to say, "This is Venerable Master Qin's 49 swordsmen. They're all skilled swordsmen and have come to help the Pavilion Master." Everyone nodded. Yuan Lang nudged Qin Naiha with his elbow and said, "I really envy you." Qin Naiha asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid Venerable Master Qin will be angered by these words?" "Venerable Master Qin has said that if the Evil Sky Pavilion tries to recruit me, I shouldn't forget about him," Yuan Lang replied. Qin Naiha. In the past, Qin Naiha thought he had jumped into a pit, but it seemed like that was not the case. He was really lucky that he did not even do much but managed to stumble upon a golden opportunity. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across everyone. Apart from Duan Mushang, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, and the runemaster Zhao Fu, everyone was present. "All right, you can get to know each other," Lu Zhou said. Then, he said to Yi Tianxin, "Bring me to Old Seventh." Yi Tianxin bowed. "Yes." After Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxin walked to the southern pavilion, Qin Naiha continued making the introductions. He said, "These are the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Southern Pavilion." Lu Zhou did not enter immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Tianxian. He had asked him to lead him here because he discovered that her cultivation base had improved tremendously. He said, "Your cultivation base has improved greatly." Yi Tianxian said happily, "Thank you for your praise, master. I still need to work harder. Cultivating in Lan Shiha's training hall in the White Tower is beneficial to you. During your time in the White Tower Council, did Lan Shiha make any unusual movements?" Lu Zhou asked. Due to the incident in Mount Halcyon, Lu Zhou had to be cautious. Yi Tianxian was also very curious after hearing about what happened to Si Wuya. She said, "There are no strange movements from Tower Master Lan. However, I'm quite curious. Previously, the Halcyon bird had helped us, so why was it so ruthless towards 7th junior brother?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "The human heart is hard to predict. This is also why I called you back. I understand." Although Lan Shiha did not seem to have a bad relationship with them, no one knew if she harbored ulterior motives. Yi Tianxian said, still curious, "I don't understand why Tower Master Lan would expose herself at this time if she harbors ulterior motives. She should know about Ling Guang, right? What reason does she have to kill 7th junior brother?" Lu Zhou remained silent. This was a question with no answer. In the end, he only said, "Only Lan Shiha has the answer to this question." Yi Tianxian nodded respectfully. Lu Zhou asked again, changing the topic, "How many birth charts do you have now?" "I'm a little lucky. The White Tower Council has been providing me with an endless stream of life hearts. I now have 8 birth charts." Lu Zhou nodded and did not continue speaking. He walked into the pavilion. Inside a room in the Southern Pavilion, Si Wuya lay on the bed, motionless. There was no sign of life on his body. During the days when Master was away, senior brothers and the others took turns to look after 7th junior brother. But Yi Tianxian hesitated to finish her words. "I know what you want to say," Lu Zhou said. Let alone the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, even Lu Zhou himself was not certain if the resurrection scroll could really save Si Wuya. At this time, Lu Zhou mobilized his divine power and pushed a lotus towards Si Wuya. The vitality energy from the lotus swept towards Si Wuya. At the same time, Lu Zhou checked Si Wuya's conditions as well. Although his heart was beating, his 8 extraordinary meridians were now blocked. Not only was there no life force, but the aura of death was growing stronger as well. With that, if one looked carefully, his complexion had already become slightly pallid. Lu Zhou brought the purple glazed ceramic out and left it next to Si Wuya. Since it held a freezing energy, perhaps it would be of use. Then he sighed and left the room. "Where's Jiang Aijian?" Lu Zhou asked. Island Master Huang and Miss Genie brought him back to Penglai. He has some energy in him, so Penglai is a suitable place for him to recuperate. He has some energy in him? Lu Zhou was taken aback. It should be the blood energy that saved him, Yi Tianxian said. I'm not sure either. Lu Zhou nodded. Since Jiang Aijin was fine, he would let him be for now. Yi Tianxian asked, Master, can 7th junior brother be saved? I'm not sure, Lu Zhou answered truthfully. You may leave, Lu Zhou said. Yes. Yi Tianxian bowed and left. With just a flash, Lu Zhou returned to the Eastern Pavilion. Yi Tianxian did not immediately leave. Instead, she returned to the room and checked Si Wuya's pulse. No matter how many times she checked, his pulse only spoke of his impending death. Yi Tianxian's expression was one of sorrow as she stepped backward. She sighed helplessly before saying in a soft voice, 7th junior brother, I hope you'll become an ordinary person in your next life. After that, she suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, gathered her messy thoughts, and left the Southern Pavilion. At the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou brought out the Pillar of Impermanence and pressed it into the ground. He adjusted its range until its effects only covered the Eastern Pavilion. Without the purple glazed ceramic, I can only rely on you. There were 2 things he needed to do first. One was to figure out the secrets of the Resurrection Scroll, and the other one was to increase his strength quickly so he would be able to deal with the consequences of using the resurrection scroll. In his opinion, the divine power was peerless. Perhaps it would be able to help him deal with his problems. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he increased the circulation speed of the Pillar of Impermanence to 1,000 times faster. Although lifespan was important, now was not the time to save the years of his life. He checked his lifespan. Remaining lifespan: 1,0387509, 28,458 years. He had enough lifespan to cultivate. Subsequently, he brought out the resurrection scroll and unrolled it. Then, he pressed his hand down and sent a strand of his consciousness out. In just a blink of an eye, he found himself in a dark and oppressive place. He could not see anything at all. Where am I? Lu Zhou looked around. Since he could not see anything, he used the ability of the Netherwolf King. With that, he saw surging seawater in all directions. I'm underwater? The seawater churned quickly. It seemed like his body was not under his control as he was swept away by the currents, drifting back and forth in the sea. Soon after, the current pulled him down. It was like when he jumped down to the abyss to the black water mystic cave. The endless darkness pressed down on him. It was truly oppressive. What is life? What is death? Is life light? And is death darkness? A deep voice echoed in his ears. Lu Zhou wondered inwardly, is it the Unholy One? The owner of the voice did not seem to hear Lu Zhou and continued to say, those who die while doing their best are righteous. Those who try to shackle the dead to earth won't have a good outcome. The innate spirit and wisdom are enduring. Lu Zhou frowned and asked, are you talking to me? Alas, in the dark, there was only silence. Show yourself, Lu Zhou said as he raised his voice. His voice echoed for a long time in the darkness, but there was no response. The seabed. Lu Zhou was pretty certain he was supposed to be underwater. However, he was puzzled. Why was he here? He wondered if there was a teleportation rune in the scroll. However, he did not sense being teleported away at all. Lu Zhou continued to observe his surroundings. Splash! A huge object cut across the water. Fierce beasts. Lu Zhou sank slightly before he launched a palm seal. There was no light from the palm seal, and it vanished in just a flash. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. I should have known it's just my consciousness entering the world in the scroll. He looked at the fierce beast's huge body. It was at least 10,000 feet long. When it moved, the seawater churned. In order to test his theory, he remained unmoving in his position. After a while, a smaller fierce beast swam over. Then it swam through Lu Zhou's body that was in an incorporeal form. As expected, Lu Zhou was still wondering about the secrets hidden in the scroll when the deep voice rang in his ears again. No one can live forever. No one can live forever. Following that, there was a burst of laughter. The voice grew more and more distant until it vanished completely. No one can live forever? Lu Zhou was reminded of the scroll Jiang Wenshu left behind. In the scroll, there was a sentence. No one can live forever. No way. Is Jiang Wenshu the projection left behind by the Unholy One in the Golden Lotus domains? After a while, Lu Zhou shook his head, dismissing this theory. If that was really true, he would feel quite disgusted. He really had a terrible impression of Jiang Wenshu. Jiang Wenshu behaved like a tyrant in the Golden Lotus domain for many years, and he was the puppet master hidden behind the scene while he pulled the strings. If Jiang Wenshu was the projection of the Unholy One, did it not mean that the treasures he obtained like the hourglass of sand and the brocade box he obtained in the Emperor Emeritus Mausoleum had to be thrown away? However, Lu Zhou thought it was unlikely. Jiang Wenshu was a conservative and liked to stick to the old ways. The Unholy One was called the Unholy One and a demon because he had studied unorthodox subjects and created a new cultivation path. Lu Zhou collected his thoughts before he allowed himself to sink deeper. Since this was just his consciousness, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this time, he saw faint golden light from the depths of the sea. After a while, he saw that it came from a square golden box. Lu Zhou was excited that he found a spot of light in the endless darkness. He continued to sink. He did not know how long he had been sinking, but he saw huge sea beasts. They naturally could not hurt him. Suddenly, "Don't touch it!" a voice rang from the darkness. Lu Zhou spun around and launched a palm seal into the darkness. "Who is it?" Fear was born from darkness. The bottom of the sea was dark, making Lu Zhou rather tense and on edge. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply and looked at the square three-dimensional golden box below. Each side of the box had 9 small squares. There was a glittering golden letter etched in each of the small squares. A few of the letters spelled out a word that caught Lu Zhou's attention. "Merit Stone." Lu Zhou asked out loud, "What is this? Most importantly, what did it have to do with the shackles of heaven and earth or eternal life?" He could not figure it out at all. At the same time, Little Yuaner and Conk looked at each other in trepidation outside of the eastern pavilion. "Is Master okay?" Little Yuaner muttered. "I don't know either," Conk replied. Little Yuaner scratched her head. "Why does he keep saying things we don't understand?" At this time, a voice rang from the eastern pavilion. "Show yourself, unholy one." Little Yuaner was momentarily speechless. Then, she said, "Look, isn't this shocking? Master was never like this before." Conk spread her arms, indicating her helplessness. In their hearts, their master had always been tall, mighty, and fearless. It was a bit out of character for him to shout like this. After a while, Little Yuaner said, "Let's go. There's nothing we can do about this." "Okay." Conk agreed immediately. With that, the duo rushed to the back of the mountain. In the darkness, at this time, Lu Zhou frowned when he discovered his strand of consciousness was slowly assimilating into the painting. The world in the scroll was so real that whenever there was any movement, he would instinctively react. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. When he tried to get closer to the golden merit stone, he was blocked by an invisible force. "Don't go near it. Don't go near it." Lu Zhou asked, "Why?" "No one can live forever. No one can live forever. No one can live forever. What I want is not eternal life. I only want to bring the dead back to life," Lu Zhou said. "No one can live forever." This was not the answer to the question he asked. It seemed like this voice was part of the remnant energy left in the scroll by the Unholy One. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Is it possible that this isn't the resurrection scroll? However, Chen Fu did not need to lie. Moreover, 30,000 years ago, Lu Tiantong was the only one who dominated the Black Lotus domain. What went wrong? While Lu Zhou was still pondering on the matter, the merit stone burst forth with light, and a shadow shot toward the merit stone. Following that, the merit stone exploded with power, causing the sea to shake. The shadow was sent flying back immediately. "No!" Then the shadow vanished, and the merit stone returned to its original state. "Are scenes left over from the past?" Lu Zhou frowned. Perhaps it was like a memory crystal. Thousands of laws from the Tao can be used, starting with venerable masters. Only supreme beings can reverse time, and only supreme beings can bring the dead back to life. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Only supreme beings can bring the dead back to life? Swoosh! At this time, Lu Zhou's consciousness was pulled back by force. The world was spinning, and the stars were shifting. Then, Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly snapped open after his strand of consciousness was pulled out of the scroll. He felt as though he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at the scripture of sermons before him and found that there were no changes. What did the remnant voices and images in the scroll mean? Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps and an urgent voice suddenly rang from outside. "Master, this is bad. Come in." Little Yuaner pushed the door open and anxiously said, "Seventh senior brother is dead. Seventh senior brother is dead." Lu Zhou did not say anything. He rose to his feet immediately, and with just a flash, he arrived at the southern pavilion. "Master! Pavilion Master!" Everyone made way for Lu Zhou immediately. When Lu Zhou entered the room, his gaze landed on Si Wuya immediately. The aura of death had completely shrouded Wuxia's body. However, due to the purple glazed ceramic, there was no rotten stench. However, Wuxia's skin color had changed drastically. Master, you were cultivating in seclusion for 7 days. Seventh junior brother, Yi Tianxin started. Lu Zhou did not let her finish. 7 days. Everyone fell silent. Lu Zhou did not expect that 7 days had passed. With the circulation speed that had been increased to 1,000 times faster, it meant that he had spent 7,000 days inside. Such a huge thing happened in 7 days. Life and death were at stake, and everyone was anxious. Which of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not care about Wuxia's life or death? Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get out." Understood. Finally, only Lu Zhou was in the room. He looked at Wuxia and sighed heavily. There were times when there was no coming back from one's mistakes. If what he had gleaned from the scroll was true, then it seemed like he really had no way to resurrect Wuxia. The room was silent. Noon silently turned to evening. Lu Zhou stood in the room quietly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he began to talk to himself. Only supreme beings can bring the dead to life. There's nothing I can do, he said in a gentle voice. In this world, there was no one who could stop life, aging, illnesses, and death. You saved Zhang Aijian, but you lost yourself. Do you regret correcting your mistakes? Forget it. I'll use the most primal method to seal you up. If there's a next life, I'll accept you as my disciple again. Lu Zhou raised his hand. He pushed his hand that was wrapped in primal qi out before he suddenly stopped. His hand trembled slightly. How could he not feel anything? A master for a day was a father for life, after all. What father could do this to his child? Lu Zhou hesitated. He found it difficult to face his failure. His mind was in a mess at this moment as various thoughts appeared. He wondered if he did not transmigrate here, if he did not force his disciples back to the Evil Sky Pavilion, if he had stopped at the 8th leaf, would this have happened? After a moment, he dismissed the messy thoughts and pushed his hand out again. When the golden palm seal arrived above Wuxia, it multiplied into several seals. This was the sealing technique of the Celestial Master sect. In the past, this palm seal was the most inconspicuous among the Taoists. Compared to the body-binding seal, this seal was slow and more complex. Nascent divinity tribulation cultivators could use it to cultivate, and when they sprouted to their 8th leaf, they would be able to unleash great power. Apart from that, it also had another function. It could seal a target and keep it in its original state. Whether it was Taoists or Buddhists, they often used this kind of sealing technique to send the dead off. Lu Zhou did not expect he would have to one day use this technique on his disciple. He shook his head in self-mockery. His disciples were so capable. They were like cockroaches that could not be beaten. They would even think of ways to kill their master. Reality was full of drama and surprises. How could it be smooth sailing on the path of cultivation? What kind of cultivation path was one without bloodshed? At this moment, the golden seal landed one by one on Wuxia's body. Then they fused again and formed an even larger seal, covering him from head to toe. A buzzing noise suddenly rose from Wuxia's body. Lu Zhou looked over and saw an orb of blue light rising from Wuxia's Dantian Sea of Qi. Great Void Seed. This only confirmed Wuxia's death again. Lu Zhou recalled the time when he gave Wuxia the Great Void Seed. Wuxia had asked, "Master, what's this?" "It's a kind of medicinal pill. If I tell you to eat it, then you should eat it." "Why are you asking so many questions? Is it poisonous? If I want to poison you, do I need to use such a despicable method? After eating the medicinal pill, you'll be grounded at the back of the mountain for a month until your Dantian Sea of Qi stabilizes. If you can't do it, then you'll never be let out." Did Ji Tiandao teach them well, or was he too harsh? The past was unbearable to recall. Lu Zhou clenched his hand. When the Great Void Seed was sealed as well, it was pushed back into Wuxia's Dantian Sea of Qi. Then, there was no movement. After a while, the seal rippled. The death aura is too strong? Lu Zhou cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and launched another few palm seals. This sealing technique could be perfectly executed by 8-leaf cultivators, let alone a great venerable master like him. He felt that something was amiss. Seal. 2 huge seals that contained powerful primal chi appeared in front of him and blocked the death aura. Lu Zhou was surprised by how strong the death aura was growing. In fact, it seemed unstoppable. He wondered if this had something to do with the Great Void Seed. He used his divine power, forming a lotus. Perhaps he had spent too much time in the resurrection scroll. He was still not very clear-headed. The scene in the room kept changing. There were fog, forests, mountains, rivers, the land, the endless ocean, and the scenes under the sea. There were bright lights, endless dark, and finally the merit stone. Lu Zhou saw the letters on the merit stone floating up one by one. They were like golden fluttering butterflies, illuminating the darkness. Lu Zhou held his breath and focused his mind before he circulated his Dantian sea of qi. With that, his mind suddenly became clear. When the scene changed back to the room, he just happened to see the golden letters entering Si Wuya's body. With that, the death aura was instantly dispelled. What's going on? The sealing had been completed. Lu Zhou looked at his palms. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was normal. This scripture of sermons is so strange. No wonder people call him the Unholy One. He always felt that there was a huge secret hidden in the scripture of sermons as well as incomprehensible powers. When he sensed his body was a little stiff, he instinctively looked at his lifespan. He frowned slightly. I actually lost 1,000 years? Even with the circulation speed of the Pillar of Impermanence that had been increased by 1,000 times, staying for 7 days within the pillar's range would only cost 7,000 days. Why did it become 1,000 years? Whatever it was, Lu Zhou was not in the mood to think about it now. Whether it was the scripture of sermons, the merit stone, or the primal sealing method, none of them could bring Si Wuya back to life. What were 1,000 years compared to that? Si Wuya's deathly pallor seemed to have diminished, and the death aura was gone. Lu Zhou sighed. He shook his head, looking as though he had aged a lot. Then, he turned around and walked out of the room. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was waiting in the Southern Pavilion. Master! Lu Zhou's expression and gaze were the same as before. He looked at everyone for a long time before he said tonelessly, "Prepare a proper burial." Yu Zhenghai seemed to be the most impacted. He staggered back, and his face turned pale as though he had lost half of his life. The 4 elders lowered their heads. The night wind blew over from the mountains, stirring up the withered leaves. 3 days later, everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion was in low spirits. The 4 elders and the guardians as they stood outside the Southern Pavilion. Pan Zhong walked over from afar, shaking his head as he said, "Mr. First and Mr. Second didn't come out at all for 3 days. They were working on the coffin in the Northern Pavilion without saying a single word the entire time." Pan Litian sighed. "Leave them alone for now. Don't disturb them at this time." Zhou Jifeng asked, "What are we going to do next?" Mr. First said that Mr. Seventh had said that he wanted to return to the sea after his death. "I think tomorrow—" Pan Zhong could not finish his words. Zui Yushu said with a sigh, "I've never seen my brother like this. He's been in the Eastern Pavilion and hasn't moved at all. It doesn't seem like he's cultivating. A master is like a father. How can he not feel anything? Even those 2 girls haven't come out for a few days now," Pan Lydian said, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Without them causing a ruckus, it feels like something is missing. It's better not to inform Mr. Third, Miss Fifth, and Mr. Eighth first so as not to affect their emotions." Everyone nodded. "Should we inform those from the Darknet?" "Yes, they were sworn brothers after all." "All right." With this, the news was quickly sent to the Darknet in Yellow Peak Mountain. The next day, the Eastern Pavilion. "Master, it's time," Yi Tianxin said in a low voice from outside the Eastern Pavilion. "Go ahead first." "I want to be alone," Lu Zhou said. His eyes were closed the entire time. "Understood." Everyone was gathered at the Southern Pavilion at this time. They looked at the black coffin carved with runes. This was destined not to be a happy day. Raise the coffin. No need. All of you can stay, Yu Zhenghai said expressionlessly as he pressed his hand on the coffin. Yu Shangrong turned around and flew into the distance, equally as expressionless as Yu Zhenghai. The others stepped back one after another. Seventh junior brother likes silence. He should be happy with this, Yu Zhenghai said as he swept his gaze over. Then, he gathered the chi in his hand before he forced a smile on his face and said, "Let's go." Yu Zhenghai flew out of the Evil Sky Pavilion with the coffin. Following that, Mingshi-yin, Yi Tianxin, Little Yuaner, Conk, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, Pan Lidian, Zui Yushu, Meng Changdong, Shen Shi, Li Xiaoma, Yanjin Luo, Lu Li, Kong Wan and his brothers, Qin Naihe, the 49 swordsmen from the Qin clan, and the female cultivators in the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed deeply in unison at the sky. At the endless ocean, the surface of the sea was so calm that it did not seem like there was an imbalance at all. Yu Zhenghai looked at the coffin and pointed at the sea before he said, "In the past, I remember you said that if something bad happened to you, you want to be returned to the sea." He smiled as he continued to say, "There are many sea beasts in the sea. Don't you want to change your mind?" Yu Zhenghai patted the coffin lightly, but it was silent. There was no response. Sea beasts don't recognize their own kin, and they'll tear you into pieces. This coffin and master's sealing technique won't be able to protect you for long. The sea was still calm. Yu Zhenghai hovered in the air for a long time. When his smile finally disappeared, he said, "Eldest senior brother is useless. You managed to bring me back to life, but I couldn't do it for you." Yu Zhenghai closed his eyes and pushed his right hand down. Energy seals surrounded the coffin, bringing it to just the surface of the sea. Yu Zhenghai maintained this for a day and a night. Night fell. Dawn broke before night fell again. Until Yu Zhenghai's hands began to tremble and grow numb did he say, "The water in the endless ocean is very cold. If you feel cold, remember to return to us." Splash! The coffin sank into the sea as runes lit up one after another. It continued to descend until it was swallowed by the sea. In the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He flashed and appeared above the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Shangrong, who had been standing in the dark night unmoving for a long time now, suddenly turned around in confusion, slightly surprised. "Master!" Swoosh! Lu Zhou vanished from sight. He did not go to the endless ocean. Instead, he went to the runic passage in the forest. Late at night, at the Qin clan's southern training hall in the Green Lotus domain, Qin Runyue was meditating and cultivating when a low voice rang in his ears. "Venerable Master Qin, I want to borrow your runic passage." "Brother Lu!" Qin Runyue exclaimed in shock. He flashed and flew in the direction of the voice. He had heard a trace of anger in Lu Zhou's voice, anger that seemed to have been forcefully suppressed by powerful rationality. When Qin Runyue saw Lu Zhou hovering in the sky, he asked, "Where are you going, Brother Lu?" "To Yu Zhong in the unknown land." "The unknown land?" Now, Qin Runyue was confused. He was unaware of what had happened. "Yes, now," Lu Zhou said. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's serious and determined expression, Qin Runyue knew Lu Zhou was not joking. He said, "All right, I'll accompany you." After traveling through the runic passage, the duo flashed through the unknown land. After 2 hours, the duo finally arrived at Yu Zhong. The pillar of destruction stood tall, looking as though it would never collapse. During the night, Yu Zhong looked almost like the other 9 domains. The sky was still hidden by the black fog. Just as before, nothing could be seen. Qin Runyue said as he looked at Lu Zhou, "We're at Yu Zhong." Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He raised his head and looked at the sky before he said, "Today, I'll pierce through the sky." Swoosh! Lu Zhou moved at the speed of lightning as he shot up into the sky. Qin Runyue turned pale in fright as he raised his hand to stop Lu Zhou. "Brother Lu." Alas, how could Lu Zhou listen to Qin Runyue at this time? Even Chen Fu could not stop him from making such a crazy move previously. Qin Runyue grew even more anxious. He flew higher into the sky and hurriedly shouted, "You must not, Brother Lu! The fog above Yuzhong hides the nine-clawed black dragon. It's extremely powerful." Lu Zhou did not look back and shot into the dark fog. Qin Renyue stopped in the air. His cultivation base was not strong enough to fight against the heavens, so he could only stop here. If he took another step forward, he might be doomed. Why? Qin Renyue could not figure it out. He looked at the black fog worriedly. Then, he sensed the energy fluctuations in his surroundings before he flew back and forth beneath the fog, trying to see if he could catch a glimpse of Lu Zhou's shadow. Alas, there was nothing to be seen or heard. In the black fog, Lu Zhou flew straight up without stopping. He did not know how long he had been flying before the oppressive feeling appeared. With this, he knew he had entered the range of the nine-clawed black dragon. "Show yourself," Lu Zhou bellowed. Sound waves that had been imbued with the divine power rippled out in all directions in just a blink of an eye. It was thunderous and powerful, as though it came from the heavens itself. Qin Renyue raised his head when he heard the thunderous voice reverberating in the sky. He exclaimed, "Brother Lu!" Alas, his voice could penetrate the black fog or the strange energy fluctuation in the surroundings. Following that, he heard a low cry. The hair on his body stood on end immediately. Nine-clawed black dragon. When Lu Zhou finally saw the huge wings that were as sharp as blades emerging from the darkness, he decisively shattered 3 deadly strike cards. "I will take your life today." 3 palm seals appeared side by side like 3 dazzling golden blades, spanning tens of thousands of feet. Bang! When the black wings collided with the palm seals, the wings were mercilessly crushed. A shriek rang in the air immediately from the dense and dark fog. Boom! 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 The sounds of muffled explosions high up above the black fog shocked Qin Renyue even more. He kept trying to see through the black fog, but it was futile. All he could hear were the sounds of muffled explosions and sharp cries. When Lu Zhou saw the black wings flapping, clearly trying to fly away, Lu Zhou bellowed, "Freeze!" Lu Zhou released all the power of the hourglass of time. Blue electric arcs appeared in the sky above Yuzhong, freezing the immense figure. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared above the nine-clawed black dragon before another 2 palm seals descended. Due to his anger, he no longer cared about his merit points. He had long stopped worrying about gains and losses. His killing intent made him act with hesitation. 2 mighty expansive heavenly energy seals swept the dense fog away and hit the nine-clawed black dragon. The long and miserable cry lasted for a full 15 minutes, capable of piercing people's eardrums. Qin Renyue's eyes were widened as he looked in the direction of the miserable cry. He kept muttering, "Brother Lu, nothing can happen to you." Following that, Qin Renyue saw a sight he would never forget in his life. The immense figure of the nine-clawed black dragon, with its wings folded, dropped out from the black fog and plummeted to the ground at Yuzhong. Boom! At this time, Lu Zhou emerged from the black fog as well. Then, he hovered high up in the sky looking down at the nine-clawed black dragon. Qin Renyue stared at the fallen nine-clawed black dragon in a daze. It took him a long time to accept what he was seeing. He had heard many legends about the nine-clawed black dragon. Some said it was the guardian of the sky above the pillar of destruction in Yuzhong. Some said it was the equalizer of the great desolate land. There were also those who said it was a fierce beast raised by the great void. The nine-clawed black dragon had reaped many lives of those who were foolhardy. The wise men had warned the next generation in the ancient books of this hidden fierce beast in the unknown land. Their warnings were always the same: don't try to challenge it. The idea that the nine-clawed black dragon was invincible was passed down from generation to generation. But now it was dying. At this moment, the nine-clawed black dragon lay on the ground at Yuzhong. It struggled, flapping its wings. The nearby trees and mountains were all flattened by the nine-clawed black dragon. Finally, Qin Renyue forced himself to calm down before he flew next to Lu Zhou and asked, "Brother Lu, you killed it? It deserves to die," Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue did not know what to say. Inwardly, he wondered, The nine-clawed black dragon is an ancient beast. When did it offend Brother Lu? Wait, wait, wait. This isn't the main point. Qin Runyue stammered. To the nine-clawed black dragon, it's not even afraid of saints. This. Qin Runyue almost wanted to ask if the nine-clawed black dragon in front of him was a fake. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Runyue solemnly and asked, "Who said great venerable masters can't kill it?" Actions spoke louder than words, after all. Qin Runyue still had not recovered from his shock. He thought that the legend about the nine-clawed black dragon had to be exaggerated. It was definitely not as powerful as rumored. At this moment, the nine-clawed black dragon struggled again before it finally stilled. Ding! Killed the nine-clawed black dragon. Reward: 50,000 merit points. When Qin Runyue saw that the nine-clawed black dragon was dead, he was overjoyed. He turned around to congratulate Lu Zhou when he discovered Lu Zhou did not look happy at all. From the beginning until the end, Lu Zhou had remained expressionless. Qin Runyue had lived for a long time. The more he looked at Lu Zhou, the more he was certain that Lu Zhou was suppressing his anger. At this time, Lu Zhou brought Unnamed in the form of a sword and flew down. Tens of thousands of energy swords flew toward the carcass. Bang! 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 Although the nine-clawed black dragon's hide was incomparably tough, it was still easily sliced open by Unnamed. It would have been almost impossible for humans to cut open this 10,000-meter-long behemoth. However, to Lu Zhou, who was a great venerable master, he managed to cut it into 3 pieces with his energy swords in less than 15 minutes. Soon after, Qin Runyue saw 6 life hearts, which occupied the positions of the 6-pointed star, shining brilliantly. Life hearts. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand and put the 6 life hearts into the vast sky bag. Qin Runyue, as expected of a great venerable master. As soon as the nine-clawed black dragon died, a crisp noise rang from the scales of justice in front of the sacred hall. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Figures began to appear one after another in front of the sacred hall. An elder hovered in the air and said, "There's a huge commotion in the great desolate land, and the nine-clawed black dragon has disappeared." Everyone broke into an uproar immediately. The nine-clawed black dragon disappeared. Who's so bold as to make a move against the sacred beast of the great void? We still don't know if it's dead or alive. If it was really killed, then there are only 2 suspects. The culprit is either one of the ancient divine beasts in the core area of the unknown land or Chen Fu, the great saint. Apart from Chen Fu, there are no saints in the 9 domains. I disagree. The imbalance has been going on for so long. During this time, I'm sure many powerful cultivators have emerged. Don't forget about the 10 great void seeds that were lost more than 300 years ago. Impossible, the old man in the sky said as he shook his head. Even with the great void seed, it's impossible to become a venerable master in a short time, let alone a saint. Everyone knows how strong the nine-clawed black dragon was. Don't argue. Let's just hear what the hall master has to say. Everyone fell silent. After a long period of silence, a voice rang from the hall. Everyone bowed immediately. The hall has been paying close attention to the balance and the stability of the 9 domains. We've also been eliminating uncertain factors. Don't jump to conclusions regarding this matter. Send someone to investigate first. Don't make fools out of yourselves. Understood. Ouyang, I'll leave this matter to you, the hall master of the sacred hall said in a dignified voice. Ouyang Ziyun bowed and said, "Understood." In the unknown lands Yuzhong. After Lu Zhou put away the 6 life hearts, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His anger had yet to subside. It was likely that due to the death of the 9-clawed black dragon, the imbalance at Yuzhong seemed to worsen. The fog roiled, and the wind raged violently. Flurries of hurricanes spun around the pillar of destruction at Yuzhong as a large number of beasts appeared in the distance. Qin Runyue raised his voice to be heard over the wind and said, "I'm afraid we've attracted the attention of the Great Void. Let's go, Brother Lu." Lu Zhou did not speak. He only stared at the dark fog unblinkingly. Would the people from the great void show up? Finally, he said, I haven't killed enough. How can I leave? Qin Renyue was shocked. He hastily asked, Brother Lu, do you really intend to fight the heavens? Lu Zhou said, The great void caused the tragic death of my disciple. If I don't seek revenge for him, then I'm not worthy of being his master. Qin Renyue froze when he heard this. He had planned to risk his life and drag Lu Zhou away, but upon hearing these words, he dismissed his thoughts. He finally understood the reason behind Lu Zhou's fury. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. Qin Renyue no longer stopped Lu Zhou. Instead, he stood side by side with Lu Zhou. He looked at the sky and asked, You're sure you want to do this? This matter has nothing to do with you, so you can leave now, Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue smiled and said, What a joke. If I leave now, can I still be considered a friend? You won't regret it? Upon hearing these words, Qin Renyue recalled many things as he looked at the thick black fog in the sky. He recalled the scenes of the Fire Phoenix burning the Northern Training Hall down and scenes from the past. Then, he shook his head and said, I regret many things in my life, but this is one thing I have no reason to regret. I don't even regret Ma Xiang's death, let alone fighting side by side with Brother Lu. All right. With that said, Lu Zhou turned around and launched a palm seal that had been imbued with the divine power. Then, before the palm seal pushed Qin Renyue back, Lu Zhou tossed one of the 9-clawed black dragon's life hearts to Qin Renyue. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Qin Renyue was greatly alarmed. He was not a match for a great venerable master, after all. He could not contend with Lu Zhou's power of the Tao at all. After pushing Qin Renyue 1,000 meters away, Lu Zhou said, If you really think of me as a friend, don't stay here and drag me down. Take the life heart and go. Violent winds continued to surge. Qin Renyue grew more annoyed the longer he looked at the 9-clawed black dragon's life heart Lu Zhou had given him. He said, clearly irritated, I treat you as a friend, but do you treat me as a friend? Qin Renyue did not leave. Instead, he flew back to Lu Zhou's side. At this time, a figure flashed past Qin Renyue. He was greatly alarmed. Dozens of palm seals sailed in the air. Who is it? The figure was abnormally agile and easily dodged Qin Renyue's palm seals. You're kind and righteous, but this isn't the time for you to be reckless. Lu Zhou turned around and saw the person standing near Qin Renyue. He said, Jie Jinan. Jie Jinan froze for a moment before he looked at Lu Zhou and asked, You remember me? Even if you turn into ashes, I'd still remember you, Lu Zhou said. Jie Jinan laughed awkwardly before he said, I was just joking. Don't mind me. You know each other? Qin Renyue asked, surprised. Jie Jinan shook his head. No. If you don't know each other, why do you speak so familiarly? Are you crazy? Qin Renyue was confused. At this time, Jie Jinan said, Don't just stand there. The people from the Great Void are here. Let's go. Jie Jinan arrived in front of Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye and grabbed Lu Zhou's arm. Lu Zhou turned around. His body was suffused with the divine power as he avoided Jie Jinan and asked, How did you know I'm here? Jie Jinan said anxiously, There's no time to explain. Come with me first. Do you think I'm afraid of the Great Void? I know you're not afraid. It's not in line with your character at all. However, now isn't the time for you to make an enemy out of the Great Void, Jie Jinan said with a hint of exasperation. It's just as I thought. You're from the Great Void, Lu Zhou said. The fog in the sky kept churning as the pillar of destruction lit up like the moon, illuminating Yuzhong. Jie Jinan frowned upon seeing this. The glazed ceramic has lit up. Let's go. Jie Jinan pushed his hand out, and an astrolabe appeared in front of the trio. The space froze as a vortex appeared, forcefully bringing the trio away. By a stream near a remote mountain, Lu Zhou, Jie Jinan, and Qin Renyue landed on the ground. They looked in the direction of Yuzhong immediately. Due to the distance, they only saw the faint light from the glazed ceramic in the pillar of destruction. They could not see anything else. The flying beasts in the sky seemed afraid of the light. They did not dare to get close at all and fled in different directions. Among them, there was no lack of beast emperors. Lu Zhou asked, "Who are you exactly? Don't be so suspicious. If I were your enemy, I wouldn't have helped you. I even gave you a gift," Jie Jinan said. Qin Renyue said with a frown. "I thought you said you don't know each other?" Jie Jinan said with a straight face. "We don't." "Do you think I'm not a match for them?" Lu Zhou asked. Jie Jinan did not reply to Lu Zhou's question. Instead, he pointed at the fog above the pillar of destruction in Yuzhong and said, "Look!" A white-clad cultivator rode on a frost dragon and streaked across the sky. He circled Yuzhong before he shot toward the mountain stream. As Jie Jinan looked at the frost dragon, he said, "I received news that the 9-clawed black dragon is dead, so I rushed here. I didn't expect it to be you. If I were a step too late, you would have been targeted by the Great Void." Then, Jie Jinan pointed at the frost dragon and gestured to Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue to step aside. Qin Renyue was shocked. "It's really a frost dragon. There's no lack of powerful beings in the Great Void. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The Great Void is as powerful as it was in the past. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the Great Void wants you dead, then you'll be dead," Jie Jinan said. Qin Renyue said with a grim expression on his face. "As expected of the Great Void. By the way, what's his cultivation base?" The white-clad cultivator rode on the frost dragon and crossed the mountain stream before vanishing from sight. Jie Jinan replied, "He's just from an ordinary patrol team. He can't be considered strong. What is strong is the frost dragon. That frost dragon is one of the 3 existing frost dragons in the Great Void. They're ancient divine beasts." Qin Renyue was stunned. Then, he asked, "Then, compared to the fire phoenix, which one is stronger?" The strength of a divine beast was beyond Qin Renyue's understanding. After all, Jie Jinan replied, "There's no way to compare them. The fire phoenix can be reborn, and the frost dragon can't. The fire phoenix deals damage with true fire while the frost dragon has the ability to control water. However, strength-wise, the frost dragon is stronger." "How strong?" Qin Renyue exclaimed. "These are all tamed fierce beasts. Some of the ones that are as intelligent as humans are even more terrifying," Jie Jinan solemnly said. At this time, Lu Zhou said, "You seem to have forgotten something. What is it?" Jie Jinan was puzzled. Qin Renyue helpfully reminded Jie Jinan. "The 9-clawed black dragon." Jie Jinan smacked his forehead lightly and asked Lu Zhou, "How did you kill the black dragon?" Lu Zhou did not answer Jie Jinan. Jie Jinan circled Lu Zhou a few times, alternating between shaking his head and nodding his head. After a moment, he finally shook his head and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Qin Renyue remained silent. He was outside of the black fog, so he could not see what was going inside. In fact, he also found it hard to believe, but based on the situation, it was highly likely that Lu Zhou really killed the black dragon. Buzz. At this time, the unique sound of energy resonance rang from the pillar of destruction. Upon hearing this, Jie Jinan's expression changed slightly. He rose up to the sky slightly and looked at the pillar of destruction from a low altitude. He quickly landed and said, "It's the Holy Maiden. I have to hide. Take care, both of you." "Wait." Jie Jinan could not wait any longer. He had to leave quickly. He disappeared from sight in just a blink of an eye at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Qin Renyue returned to Lu Zhou's side and called out tentatively, "Brother Lu." Qin Renyue did not know if he should leave or stay, so he decided to ask Lu Zhou's opinion. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and said, "There's no need to worry." At this time, the duo saw 2 towering green avatars in the sky. Their heights were unknown. When the green avatars disappeared, they saw 2 figures above the mountain stream. Qin Renyue was still worrying about being discovered by the Great Void when Lu Zhou said, "You're finally here." The 2 cultivators in the sky looked down. With just a flash, They descended until they reached a low altitude above the mountain stream. A familiar figure and a familiar face. Lan Shihe, Lu Zhou called out. The reason he was not worried was due to his ability to smell the other party's aura through the power of smell. He had long smelled the refreshing scent of mint and hibiscus. The other person was the blue-clad female attendant who was always by Lan Shihe's side. Lan Shihe frowned slightly as surprise flashed in her clear eyes. "It's you. Thank you for remembering me," Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Lan Shihe asked, "Did you kill the 9-clawed black dragon?" "Yes, I did." Lu Zhou was not afraid to be honest. Lan Shihe said, "You're really brave. Aren't you worried about being punished by the Great Void?" The way Lan Shihe spoke about punishment seemed to indicate she held a high position. Her words and actions were clearly those of someone who held a high position. Lu Zhou did not answer Lan Shihe's question. Instead, he asked, "Are you alone?" Lan Shihe did not respond to Lu Zhou's question as well. Instead, she said, "I believe Pavilion Master Lu couldn't have killed the black dragon. Please take care of yourself. Let's go." After saying that, Lan Shihe and the blue-clad female attendant turned to leave. However, Lu Zhou continued to say, "I intentionally killed the black dragon for the purpose of meeting the people of the Great Void." Lan Shihe turned around. Lu Zhou said, "It's best if you don't simply move." Lan Shihe's expression was slightly unnatural upon hearing these words. She was puzzled. Why was Lu Zhou so hostile? Nonetheless, she still said, "Back then, the person Pavilion Master Lu sparred with at the White Tower was just a projection of mine from a sacred relic I left in the White Tower. Are you really confident you'll be able to defeat me now?" Lan Shihe could sense that Lu Zhou was ready to make a move at any time. Lu Zhou said, "It doesn't matter if you're a god from the heavens or a human on earth. Killing my disciple is an unforgivable crime." "Killing your disciple? Is the halcyon bird your mount?" "Yes," Lan Shihe replied. "You're quite brave seeing as you dare to take responsibility for your actions. Didn't I teach you enough of a lesson back then?" Lu Zhou asked in a dark voice. Realization finally dawned on Lan Shihe. She asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, you mean to say that the halcyon bird killed your disciple?" Lu Zhou stared at Lan Shihe unblinkingly. How could Lan Shihe not know about such a big matter? Lan Shihe could clearly see the hostility in Lu Zhou's eyes, so she said, "It's true that I have control over the halcyon bird, but the beast tamer, Yang Lianxing, could also control it. The halcyon bird and Ling Guang, the fire deity, were old enemies, and they both perished on Mount Halcyon. That's all I know. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you." "You really don't know?" Lu Zhou was perplexed. The blue-clad female attendant who was standing next to Lan Shihe suddenly said, "With my master status, there's no need for her to explain herself to you." The blue-clad female attendant was no longer the same person from the past. After all, she now emitted a strong sense of superiority. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and instantly launched a palm seal that had been imbued with 1/3 of his divine power. The divine power brought it with a huge sense of oppression and intimidation. The blue-clad female attendant's expression changed drastically, and she hastily retreated for 10 meters. Alas, the palm seal tore through space and appeared in front of the blue-clad female attendant in just a blink of an eye. Lan Shihe exclaimed in surprise, "A venerable master?" Then, Lan Shihe raised her fair right hand that shone like the sun, dispelling the palm seal. Qin Renyue and Lu Zhou. Qin Renyue's heart pounded in his chest even harder than before when he saw this scene. The woman in front of them was clearly very powerful. Lan Shihe dropped her hand, and the light disappeared. After everything returned to normal, she said, "I didn't expect you to become a venerable master in such a short time." Lu Zhou said expressionlessly, "You're much stronger than the projection of yours." Lan Shihe's expression turned slightly unnatural when Lu Zhou mentioned her projection. Regardless of whether it was her real self or her projection, there was no denying she had lost terribly because of Lu Zhou's 3 moves. As a holy maiden of the Great Void, that matter was indeed rather embarrassing. As an equalizer, How could she be called competent if she could not suppress those from the 9 domains? Lan Shiha finally said, "Back then, I used a sacred relic to form a projection without any memories. I stayed in the White Tower Council to maintain peace. If I had left even the slightest bit of memory in my projection, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me." Sensing that the atmosphere was getting tenser like a fight could break out at any moment, Qin Runyue hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Can we talk about the matter at hand?" Then, Qin Runyue winked meaningfully at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou ignored Qin Runyue and solemnly said, "Then, let's get down to business." "Please speak," Lan Shiha said. "It's only right for someone to pay with their lives after killing someone," Lu Zhou said. "The Halcyon bird, Yang Lianxing, Yu Qi, and Yang Jinhong all died on Mount Halcyon. Isn't that enough?" Lan Shiha was perplexed. If it were not because she knew Lu Zhou, based on the perspective of the Great Void, Lu Zhou should be the one to blame for that huge incident. "They were killed by Ling Guang. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Lan Shiha was speechless. Qin Runyue did not expect the people from the Great Void to be so reasonable. He found it rather unbelievable. After a moment, he said, "I don't think you're behind the incident. All you need to do is to tell us who is the culprit." "The culprit is Yu Qi. There's no one else," Lan Shiha said with a sigh. "I didn't expect this to happen. I'm very sorry. I'll hide the matter today from the Sacred Hall. I'm very sorry for your loss, Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou was silent. If it were someone else who came, he would have thrown out a bunch of item cards without wasting words. He did not expect to meet Lan Shiha. After talking to her, it was clear she was unaware of what had happened. Moreover, based on her strength, there was no need for her to lie. Moreover, she had once helped Yi Tianxin and the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was not time to make an enemy out of the Great Void yet. Seeing that Lu Zhou was silent, Lan Shiha said directly, "Farewell." Then, Lan Shiha flew away. The sun, moon, and star will shone brightly before she arrived at the Pillar of Destruction in just a blink of an eye and vanished from sight. Qin Runyue inhaled deeply before he said, "She's very strong." "Indeed," Lu Zhou said. "Fortunately, she knows how to distinguish right from wrong. If we really fight, the consequences would be unimaginable," Qin Runyue said. Lu Zhou remained silent. Whatever he said now would sound like he was bragging anyway. It would just make things awkward. At this moment, a figure flew over. "She left." Qin Runyue nodded. "That's right. That was close. That woman isn't simple. Don't provoke her. Both of you are really courageous. You didn't bother hiding at all. If she's angry, I don't even dare to show myself," Jie Jinan said. "You seem afraid of her." "I'm not afraid of her, but I'm afraid of the people behind her," Jie Jinan said, saying that woman has the potential of becoming a supreme being in the future, so we can't underestimate her. "A supreme being?" Qin Runyue was shocked. "She has the Great Void Seed after all," Jie Jinan said. Qin Runyue fell silent. That woman clearly had a powerful background. Jie Jinan said, "There are 10 halls in the Great Void. One of the halls, the 8th hall, used to be called the Hall of Light, but its name was changed to Shiha Hall. It's the only hall that has a name change. Accordingly, she's one of the 12 Dao Saints of the Great Void." "She's actually a Dao Saint?" "After becoming a Venerable Master, the number of birth charts is no longer the deciding factor of power. The control over the laws and the comprehension of the laws are the deciding factors. However, if one's comprehension level was the same as one's opponent, then the deciding factor would be the number of birth charts. Lan Shiha was already a saint with 30 birth charts 10,000 years ago. When a saint has mastery over the Dao, they would be known as Dao Saints. When they have mastery over the Great Dao, they would be known as Great Dao Saints." Although Lu Zhou's expression remained the same, he was rather surprised. He did not expect Lan Shiha to be that strong. How terrifying. Qin Runyue moved next to Lu Zhou and said, "That was close. Brother Lu, it seems like we couldn't recognize Mount Tai when it was in front of us. To think that the Great Void is so strong." Jie Jinan coughed twice before he said, "Let me remind you that the person next to you is not bad either. Don't talk nonsense." Qin Runyue smiled and said, "Of course, Brother Lu is not bad. Is there a need to state the obvious?" No, you don't understand," Jie Jinan said, intending to explain. However, when he recalled how complex things were, he only helplessly said, "Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you." Then, Jie Jinan straightened his back and said, "Remember to cultivate well. Farewell." "Jie Jinan," Lu Zhou called out. "What's the matter?" Jie Jinan was puzzled. "Why are you helping me?" Jie Jinan scratched his head and thought for a long time, but he still could not think of a good excuse. Therefore, he grinned and said, "Because of fate." After saying that, Jie Jinan disappeared. Qin Runyue said, filled with admiration, "Brother Lu, you have a lot of friends. Moreover, all of them are experts." Lu Zhou did not respond. Instead, he flew into the air before he made his way to the Pillar of Destruction. Qin Runyue's expression changed instantly. Again. Nonetheless, Qin Runyue gritted his teeth and followed Lu Zhou. After witnessing Lan Shiha's strength, his heroic spirit and boiling blood had long been cooled down. The duo flew over the carcass of the Black Dragon, took a detour in the Forest of Horror, and drew close to the Pillar of Destruction. This was Lu Zhou's second time being so close to the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong. The difference was that this time he returned as a great venerable master. Lu Zhou had come to Yuzhong's Pillar of Destruction because he had seen the light from the glazed ceramic. The trip to Great Han had made him understand that the purple glazed ceramics were tools for illuminating the Pillars of Destruction and that they were very rare. Since there were 10 Pillars of Destruction, there should be 10 purple glazed ceramics. Lu Zhou suspected that his purple glazed ceramic came from the largest and tallest Pillar of Destruction, which was at Randing, the heart of the unknown land. The purple glazed ceramic that Qiu Wenjian obtained should also be the real thing. It was just inferior to Lu Zhou's. Qin Runyue looked at the Pillar of Destruction that towered into the fog and muttered, "No matter how many times I've been here, it still looks so awe-inspiring." Lu Zhou said with a sigh, "The person who created the pillars must be peerless. After all, they support an entire land that suppresses the world." Qin Runyue seemed to understand and not understand Lu Zhou's words at the same time. He asked, "Brother Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Zhou pointed at the Pillar of Destruction that towered into the black fog and said, "It's exactly what you think. The Pillars of Destruction support the Great Void." Qin Runyue, as venerable master, Qin Runyue's knowledge and experience naturally surpassed those of ordinary people. He had read many ancient books to look for answers, and he had seen many clues that alluded to the Great Void being in the unknown land. However, that was it. No one knew exactly where the Great Void was located in the unknown land. Although the Great Void had invited many peerless cultivators, venerable masters, and saints from the 9 domains in the past, none who left returned. Occasionally, people from the Great Void would appear to carry out missions, but they were arrogant and disdained to speak to those from the 9 domains. In fact, even some cultivators from the Great Void did not know exactly where the Great Void was located since they relied on teleportation talismans and runic passages to go in and out of the Great Void. Moreover, the unknown land was really too vast. It was difficult to get a full view of everything. After a moment, Qin Runyue asked, "Brother Lu, if the Great Void is really at the top of the Pillars of Destruction, then you're not really going to fly up there, are you?" Lu Zhou stared unblinkingly at the Pillar of Destruction that resembled a humongous chimney as he replied, "Of course, I'm going to fly up there, but not now." Qin Runyue felt relieved upon hearing these words. Lu Zhou pointed at the Pillar of Destruction and said, "Let's go and have a look." Qin Runyue immediately said, No. Something will definitely happen. The Great Void is particularly strict when it comes to the Pillars of Destruction. There's no Tianwu or Lord Jinnan here, and the Black Dragon has also." Lu Zhou interjected, "All right, you wait here. I'm going in." Swoosh! Lu Zhou flew up into the sky along the Pillar of Destruction. With the pillar as a guide, He would not lose his way in the darkness of the black fog. Lu Zhou flew for 15 minutes before he felt the vitality energy begin to thin and the pressure began to bore down on him. Venerable masters could still continue flying up past this point, but most cultivators would have to stop at this point. Lu Zhou looked at the pillar of destruction curiously. If the Great Void was located so high up, was the environment up there good? He shook his head. No matter what, everything was just his speculation before he could confirm it. However, based on Xianxia's strength and the formation, the environment in the Great Void should be much better than those in the 9 domains. The wind whistled in Lu Zhou's ears as he continued to fly up. Fortunately, the protective energy of a great venerable master was capable of dealing with the wind. After a while, he could feel his vitality energy was almost exhausted. The pressure had grown even heavier as well. Since he could not mobilize the energy in his surroundings, he could only use the energy from his Dantian Sea of Qi. Who on earth is capable of creating the pillars of destruction? Lu Zhou wondered again. It was so high up that even he, a great venerable master, was pressured by the height. After an unknown period of time, Lu Zhou came to a stop. A vacuum zone? It was relatively calm here. The glazed ceramic shone brighter here due to the slightly thinning fog. Lu Zhou frowned. Going any higher will be extremely dangerous. Lu Zhou looked at the pillar of destruction that had a diameter of more than tens of thousands of feet. Then he pushed his hand out. Boom! The palm seal hit the pillar of destruction, leaving a mark behind. However, in just a short moment, the mark silently disappeared. The higher it is, the steadier it becomes? Lu Zhou was inwardly shocked. At this moment, a terrifying thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. If the pillars of destruction were destroyed, would the Great Void return to the world? In some of the ancient books he had read, some of the great ancestors of the past had prayed fervently for the Great Void's return to the world. When the world was in chaos, the Great Void that represented the peaceful and prosperous era of mankind left the land and came to the sky. Was it abandonment or was it for the pursuit of something else? Lu Zhou continued launching dozens of palm seals. All of them hit the pillar of destruction, and the results were the same as before. All the marks disappeared without a trace after a short while. Swoosh! Lu Zhou rose about 1,000 meters above the vacuum zone. In just an instant, heavy pressure assaulted him from all directions. He brought out his purple glazed ceramic and tossed it out. Go! The purple glazed ceramic shone brilliantly like a moon. It cut through the fog and the clouds, dispelling the darkness. Then Lu Zhou joined his palms together. Golden Buddha's body. Buzz! The Golden Buddha's body helped Lu Zhou resist the pressure. He hovered in the air, waiting for the return of his purple glazed ceramic. Meanwhile, Qin Runyue was on tenterhooks as he paced back and forth. After a long time had passed, seeing that Lu Zhou had yet to return, he flew around the surroundings to check for abnormal movements. When there were powerful, fierce beasts passing by, he would hide. In the Great Void, in front of the sacred hall, a group of cultivators gathered and waited silently. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a voice rang from within the hall. Have you investigated the matter regarding the 9-clawed black dragon? A monk bowed and said, I have sent a patrol team along with the frost dragon to Yuzhong and Great Han. They've yet to return. Where's the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden should be on her way back. As soon as these words were said, Xianxia and the blue-clad female attendant appeared in the distance. The cultivators in the vicinity looked at her with gazes filled with admiration and awe, instinctively making a path for her. Xianxia's limpid eyes and expression were the same as usual as she looked in the direction of the hall and said, Xianxia greets the hall master. Dispense with the formality. I've investigated the matter regarding the black dragon, but I still can't find the culprit, Xianxia said. Everyone exchanged a glance. Even the Holy Maiden went to Yuzhong to investigate the matter and found nothing. The hall master did not seem angry by the lack of results. He only said, Then continue investigating. At this time, Xianxia said, However, there's one thing I don't understand. Speak. The halcyon bird should have only listened to me. Why did it secretly leave with Yang Lianxing? Lan Shihe asked. Upon hearing these words, the others were confused. They did not understand what Lan Shihe was trying to say. Mr. Ouyang has already investigated this matter. The halcyon bird and Yang Lianxing colluded with Yu Qi. The trio had already received the punishment they deserved and paid for it with their lives, dying together with Ling Guang. Lan Shihe furrowed her brows slightly. Then how did Pavilion Master Lu's disciple appear on Mount Halcyon? It's impossible for him to go there if no one guides him there. There can't be such a coincidence. After a moment, Lan Shihe said again, The halcyon bird has always obeyed my orders. It wouldn't leave for no reason. What do you mean? Someone's manipulating the incidents in the dark. I demand a thorough investigation, Lan Shihe said. A cultivator said, Are you doubting Mr. Ouyang? Lan Shihe shook his head and said in a loud and clear voice, No, I agree with the conclusion that Mr. Ouyang arrived at. However, I want to thoroughly investigate the matter to find out who's manipulating this behind the scenes. The culprit can't go unpunished. Everyone remained for a moment before they agreed with Lan Shihe one after another. I agree with the Holy Maiden. Me too. I agree as well. After a long time, the voice rang from the sacred hall again. Then we'll do as the Holy Maiden wishes. Understood. Clank. At this moment, the scales of justice at the back began to creak and fluctuate greatly before it returned to its original state. The cultivators turned around. Their eyes were filled with shock. The imbalance had always crept up slowly since ancient times. This sudden rise and fall surprised everyone. What happened? The formation under the scales of justice. Something must have disturbed the balance. Swoosh! At this moment, a black-clad figure appeared above everyone. Everyone fell silent. The black-clad figure smiled and said, Why don't I go and take a look? The sacred hall was silent. The voice rang from the sacred hall again. Old Jiang, leave this small matter to them. The black-clad figure said, It's fine. If there's a need, I'll go. With that, the black-clad figure vanished into thin air. Boom! An explosion rang from the pillar of destruction. The earth trembled and the fog in the sky surged violently. At this time, Lu Zhou, who was still hovering in the air, saw something bright shooting toward him. It was the purple glazed ceramic. Lu Zhou smiled as he extended his hand. Come! The purple glazed ceramic that was like a shooting star tore through space and returned to Lu Zhou's hand. The sky dimmed immediately. There was no time to sense the purple glazed ceramic's changes now. He descended swiftly through the fog and whistling wind. Qin Renyue heard a clap of thunder and instinctively looked up. After a while, he saw Lu Zhou emerging from the fog like an immortal. He called out, Brother Lu! Now that Lu Zhou's vision was no longer obscured and the pressure was gone, he was like a fish in water. He quickly used the divine power and the power of the Tao and landed at the foot of the pillar of destruction in just a blink of an eye. Yuzhong was completely dark at this moment. Let's go, Lu Zhou said. All right. The duo did not waste time and made their way toward the runic passage. Buzz! In just a moment, the duo vanished from sight. In the evil sky pavilion, the eastern pavilion was quiet. Yu Shangrong stood on a huge boulder outside of the eastern pavilion and stared at the place where his master lived. He was curious. Why had his master not returned yet? Mr. Second, Mr. First has returned, Pan Zhong said. All right. Yu Shangrong's expression was the same as usual. Pan Zhong said tentatively, Mr. First seems to be in a good mood. Yu Shangrong wanted to say something but held back in the end. He only let out a soft sigh before he flew away nimbly. After flying for about 10 minutes, he turned around and said, Old Seventh's death dealt a big blow to him. From now on, don't mention the name Siwuya in front of him. Understood, Pan Zhong said as he watched Yu Shangrong fly away to the back of the mountain. In just a short moment, he saw energy swords lighting up the sky at the back of the mountain. He said helplessly, Mr. Second has started practicing his swordsmanship alone again. At this time, Zhou Jifeng flew over from afar and said with a sigh, "How can we not understand his feelings?" As soon as Zhou Jifeng's voice fell, Yu Zhenghai appeared in the distance. "Mr. First," Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng called out and bowed in unison. Yu Zhenghai nodded before he asked, "Where's old Second?" "He's gone to practice his swordsmanship at the back of the mountain," Pan Zhong replied. Yu Zhenghai said, "Old Seventh's death has dealt a great blow to him. From now on, don't mention the name Si Wuya in front of him." "Understood." The duo nodded quickly. With that, Yu Zhenghai flew away. In the icy and dark depths of the endless ocean, sea beasts swam back and forth occasionally. Those with a keen sense of smell were now gathered at the bottom of the sea, attracted by a fragrant smell. They swam back and forth, searching for the source of the fragrance. When they finally saw a faint light, they rushed toward it immediately. They ruled under the sea. There were no humans to stop them after all. They swam unimpeded toward the bottom of the sea. When they finally saw a glowing black coffin, which was the source of the fragrance, they began to charge at it in a frenzy as though they had lost their minds. Bang! 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 The runes on the black coffin would release energy seals, killing the weaker sea beasts that dared to approach. Fresh blood dyed the water at the bottom of the sea red immediately as the carcasses of the weaker sea beasts floated in the water. Perhaps, the terror of the depths of the sea was beyond human understanding. When Yu Zhenghai sealed the coffin and dropped it into the endless ocean, he likely did not expect there would be so many sea beasts. Just a school of weaker sea beasts had millions of sea beasts. On their own turf without human intervention, the sea beasts were even more unbridled and vicious. Bang! 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 They kept slamming against the black coffin as the muffled sounds of collision rang underwater. Crack! Under their relentless effort, a crack finally appeared on the coffin. Upon seeing this, the sea beasts grew even more frenzied. It was as though they could already see the delicious food before their eyes as the smell of the fragrance grew even stronger, wafting out of the crack. The scent caused the sea beasts to lose their rationality immediately. They attacked the coffin crazily and even attacked each other to fight for the food. Blood continued to flow as the water churned under the sea. Some of the sea beasts' carcasses had already floated up, on their way to the surface. The underwater fight continued. Alas, no one was able to witness this spectacular scene. Bang! 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 Crack! Another crack appeared. At this moment, a huge sea beast charged over and slammed into the coffin, killing 10,000 sea beasts in just one go. Boom! Seawater shot up, forming a tall wave of blood in the air. The sea beasts fled in all directions. Their greed for delicious food vanished into thin air with the appearance of the huge sea beast. All they cared about now was their lives. As the sea beasts fled in throngs, they stirred up huge waves dyed with blood that crashed against the shore. At this time, a courageous cultivator finally flew over to have a look. When he saw the bloody seawater, his legs trembled from fear. He thought the end of the world had arrived, and for a moment, he did not know what to do. With that, rumors began to spread. Some people said there was an impending attack from the sea beasts, and some said it was a sign that the heavens were going to cleanse the world and punish mankind. In the east of Great Yen, the coastline of the endless ocean stretched endlessly, and it was dyed red with blood. On the surface of the sea, a huge sea beast could be seen biting on a coffin as it charged through countless sea beasts and cut across the surface of the sea like a sharp knife. On Golden Court Mountain, Yu Zhenghai was holding his jasper saber and waving it around, looking bored. He kept repeating the same movements until his body grew numb. Only then did he stop to sit down. At this time, a female disciple walked over. She bowed and said, "Mr. First, there's a report from the divine capital." "A report?" "Yes, from Hua Chongyang, the former protector of the Nether sect." "Read it." Even at the mention of his old friends, Yu Zhenghai's expression remained the same. "A strange phenomenon has occurred in the endless ocean. The seawater has turned into blood, causing cultivators and the ordinary folks to panic. The seawater has turned into blood? Yu Zhenghai frowned. All right, I'll go and have a look. With that, Yu Zhenghai left the evil sky pavilion and rushed toward the endless ocean. With his current cultivation base, his top speed had now surpassed Kuei-Nyo. After half a day of flying at top speed, Yu Zhenghai arrived at the seaside. He saw many cultivators hovering in the air, looking at the blood-red water. What happened? There are so many sea beasts' carcasses. Perhaps they're fighting among themselves? Don't be fooled by the rumors. At this time, a cultivator flew back from the endless ocean and said, "There are beast emperors out there. They're scaring away all the weaker sea beasts. It seems like they're headed east." After listening to the conversation in his surroundings, Yu Zhenghai felt like something was amiss. He left a series of afterimages in his wake as he flew out to sea, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Yu Zhenghai went to the spot where he had sunk the coffin and swept his eyes across his surroundings. Sea beasts' carcasses littered the surface of the sea. Some of the carcasses were so fresh that blood was still gushing out from them. Yu Zhenghai's expression stiffened upon seeing this. A vein throbbed on his forehead and he shouted, "Seventh junior brother!" Then he brought out the Jasper saber and unleashed a 10,000 feet long energy saber, which seemed to carry a force that seemed capable of splitting the sky and earth, that descended from the sky. Swoosh! It struck the sea, stirring up a huge wave on both sides. Alas, the endless ocean was too deep. How could he split the sea with just his energy saber alone? The sea quickly returned to its original state. Yu Zhenghai continued swinging his saber in a frenzy. All the carcasses on the surface of the sea were diced up by him. However, no matter how many times he hacked, it was useless. After an hour, he had no choice but to give up. He looked at the surface of the sea helplessly. He did not want to accept the fact that even if there were no sea beasts, Sea Wuxia would have been long carried away by the currents. He sighed heavily as he continued to look at the sea. Finally, just as he was about to turn around, a cultivator dressed in silver armor appeared next to him. Surprised, he asked, "Who are you?" "Get lost," the silver-armored cultivator said coldly. Subsequently, a sound wave swept toward Yu Zhenghai, sending him flying back. He grunted before blood trickled out the corner of his lips. With this, how could he not know the person before him was an expert whose cultivation base far surpassed his? Yu Zhenghai flipped in the air and stepped on the surface of the water before he stabilized his footing. After wiping the blood off the corner of his lips, he said, "I don't know you. Why did you attack?" A trace of surprise flashed in the silver-armored cultivator's eyes as he exclaimed, "You didn't die." Yu Zhenghai turned to look at the sea. It seemed like this matter was not simple. The silver-armored cultivator was likely not from the Golden Lotus domain. He had to think of a way to leave. After a moment, he asked, "Are you from the Great Void?" The silver-armored cultivator frowned and said, "Lowly ants actually know about the Great Void?" Following that, the silver-armored cultivator launched a black palm seal. Bang! In just a second, it sent Yu Zhenghai flying back again. The silver-armored cultivator landed on the surface of the sea, stepping on it as though he was on land. Then he said, "You actually managed to withstand 2 moves from me. Interesting. Humans might not care about ants hiding in the grass, but if an ant grew to the size of a spider, humans would definitely kill it." Splash! 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 The silver-armored cultivator walked on the surface of the sea. His confident smile revealed his killing intent as he said, "Since the equalizer is carrying out a task, you shouldn't be here." Then the silver-armored cultivator shot out toward Yu Zhenghai, leaving afterimages in his wake. When he arrived in front of Yu Zhenghai, he pushed his hand out. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai pushed his hand out as well. Bang! The collision stirred up huge waves immediately. The silver-armored cultivator looked at Yu Zhenghai and said with a hint of praise, "You're a very tenacious ant. Originally, I thought this mission was going to be boring. I guess it's not as boring as I imagined it to be." Then, the silver-armored cultivator seemed to vanish into thin air before he reappeared below Yu Zhenghai and struck upward with his hand. Xianxia spun around and unleashed his energy saber. Bang! The silver-armored cultivator, whose hand was still above his head, received the energy saber head-on. A black lotus bloomed under his feet as he soared up, pressing back against the energy saber. Boom! Xianxia flew out again. The silver-armored cultivator smiled slightly and said, "Alas, my time is limited, so I can't play with you anymore. I'm going to end this now." A shadow flashed and appeared above Xianxia in just a second. At the same time, a black lotus spun out toward him. Xianxia hurriedly cast his first trial ability. His body flashed red before he merged with his avatar. When the black lotus hit Xianxia, his golden lotus shrank and vanished into his Dantian sea of qi. A life-saving ability? Splash! Xianxia sank into the sea. The silver-armored cultivator sensed the movement under the water. When he could not detect any life force, he nodded in satisfaction as he said, "Only foolish people would protect their birth charts with their lives. Without your life, what use are your birth charts?" After confirming there was no sign of life, the silver-armored cultivator began to investigate the strange phenomenon. At the same time, at the Qin clan's southern training hall, Lu Zhou had already rested for half a day. At this moment, Qin Runyue paced back and forth as he muttered, "The sky has been pierced. The people of the Great Void don't recognize you. Why are you so afraid?" Lu Zhou asked. Although the Great Void knew there were 4 venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain, they did not know about the specifics. Qin Runyue replied, "But that woman recognizes you. I haven't even settled the score with them. And yet, they dare to look for trouble with me?" Lu Zhou said. Qin Runyue said, "Now's not the time to care about pride. In any case, I'm not worried about Brother Lu, but what about the others?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou fell silent. Indeed, he was not worried about his life. No one could do anything to him. However, what about his disciples? He had already lost one disciple. How could he repeat the same mistake? Finally, Lu Zhou said, "You're right." Qin Runyue nodded as he said, "I'm glad Brother Lu agrees with me. By the way, I have an excellent place for you to cultivate." "No need." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said, "I have another place." "Where is it, Brother Lu?" "Unknown land is vast. With its environment, there's no better place for cultivating than that place." Qin Runyue wanted to persuade Lu Zhou to not be so reckless. However, he recalled Lu Zhou was a great venerable. Even if Lu Zhou could not defeat his opponent, he should have no problem escaping. Moreover, due to how vast the unknown land was, it was also easier to deal with the people from the Great Void. Most importantly, the cultivation resources in the unknown land, such as life hearts, were better in the unknown land. That's a good idea. If you're going to the unknown land, it's best to stay away from the core area and the pillars of destruction, Qin Runyue finally said. Lu Zhou asked, "Are life hearts of the fierce beasts in the core area better?" Qin Runyue thought to himself that he should not have mentioned the core area. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully, "Of course." "Very good," Lu Zhou said with a nod. Lu Zhou looked at the sky outside and said, "It's time for me to return." "All right." Qin Runyue did not stop Lu Zhou this time. Just as Lu Zhou was about to step out of the training hall, he said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry for your loss." Lu Zhou did not turn back, nor did he say anything. With just a flash, he vanished from sight. At dusk, in the Golden Lotus domain, at this moment, a rainbow appeared among the clouds and shone on the ground. This was a rare sight due to the imbalance. The waves crashed against the shore repeatedly. The terrifyingly bloody seawater was nowhere to be seen. The sea had long regained its original appearance. At this time, while a few cultivators admired the rainbow, the silver-armored cultivator flew over and asked, "Did you see anything abnormal on the surface of the sea?" "Huh? No. Previously, the seawater was red. Does that count as strange?" The silver-armored cultivator smiled. "Of course it counts. Apart from that, is there anything else?" "Well, there were many sea beasts and their carcasses as well. The largest one was headed east." "Many thanks." the silver-armored cultivator said as he cupped fists together. Why are you asking about this? I'm just trying my luck, hoping to find life hearts. The silver-armored cultivator replied. Everyone nodded. The silver-armored cultivator asked again, who has the highest cultivation base in the Golden Lotus domain? No way, brother. You don't even know this. The silver-armored cultivator smiled and said, I really don't know. Upon hearing this, the cultivator took a step back and asked warily, You don't know? The silver-armored cultivator could tell something was amiss, so he asked, Is it wrong not to know? Are you a foreigner? The silver-armored cultivator became impatient with this back and forth, so he flicked his wrist, sending a wave of primal chi over. The cultivators fell to their knees immediately, sweating profusely. I'll ask the questions. All you have to do is answer them. Why you're really a foreigner. You don't even know about the strongest cultivator of Great Yen, Senior G. Senior G, the silver-armored cultivator said skeptically. At the same time, he grumbled inwardly, Elder Jiang, why didn't you come instead? Outwardly, the silver-armored cultivator continued to ask with a smile, Where is that Senior G now? As soon as his voice fell, he noticed something was amiss. The kneeling cultivators in front of him had raised their heads, but their eyes were not trained on him. Instead, they were looking at something or someone behind him. At the same time, a voice rang from behind him. You're looking for my master? The silver-armored cultivator spun around and exclaimed in surprise, You're not dead. The kneeling cultivators looked at the drenching wet person in front of them, whose eyes were shining with killing intent, wielding the jasper saber in his hand. He was none other than Yu Zhenghai, the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Zhenghai was fast. He swung his jasper saber with both hands, unleashing a 1,000-foot-long energy saber. Bang! The silver-armored cultivator sneered. I'd like to see how tenacious you are. Then, the silver-armored cultivator lifted his hand and caught the energy saber with 2 fingers. As the battle began, the cultivators retreated one after another. It's Mr. First. It's Mr. First from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Thank you for saving our lives, Mr. First. Ding! Worshipped by 15 people. Reward, 15 merit points. Yu Zhenghai glared at the silver-armored cultivator angrily and pressed down with his energy saber. Crack! At this time, the silver-armored cultivator discovered his protective energy had been breached. His expression changed as he hurriedly flicked his 2 fingers. Bang! The duo separated. The silver-armored cultivator landed on the surface of the water and looked at Yu Zhenghai solemnly. You've grown stronger? Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai's gaze was filled with killing intent as he said, It's too late for you now. Whoosh! Yu Zhenghai arrived in front of the silver-armored cultivator and launched the great dark heaven palm. The silver-armored cultivator pushed his hand out. Boom! Waves rose up to the sky immediately. This is good. I'm not interested in weak opponents, the silver-armored cultivator said as he attacked. The duo battled fiercely above the sea. The seawater surged endlessly, and sea beasts leaped out of the sea as they fought back and forth. After a while, the silver-armored cultivator exclaimed in disbelief, You actually passed your second birth trial? Bang! 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 The duo continued to fight fiercely. The silver-armored cultivator was extremely surprised. The combat strength of someone who had passed the second birth trial was much stronger than those who had only passed the first birth trial, after all. After fighting for a while, the silver-armored cultivator chuckled and said, I've played enough. Although you've passed your second birth trial, you're still no different from an ant. Give up. Buzz. A dazzling astrolabe shining with 18 birth charts appeared in the sky. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Venerable Master? I've been suppressing my cultivation base to investigate some matters. You should feel honored that I'm unleashing my full strength. The silver-armored cultivator said. He flashed forward toward Yu Zhenghai and pushed his astrolabe out. Boom! 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 Pillars of water shot up into the sky immediately. All the weaker sea beasts were instantly killed as well. Yu Zhenghai flipped in the air. Their difference in strength was too great. For experts, even a millimeter of difference made a huge difference, let alone the difference of so many birth charts. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, waves rose up into the sky. Yu Zhenghai's blood and qi surged violently. His mind raced as he thought about how to overcome the difference in the strength between him and his opponent. Following that, he tossed his Jasper saber out. The Jasper saber burst forth with countless energy sabers. Fusing with the huge wave they stirred up that was like a city wall. Then he spun around and flew away. You want to leave? The silver-armored cultivator's body flashed with a black light as he shot past the wall of energy sabers. Just as his palm was about to land on Yu Zhenghai's back, creak, the seawater froze. The silver-armored cultivator froze like an ice sculpture. Yu Zhenghai's foot was caught by the ice as well, so he could not move. However, the ice did not spread past his foot. When he looked up, he saw a huge figure descending from the sky. Duan Mushang stood above Lu Wu, holding the Overlord spear in his hand. His expression was one of sorrow as he looked down. Lu Wu, third junior brother, Yu Zhenghai exclaimed in surprise. Lu Wu's body was big, but it was very nimble. As soon as he landed on the frozen seawater, it slapped its paw at the silver-armored cultivator. Boom! Then, Lu Wu lowered its head and began to exhale another breath of freezing energy. Creak! The sea continued to freeze. Finally, Lu Wu stomped its feet, cracking the ice. Bang! At this time, the silver-armored cultivator flew out of the sea, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Wu stepped on the ice and flew up, baring its fangs at the silver-armored cultivator. Duan Mushang said angrily, "How dare you bully my senior brother? Lu Wu, kill him! Roar!" Lu Wu's roar shook heaven and earth. The silver armor cultivator spun around and said angrily, "I'll kill you first." Since the silver-armored cultivator was in danger of being killed by Lu Wu, he pounced toward Duan Mushang instead. Although the silver-armored cultivator was as fast as lightning, Lu Wu was equally as fast, and its attack was accurate. It bit down on his thigh. The silver-armored cultivator suddenly turned around and brought his hand down, decisively severing his leg. Then, he shot toward Duan Mushang at lightning speed. His palm flashed with a black light, looking like the hand of death, as he struck at Duan Mushang. Duan Mushang was shocked. He hastily lifted his overlord spear and held it horizontally in front of him. Two purple dragons burst out as his eyes flashed with purple light. Boom! Duan Mushang was sent flying back. When the overlord spear knocked his chest, his entire body grew numb. At the same time, the two purple dragons swam up and down in his body, dispelling the chaotic black energy. The silver-armored exclaimed in shock, "The corrosive energy from the unknown land?" At this time, a voice rang from the silver-armored cultivator's back. "It seems like you're not afraid of death." Chills ran up the silver-armored cultivator's spine as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He turned around and saw Lu Wu looking down at him from above. Then, as fast as lightning, Lu Wu chomped down on his remaining leg. Blood dripped down the corners of Lu Wu's mouth as it said, "It's been a long time since I tasted a delicacy from the great void." Swoosh! Fear spread through the silver-armored cultivator's body. He wanted to move but found that he was unable to do so. He could only let Lu Wu bite him. In the end, the silver armor cultivator ended up in Lu Wu's mouth. As it chewed on the cultivator, an expression of enjoyment could be seen on its face. It was as though it was eating the most delicious piece of steak. The vitality energy leaked out from the cultivator's body into its mouth, making it feel very comfortable. Every time the silver-armored cultivator lost a birth chart, blood would surge out violently from his body. This continued until Lu Wu swallowed him. Lu Wu raised its head majestically to the sky. The fur on its body was like needles, glinting dazzlingly under the light of the rainbow. Then it looked at Yu Zhenghai and Duan Mushang, who were looking at it in a daze. It licked its lips in a leisurely manner as it said, "He's not enough to even fill the gaps between my teeth. Indeed, to the Beast Emperor Lu Wu, humans were insignificant size-wise. If it treated humans as food, humans were indeed unable to fill the gaps between its teeth. Duanmu Shang inhaled deeply. After the purple dragons vanished, he said, "I thought you didn't eat humans." "Nonsense," Lu Wu replied. Yu Zhenghai flew forward as energy seals appeared on his body, evaporating the water on him. Then he said, "Fortunately, you arrived in time." Duanmu Shang looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked, "First senior brother, I heard that seventh junior brother is dead?" Yu Zhenghai's expression froze. Then he sighed, which was equivalent to confirming Duanmu Shang's question. Duanmu Shang looked at the endless ocean. His desire to fight vanished immediately. Then he fell to his knees in the air and cried out loudly. Yu Zhenghai did not stop Duanmu Shang. Instead, he went to Duanmu Shang's side and patted Duanmu Shang's shoulder. The duo looked at the endless sea and did not speak for a long time. Lu Wu sat behind the duo and looked in the eastern direction without saying a word as well. The sun was setting in the west at this moment. The last ray of light swept through the dark clouds before it finally disappeared. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was puzzled when he received the notifications from the system after he returned. He thought Zhu Honggong was up to no good again, so he used the power of sight to check in on Zhu Honggong. However, he found that no one was worshipping Zhu Honggong. The Yellow Lotus domain was relatively stable as a whole. This was likely because there were not many fierce beasts there and the general strength was not very high. In order to ensure the balance, those from the Great Void would not rashly go to the Yellow Lotus domain, in fear of further disrupting the balance. Then Lu Zhou checked in on Zhao Yu. She was busy in the palace, and no one was kowtowing to her as well. The others were all in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it was impossible that the notification came from them. With that, Lu Zhou checked on Duanmu Shang. When he saw the carcasses floating in the sea, and the blood that dyed the shore red, he finally understood what had happened. With that, he cut off the power of sight. Then, he brought out the pillar of impermanence and pressed it into the ground before adjusting the circulation speed until it was 1,000 times faster. Then, he meditated on the heavenly writing. He did not continue exploring the scripture of sermons. It was too strange and might bring a huge backlash. He was already lucky enough that nothing happened previously. Maybe Chen Fu is right. It's very difficult to control the resurrection scroll. If I'm not careful, I might really be punished by the heavens. In the past, Lu Zhou had been rather passive. However, he had to take the initiative now. If he wanted to confront the Great Void, he would have to have sufficient strength. 18 birth charts are still far from enough. He had to increase his strength and the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength. The next morning, Duanmu Shang and Yu Zhenghai arrived in front of the Eastern Pavilion. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and said, "Enter." The duo entered the hall. When they saw their master sitting cross-legged on the ground, they bowed again. Lu Zhou looked at the duo and sensed their cultivation bases briefly before he asked, "How's the situation in the Misty Forest?" Duanmu Shang looked gloomy as he replied, "With Lu Wu around, things are stable. It's just that the number of fierce beasts is increasing." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "How's your cultivation coming along?" "I've made some progress. I can withstand Lu Wu's attacks for a while now," Duanmu Shang replied. "It's not bad that you're able to withstand Lu Wu's attacks. Your cultivation path is rather unique after all. Remember that you have to sprout your leaves," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Then, Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked, "Did you meet someone from the Great Void?" Yu Zhenghai was shocked. Then he hurriedly said, "Yes, I was no match for him. Fortunately, third junior brother and Lu Wu arrived in time." "I'm not blaming you," Lu Zhou said, shaking his head. He sighed, thinking about Si Wuya. As someone who had transmigrated to this world, material things aside, he only had his disciples. He had already lost one. How could he stand to lose another? Yu Zhenghai said through gritted teeth, "I shouldn't have taken the risk. However, after today, I'll work even harder than before. A blood debt can only be repaid with blood," Lu Zhou said gravely. Perhaps I shouldn't have accepted disciples back then. Bang! Duanmushang dropped the overlord spear in shock. Then, the two disciples kneeled and kowtowed in unison. Master, why would you say that? The duo thought they had done something wrong. Seeing the huge reaction from his disciples, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Rise to your feet." The duo stood up, filled with trepidation. Lu Zhou sighed. Back then, perhaps, all of you would have led better lives if you didn't join me or return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now, all of you have met with danger again and again after returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Zhenghai said as he kneeled again, "No matter what Master says, I will never leave the Evil Sky Pavilion." Duanmushang, who was slower by a beat, kneeled as well. Lu Zhou sighed. It was difficult for him to find someone to talk to in this vast world. He felt rather helpless. Every day when he woke up, all he saw were people who relied on him. Where were the people he could rely on? He could not fall. He could only continue to stand tall. After calming down, Lu Zhou waved his hand and returned to his dignified self. "You may leave." The duo bowed and left. Just as they were about to step out of the hall, "Yu Zhenghai," Lu Zhou called out. Yu Zhenghai stopped in his tracks. Lu Zhou said bluntly, "I'll make the Great Void repay 100-fold for what they've done." Upon hearing that, Yu Zhenghai clenched his hands into fists as his eyes reddened. In the next half a month, the Evil Sky Pavilion was quieter than usual. Due to see Wuya's death, everyone became very serious. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, who usually liked to joke around, no longer spoke freely as well. The four elders were only focused on cultivation. Little Yuaner, the most mischievous and playful among all the disciples, showed unprecedented and shocking concentration. She did not leave her room at all for half a month. In the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten when a female disciple came to the Eastern Pavilion. She bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, Miss Ninth sent me here to inform you that she has passed the first birth trial." "All right." Lu Zhou's calm voice rang from the hall. After the female cultivator left, she returned again in the afternoon. "What is it?" The female disciple stammered. "Miss Ninth has activated her 7th birth chart." "All right." Lu Zhou was not surprised by this. Among all his disciples, little Yuaner had the highest talent. Moreover, due to her young age and naivety, she did not have too many complex and distracting thoughts. Perhaps, on the surface, she seemed the most ordinary, but the heavens gave shocking talent and aptitude. In the past, she did not move, but now that she moved, it was astonishing. In the evening, instead of the female cultivator, Conk rushed over to the Eastern Pavilion. "Master, hurry up and have a look at 9th senior sister. She's gone mad." Creak. Lu Zhou pushed the door open. He placed his hands on his back as he looked at Conk and asked, "Gone mad?" Conk said anxiously, 9th junior sister just passed her first birth trial this morning, and yet, she insisted on activating her 7th birth chart at noon. After that, she insisted she was fine, and now she activated her 8th birth chart. She'll die if she continues. Lu Zhou's eyes widened slightly. This girl is too daring. 6 in the morning, 7 in the afternoon, and 8 in the evening? What's the difference in committing suicide? I'll go and have a look. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared at the southern pavilion in just a blink of an eye before he activated his power of sight and power of smell. When he found little Yuana room, he pushed the door open immediately. Bang! He saw the little fire phoenix flying back and forth in the air, spitting flames. Little Yuaner sat cross-legged in the center of the room, looking at the little fire phoenix with joy. Finally, he saw the golden avatar in front of her, and the 8 dazzling birth charts on her lotus seat. Even more shockingly, she was holding another life heart in her hand, clearly about to activate her 9th birth chart. Lu Zhou frowned. He really could not understand this. "Master!" Little Yuaner looked at her master in confusion. Lu Zhou walked into the room and took a closer look at little Yuaner's birth palace. At this time, the little fire phoenix turned around and spat out flames at Lu Zhou. Swoosh! Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, sending the little fire phoenix flying back, crashed against the window and slid to the ground, cried out miserable, feeling extremely aggrieved. Lu Zhou ignored the little fire phoenix and said to little Yuaner, "Don't move." "I'm fine, master. If I tell you not to move, then don't move." "Oh." Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. Imbued with the divine power, a blue lotus fell on little Yuaner's birth palace. Lu Zhou was surprised when he discovered how tough little Yuaner's birth palace was. The purpose of the first birth trial was to temper one's birth palace and to make it stronger. Nonetheless, he was still surprised by how strong her birth palace was. With the strength of her birth palace, there was in fact no need for her to pass the birth trial. She could naturally form her first birth trial ability. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's grave expression, little Yuaner asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong with me?" Lu Zhou did not answer her. Instead, he grabbed her wrist and checked her pulse. Primal Qi surged into her Dantian Sea of Qi. He discovered that her Dantian Sea of Qi was as strong as her birth palace. This is really strange. Every time there was a breakthrough, the Dantian Sea of Qi would expand once. At the same time, the walls of the Sea of Qi would grow stronger as well, making it harder to break through again. However, little Yuaner had easily raised her cultivation base to that of an 8-chart cultivator. "When did you activate your 8th birth chart?" Lu Zhou asked solemnly. About an hour ago," little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou's expression was a little unnatural as he asked again, "When did you activate your 7th birth chart?" Little Yuaner thought about it for a moment before she said, "About an hour and a half ago." "Is there still justice and law in this world?" Lu Zhou checked little Yuaner's pulse again. This time, he used his divine power to check her Dantian Sea of Qi. Soon enough, he discovered he could not force little Yuaner's great void seed to show itself. Little Yuaner said eagerly, "Master, I'm fine. I feel like I can continue activating my birth chart." At this time, Conk appeared at the door and said, "Look, Master, I told you 9th senior sister has gone crazy." Then, Lu Zhou let go of little Yuaner's hand and brought out the golden Taishu mirror. Imbued with the divine power, the golden Taishu mirror shone on little Yuaner. With that, Lu Zhou saw little Yuaner's 8 extraordinary meridians and her Dantian Sea of Qi. All of her meridians were glowing with the great void energy. Upon seeing this, Conk's mouth dropped open in shock as she raised her hand to cover her mouth. "You've completely fused with the great void seed," Lu Zhou said. Then he shone the golden Taishu mirror on Conk. A ball of blue light could be seen in Conk's abdomen. The great void seed was still being digested and had yet to completely fuse with her. In this state, the great void seed could easily be taken away by others. Little Yuaner asked, slightly confused, "So, can I still cultivate?" "Not only can you cultivate, but from now on, your cultivation speed is going to be faster than everyone," Lu Zhou said. He recalled when he first activated his birth chart, he had activated 2 in a day as well. Since little Yuaner had the great void seed, it was normal for her to be able to activate 3 in a day. Many of the talented cultivators recorded in the ancient books could activate 2 life hearts a day. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, little Yuaner said, "All right, then, I'll activate another birth chart." Then, she reached out to press a life heart into her birth palace. Lu Zhou frowned and waved his sleeve. Swoosh! Before the life heart touched the birth palace, it was swept up by a wave of energy. "Nonsense! Master!" Little Yuaner pouted, not knowing what she did wrong. After checking little Yuaner's cultivation, Lu Zhou said, "It's very dangerous to activate 3 birth charts in a day. Although your birth palace is very strong, you can't be so eager to chase after instant success." Little Yuan asked, "Master, after passing the first birth trial, it would be easier and less painful to activate the next birth charts, right?" "That's right," Lu Zhou replied. "However, how come I don't feel any pain at all?" These words are quite infuriating. It reminded Lu Zhou of some of his bad memories on Earth. He had studied with all his might but only barely passed the exam, while some people played around all day but still obtained full marks. It all boiled down to talent. Even with the Great Void Seed, little Yuaner talent was high enough that she would still make rapid progress. With the Great Void Seed, she was like a tiger with wings or a fish in water. Moreover, she cultivated the supreme purity jade slip. This cultivation method was fluid and did not seem to have a clear direction, but it was profound, and its progress was gradual. After all these years, not counting her time under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, it was not surprising that she could activate 3 birth charts in a day. Lu Zhou had once activated 4 birth charts a day. Some geniuses in the Green Lotus domain also managed to activate 2 or 3 birth charts in a day. There was no lack of such people who did not care about their lives and dared to take such risks like activating 3 birth charts in a day. After all, "It doesn't hurt?" Lu Zhou asked as he pressed his hand down on little Yuaner's birth palace and increased the pressure slightly. Seeing that there was no change in her expression, he increased the pressure slightly again. With this, her expression finally changed a little. Lu Zhou lifted his hand and said, "This should be a result of your years of cultivation. You've accumulated a lot of energy and experience, so you were able to activate 3 birth charts in a day. Based on what I've seen, you should be able to activate another birth chart, but I advise you to wait." "Oh, I will listen to Master then," little Yuaner said with a nod. Following that, Lu Zhou brought a life heart out and said, "This is the life heart of the 9-clawed black dragon. You can use it to activate any of the upcoming few birth charts." Little Yuaner took the life heart and looked at the life heart that resembled a black pearl and shone with a mysterious light. Then, she said, overjoyed, "Thank you, Master. Cultivate well. You don't have to rush to activate your birth charts," Lu Zhou said. "All right, I'll activate it tomorrow then," little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and turned to leave. Conk, who was standing at the entrance, said blankly, "Master, you cultivate well too. Don't worry about the life hearts," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Lu Zhou glanced at the little fire phoenix from the corners of his eyes. He still had the life heart of a divine beast as well. Currently, he did not lack Beast Emperor's life hearts. Back in the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou decided to enter the unknown land again. Compared to the unknown land, the Evil Sky Pavilion was now more eye-catching. Si Wuya's death was like a wake-up call to him. If Yu Zhenghai was not a Wuxian, he might not have escaped death. Based on his observation, the injuries Yu Zhenghai sustained at the Endless Ocean were not light. The unknown land was vast. It was easy to travel, accumulate resources, and improve one's cultivation base. The most important thing was it could help his disciples activate their Great Void Seeds. Mingshi Yin's Great Void Seed seemed to have been activated. If his speculation was right, his disciples needed to obtain the approval of the Pillars of Destruction to activate their Great Void Seeds. Hence, all things considered, it was imperative for them to go to the Pillars of Destruction in the unknown land. Following that, Lu Zhou brought the purple glazed ceramic out and mobilized his primal qi. As expected, it had grown stronger. The purple glazed ceramics at the Pillars of Destruction truly have extraordinary origins, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Back when he had obtained the purple glazed ceramic from Yizhen, he had already felt the purple glazed ceramic was not simple. Now, his suspicion had been confirmed. With this, he knew he had to be even more careful at the Pillars of Destruction. Finally, Lu Zhou pushed his thoughts aside and began to cultivate after mobilizing the purple glazed ceramic. The Evil Sky Pavilion sent news to Zhao Yu and Hua Yuesheng in the Divine Capital and Zhu Honggong and Zhao Hongfu in the Yellow Lotus domain. After arranging affairs in the palace, Zhao Yu went to look for the Empress Dowager to bid farewell. When the Empress Dowager heard that Zhao Yu was leaving, she grabbed Zhao Yu's hand and said, tremblingly, "Grandson, grandson." Perhaps it was due to old age, her mind had become muddled. As a result, she had trouble recognizing people and speaking coherently. Zhao Yu leaned forward and whispered into the Empress Dowager's ears, "Grandmother, I'll return." "Chan'er," the Empress Dowager muttered repeatedly as she held Zhao Yu's hand. Zhao Yu sighed before she straightened her back. Li Yunzhao, the eunuch by the Empress Dowager's side, said, "Princess, the Empress Dowager hasn't slept well over the past few days. Please bear with her. It's fine. Send a message to Island Master Huang. If it's possible, arrange for the prince to come and see her." "Understood." With that, Zhao Yu turned around and left the room. Seeing Li Yunzhao following behind her, she said, "Grandmother likes basking in the sun in the morning and drinking tea at noon. Make sure she gets to do that every day." "Understood." She likes listening to songs as well. However, there's no need for her to listen to them at Obedient Summer Villa. She can listen to them at Jinghe Palace. "Understood." Zhao Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks. In fact, it was useless to say these words. Li Yunzhao had served the Empress Dowager for so many years, after all, so he knew much more than she did regarding the Empress Dowager. There was no need for her to worry too much. With that, she strode out of the palace. Li Yunzhao flicked his sleeves and kneeled before he kowtowed, placing his forehead on the backs of his hands as he respectfully sent the princess off. In the Yellow Lotus domain, in the palace, Zhu Honggong was chatting and laughing with the Emperor Zai Hong. At this moment, Zhao Hongfu walked in. "Mr. 8th, Your Majesty." Zai Hongfu smiled and said, "Miss Zhao, don't stand on ceremony. You can sit wherever you like." Zhao Hongfu kneeled on one knee and said, "The pavilion master has summoned Mr. 8th back to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Zhu Honggong and Zai Hong were stunned. Zai Hong rose to his feet and asked, "You said that our divine protector's master is summoning him back?" Zhao Hongfu's usual mischievous smile vanished as he solemnly said, "Yes." Zai Hong turned around and said to Zhu Honggong, "Why don't you bring your honorable master here? I'll give my throne to him. What do you think?" Zhao Hongfu interjected, "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with the throne at all. Moreover, the pavilion master doesn't care about these things." Zhu Honggong took a bite of the fruit in his hand and asked, "Why is master summoning me back?" Zhao Hongfu frowned. A hint of sorrow could be seen on her face as she said, "Mr. 7th has passed away." Thud. The pear in Zhu Honggong's dropped and rolled on the ground. Then, he fell limply against the chair and fainted. Zhu Honggong slowly regained consciousness at noon. Zai Hong patted his chest nervously and said, "Brother, you're finally awake." Zhu Honggong hurriedly sat up and pushed the imperial physician and female attendants away before he called out, "Hongfu! Hongfu! Our return. Return to the Evil Sky Pavilion now." Zai Hong sighed. "Are you really going back?" As soon as Zai Hong's voice fell, Zhu Honggong began to cry loudly as he kept muttering repeatedly, "Seventh senior brother." The next morning, Zhu Honggong and Zhao Hongfu carried a large number of mystic microstones as they stepped into the runic passage Zhao Hongfu had constructed. When Zhu Honggong and Zhao Hongfu appeared in the runic passage in the Evil Sky Pavilion, most of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were already present. Kong Wen was the first to step forward and say, "Greetings, Mr. 8th. Zhu Honggong's expression that was originally solemn suddenly froze. Then, his face contorted as he burst into tears and leaped out of the runic passage. He bawled loudly, saying through his tears, "Seventh senior brother, you died so miserably. My seventh senior brother." Zhu Honggong's tears and snot were sincere. It was the sudden outburst that stunned everyone. Perhaps, everyone present had a longer time to come to accept Si Wuya's death. Most of them had calmed down slightly. After all, they could not drown in sorrow. In the end, they could only sigh and shake their heads as they watched Zhu Honggong cry. Zhu Honggong wiped the tears off his face and said, "I want to see Master." Then, without another word, Zhu Honggong went to the Eastern Pavilion. Meanwhile, Kong Wen looked at the runic passage that was filled with mystic microstone as he exclaimed, "These are mystic microstones?" Zhao Hongfu said, "Over the past few years, Mr. 8th didn't dare to slack off. He would bring people to dig for mystic microstones every day. Most of the mystic microstones in the Yellow Lotus domain are all here." After saying that, Zhao Hongfu let out a long sigh. It was a pity that the brain that was the best at arranging these matters was gone. No matter how great the treasures were, they could not arouse people's interest. Swoosh! At this time, Yu Xiangrong flew into the air with the longevity sword in hand and said, "Send the mystic microstones to Sky Martial Academy." Understood. Then, Yu Xiangrong looked at Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li before he asked, "Are both of you ready?" Yan Zhenluo replied, "We're ready. We can leave at any time. Gather in front of the main hall tomorrow morning." Understood. Everyone bowed. Zhu Honggong naturally did not dare to cry at the Eastern Pavilion. Instead, he went to the back of the mountain alone and stayed in the Cave of Reflection the entire night. The next morning, a female cultivator came over and said, "Mr. 8th, the Pavilion Master is waiting for you." With that, Zhu Honggong left the Cave of Reflection. When he arrived, he saw everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion had gathered. Everyone except for his 7th senior brother. Grief welled up in his heart, and he began to cry again. Everyone. At this time, Lu Zhou, who was standing in front of the crowd with his hands on his back, said reproachfully, "Is there a point in crying?" Zhu Honggong wiped his tears away and stopped crying immediately. Then, he asked in confusion, "Master, where are we going?" At this time, Ming Shiyin came to Zhu Honggong's side and nudged Zhu Honggong with his elbow before he whispered, "Idiot! Don't mention old 7th in front of Master. Master is sadder than you. The Evil Sky Pavilion is no longer safe. We're a sitting target for the Great Void if we continue staying here. Hence, we're going to the unknown land." "Oh!" Zhu Honggong nodded. At this time, Yu Zhenghai came to Zhu Honggong's side as well. He patted Zhu Honggong's back and said, "Your 7th senior brother won't like to see you like this." "I understand, eldest senior brother," Zhu Honggong said. Now that everyone was gathered, Lu Zhou faced everyone and said, "I'm sure all of you are aware of why I've summoned you, so I won't repeat myself." Everyone looked at Lu Zhou silently as he continued to say, "Back then, I accepted all of you into the Evil Sky Pavilion because I valued your abilities. The unknown land is very dangerous, and you may lose your lives at any time. Now, I'll give all of you a choice. You can choose to stay or leave the Evil Sky Pavilion. I won't stop you, force you, or blame you." After saying that, Lu Zhou turned around with his hands on his back. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Xiangrong, Duan Mushang, and the other disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion stepped forward immediately. Their answers were obvious. As the 4 elders stood in the second row, Lang Luo said, "What kind of multiple-choice question is this?" Then, Lang Luo and the other 3 elders walked toward Yu Zhenghai and the others without any hesitation. Then, the left and right envoys, the 3 guardians, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yuesheng, and Zhao Hongfu smiled and joined the others as well. Following that, Kong Wen and his brothers stepped forward as well. Then, Kong Wen said with a smile, "Pavilion Master, no one here is more familiar with the unknown land than me. I'm willing to continue to work hard." "All right." Lu Zhou turned around. At this time, Qin Naihe, the free man, flew over from afar and said, "Don't forget about me." The female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace wanted to join the team as well, but Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "It's not that I don't want to bring you with me. However, with your cultivation bases, if you enter the unknown land, you'll most likely die." "Pavilion Master." The female disciples kneeled on the ground with dejected expressions on their faces. Some of them even began to cry. Lu Zhou knew bringing them to the unknown land would not bring them any harm. On the contrary, it would harm them. He swept his gaze across the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall and looked at the shining barrier before he said, "I'm only leaving for a period of time. When I return again, the Evil Sky Pavilion will be at its peak." At this time, Yi Tianxian chimed in, "Sisters, why don't you return to the derived Moon Palace for now? I promise that I'll definitely return and bring all of you back here." With this, the female cultivators rose to their feet and smiled. Lu Zhou said, "Yu Zhenghai, take Baiyan with you." "Yes," Yu Zhenghai said. "Zhao Yue, take Ying Zhao with you." "Yes." As for Dijiang, Conk, you can take it with you for now. Conk noticed his master had used the word, "for now." She nodded and said, "Yes." The other mounts all had their owners, so there was no need to arrange anything. Lu Zhou called out to Wizard before he said, "Let's go." The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed and said in unison, "Yes." This was the largest and most orderly gathering of the Evil Sky Pavilion in history. The news of the Evil Sky Pavilion's departure quickly spread throughout Great Yen. When the sect masters of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects rushed over, the Evil Sky Pavilion was already empty. Subsequently, Nan Gongwei, the sect master of the Tian sect, warned the cultivation world that no one was allowed to touch the treasures in the Evil Sky Pavilion. With that, this became the unwritten rule in Great Yen. Many people were gathered in Golden Court Mountain. The people from the top 10 sects that were once enemies of the Evil Sky Pavilions and the people from the Big Dipper Academy and the Taishu Academy were all gathered. There were also fanatical fans of Old Demon G. Everyone seemed to have a tacit agreement, and no one dared to touch the treasures in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hence, even those with ill intentions did not dare to act. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, a young man kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, followed by another 9 times in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion, looking very pious. At this moment, a cultivator asked curiously, "Who are you?" Although it's understandable to be respectful, there's no need to kneel and kowtow, right? The young man replied, "As master for a day, a father for life, a man should kneel to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents." My name is Li Yunjing. I came here to see my master off. No one understood Li Yunjing's words. They only shook their heads, thinking he was another fanatical fan. At this time, a cultivator flew into the air and said in a clear voice, "These are the words Mr. Seventh wanted to give to the cultivators of Great Yen." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sheets of paper fell from the sky in all directions. The others cultivators gathered and picked up the paper, looking at them curiously. Meanwhile, the cultivator looked in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion and muttered to himself, "Mr. Seventh, it's a pity I came too late and couldn't give the things to the pavilion master. However, by doing this, I can also be considered to have fulfilled your last wish." The cultivator hovered in the sky and looked at Great Yan's cultivators. He smiled in satisfaction when he saw how surprised, curious, and excited they were. He recalled the peaceful days when he studied and discussed many topics at the Sky Martial Academy and was filled with nostalgia. As one of the lunatics from the academy, he, Huang Yu, who had no relatives and friends, felt as though he had lost something important at this moment. After a moment, he inhaled deeply to suppress his emotions. Li Yunjing, who was holding a sheet of paper in his hand at this moment, looked up and asked, "Is this really left behind by my master?" Huang Yu landed and said to Si Wuya, "Yes. Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Yunjing raised his hand and said, "We're in the Golden Lotus domain, so there's no need to abide by the formalities between the ruler and the subjects to avoid misunderstanding." Understood. Everyone was busy looking at the sheets of paper, so they did not notice anything strange. Li Yunjing nodded as he said, "I believe in my master's judgment. The shackles of heaven and earth in the Golden Lotus domain can be broken by severing the lotus. In the future, the Golden Lotus domain will definitely become the strongest." Huang Yu nodded as he said, "Mr. Seventh had long suspected this, but he was not 100% certain. He had been searching for secrets of the shackle for 3 years now. Did he find them?" Li Yunjing asked. Huang Yu shook his head. This was also Mr. Seventh's greatest regret. It doesn't matter if the secrets are found or not. Master had already found a way to verify the way to break the shackles, after all. "This is enough," Li Yunjing said. He stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. His youthful face showed a maturity beyond his years, as though he had grown up overnight. After a moment, he said, "Let's return to Great Tang." "Yes." In the misty forest, Lu Zhou rode on Wizard and flew at the lead. The others followed closely behind him. Yi Tianxin and Cheng Huang were in front of Duanmushang and Lu Wu, who brought up the rear. Lu Wu rolled its eyes and said, "Their speed is too slow. Since the journey was rather boring, Duanmu Xing asked, Lu Wu, who's better, you or Witzard? Lu Wu looked at Witzard that was shrouded in auspicious qi as it said, once it matures perhaps, I'd be embarrassed to compare myself to it. However, right now, it's not as good as me. At this moment, Zhu Honggong, who was riding on Dang Kong, flew over. All right, you can go ahead and brag. There are no consequences to bragging anyway. Lu Wu bared its fangs, and Dang Kong shivered. It flew away with a whoosh, nearly throwing Zhu Honggong off its back. Hey, you worthless thing. Can you think of my pride and dignity? There's no need to be afraid of it. Dang Kong did not even spare a glance at Zhu Honggong. It only grunted and continued flying. Everyone laughed upon seeing this. After entering the thick cloud of fog, Lu Zhou finally came to a stop. Then, he looked at Yuan Lang and the other swordsman before he called out, 49 swordsmen. Yuan Lang rushed over and bowed as he asked, Your orders, Senior Lu? You've worked hard during this period of time. The unknown land is very dangerous, so you should return to the Green Lotus domain first, Lu Zhou said. Yuan Lang shook his head and said, Senior Lu, although we're not members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, we're good friends of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Isn't right for friends to fight side by side. Following that, the remaining 48 swordsmen behind Yuan Lang said in unison, Senior Lu, don't refuse us. Lu Zhou looked at the 49 swordsmen. This, Yuan Lang interjected, life and death are predetermined by the heavens. I understand Senior Lu is worried something might happen to us, and you'd be unable to give Venerable Master Qin an explanation. However, Venerable Master Qin has long instructed us to help Senior Lu even if we have to risk our lives. Lu Zhou knew that it would be unreasonable to refuse after Yuan Lang had said these words. So he nodded and said, Very well. If there are benefits for the Evil Sky Pavilion, the 49 swordsmen will have a share as well. Swoosh! With that, Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Witzard bleated before it flew deeper into the misty forest. The 49 swordsmen were greatly excited as they flew out as well. Following Lu Zhou, they continued flying. After passing through Moonlight Woodland, they entered the abyss. After traveling for 5 days, they finally stepped into the unknown land again. Great Void. In a hall, a black-clad cultivator paced back and forth. About half an hour later, a silver-armored cultivator walked over and said with a bow, Master, I've investigated the matter. One of our men died in the endless ocean to the east of Great Yen. I spoke to the local cultivators and found there was a strange phenomenon previously. Apart from that, I found out the murderer is Lu Wu. It used to be the mount of Venerable Master Duanmu of the Black Lotus domain. Lu Wu, the black-clad cultivator frowned. Then, he said as his eyes flashed with a strange light, Duanmu Dian, 30,000 years have passed. Is that why you don't care about your mount anymore? The silver-armored cultivator asked, puzzled. Master, isn't Duanmu Dian dead? How can a venerable master die so easily? Moreover, after he came to the Great Void, he even increased his birth charts, the black-clad cultivator said. The silver-armored cultivator was surprised. Then he asked, Then, is it possible that Venerable Master Duanmu sent Lu Wu to? It's not him, the black-clad cultivator said. The silver-armored cultivator was further confused. After a moment, the black-clad man said with a smile, Forget it, it's just a death. At this moment, the silver-armored said tentatively, Then, you once impersonate the Holy Maiden and left a clone. The black-clad cultivator turned to look at the silver-armored cultivator with a piercing gaze, causing the silver-armored cultivator to falter. I apologize. I know my mistake, the silver-armored cultivator hurriedly said as he fell to his knees. Scram! With that, the silver-armored cultivator got up and ran out of the hall. The black-clad cultivator looked outside the hall and muttered, The world is a chessboard, and all living beings are chess pieces. You're just a chess piece. He opened his hand, revealing a white object. The white object was shrouded by a ball of red light. Then it began to twinkle like the stars. Soon after, a bloody mist rose from the black-clad cultivator's body. It converged in front of him before it gradually formed a figure that was about the same height as him. As time passed, the figure grew more and more lifelike until it was no different from a human. The expression on its face was incredibly frosty and arrogant. The black-clad cultivator coughed and staggered 3 steps back after he finished creating the figure. He said, 30% of my cultivation and a high-grade sacred relic. This price is truly high. After composing himself, he looked at the person in front of him and said, Find him and kill him. Yes. Don't be as stupid as before. If anything happens, don't forget to save your memory, the black-clad cultivator said as he tossed a crystal out. The person caught the crystal and said again, Understood. Then he asked, What's my name? The black-clad cultivator thought about it for a moment before he said, Zhang Dongshan. With that, Zhang Dongshan turned translucent before he vanished from sight. Following that, the black-clad did not waste time and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He regulated his breathing and circulated energy through his meridians to restore his cultivation. When he finally stopped, he muttered to himself, What secret is the Golden Lotus domain hiding? Among the 9 domains, the Golden Lotus was nowhere near the top. It was only natural that he was surprised that his plans were ruined one after another by the Golden Lotus domain. At this moment, a subordinate of his appeared outside of the hall. Master, Mr. Ouyang is here to see you. Why is he here? A burst of laughter rang in the air as Ouyang Ziyun walked in directly. He said, Why can't I be here? Zhang Wenxiu, did you do something embarrassing again? You should ask yourself this question, Ouyang, the black-clad cultivator said. You don't look too good, Ouyang Ziyun said. Did you go to one of the 9 domains again to become a local tyrant again like before? It's useless for you to try and provoke me, the black-clad cultivator said with a smile. I've always followed the rules before and after the Sacred Hall's ban. The same can't be said for some people. Well, if the Sacred Hall is aware of it, then so be it. The duo no longer spoke. After a while, the black-clad cultivator said, Send the guest out. Ouyang Ziyun seemed to be in a good mood. He said, I came to tell you something. What matter is it that requires Mr. Ouyang to come over personally? Zhang Wenxiu asked curiously. He's back, Ouyang Ziyun said as he turned around to look at Zhang Wenxiu with a smile. What's wrong with your expression? Who are you talking about? Zhang Wenxiu frowned. Guess. No matter who it is, if they can't abide by the Great Void's rules, they'll be regarded as a deviant. You don't need to use this to threaten me. Moreover, no one can pass the test of the Holy Master of the 10th Hall, Zhang Wenxiu said as he rose to his feet. He flicked his sleeve and said, Send the guest out. You're afraid, aren't you? Ouyang Ziyun laughed. Send the guest out. A silver-armored cultivator hurried inside and made an inviting gesture to Ouyang Ziyun. Ouyang Ziyun laughed even louder than before, looking extremely happy. He clasped his hands on his back and left the hall. Bang! Zhang Wenxiu struck the jade decoration at the side as he said in a deep voice, No one can live forever. In the unknown land, the sky was covered with black fog as usual. A fierce wind raged in the sky, but when it reached the surface of the land, it calmed down significantly. The people of the Devil Sky Pavilion stood on the cliff and looked down at the vast land. The endless stretches of mountain ranges and rivers were like a black and white painting by a talented artist. The 4 elders were filled with emotions. They had never seen such a scene before. There were really all kinds of wonders in the vast world. How could a frog living at the bottom of the well have a broad vision? If only 7th. Mingshi coughed and nudged Zhu Honggong with his elbow immediately. Zhu Honggong hurriedly said in a contrived manner, Wow! It's too fucking beautiful here. Everyone? After a moment of silence, everyone laughed. With the silly and happy-go-lucky Zhu Honggong around, even the unknown land with its harsh environment would not be boring. Kong Wen said with a smile, Mr. 8th, the unknown land is vast. Let alone you, even a venerable master needs more than 5 years to cross the unknown land from one end to another. This can be advantageous. With such a huge place and countless powerful fierce beasts, we won't be easily found. It's really so vast? That's right. There are so many of us. But in the unknown land, we're just a speck of dust. In any case, we can go wherever we want, Kongwen said. Kongwen is right. If we stay in any of the 9 domains, there'll be too many cultivators around. There are too many eyes and ears. Who knows, we might even run into an equalizer. Moreover, things are different in the unknown land. If you don't like someone, you can directly kill them, Mingxirin said. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Zhu Honggong asked. 8th junior brother, you have to remember we're now in the unknown land. To be merciful to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself, Mingxirin said with the air of a wise man. Everyone nodded. This had always been the case in the cultivation world. The human heart was the most unpredictable, after all. At this moment, Yan Jinlua turned around and asked, Pavilion Master, where are we going? We've already been to one of the pillars of destruction in Yuzhong. Which pillar is closest to us now? Lu Zhou asked. Kongwen brought out a stack of paper and licked his fingers as he flipped through it. After a moment, he said, We're close to Yuzhong and Pashao. However, Pashao is in the inner core area. I suggest we go to Jiming first. Jiming? Yes. It's called Shifenruo in ancient times, Kongwen said. Zhu Honggong said eagerly. Then, let's make a move. It's nearby after all. This? Kongwen said awkwardly. It's relative near. We still need to travel for several months or even half a year to get there. It's impossible to arrive so quickly unless we have runic passages or collective teleportation jade talismans. Lu Zhou thought about the jade talismans that Chun Fu, the great saint, used. Their speed was so fast as they visited a few pillars of destruction. Now that he thought about it, it was rather wasteful. Yu Zhenghai said, Well, this is good. We can accumulate life hearts during our journey. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Let's go. With that, Lu Zhou rode on Wizard and swooped down the cliff, soaring in the unknown land between heaven and earth toward Jiming. 10 days later, at a swamp in the unknown land, Kongwen stood next to Wizard and pointed up ahead as he said, This place is called the Cloud Peak Swamp. It got its name from the mountain in front of us that towered into the clouds. There might be fierce beasts here. Everyone, please be careful. The others nodded. At this moment, little Yuaner stuck her head out and asked, Master, why don't I go ahead and scout the area? Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong calmly said, 9th junior sister, you don't have to do this kind of work. Just relax and watch. After traveling in the unknown land for so long, Yu Shangrong felt like his sword had gotten rusty. If he did not draw his sword for a day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. How could he give away such a good opportunity? Oh! Swoosh! 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 Everyone continued to move forward. In just a short moment, a towering mountain appeared before their eyes. 2nd junior brother, let me do this. Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai flew out on his jasper saber at top speed. Yu Shangrong? Yu Shangrong had always been a gentleman. He could only sigh helplessly as he looked at the unreasonable Yu Zhenghai search for fierce beasts. At this time, Mingxirin exclaimed in surprise, Eldest senior brother has passed his 2nd birth trial. Amazing! Yu Shangrong turned to look at Mingxirin knowingly. You're not pretty amazing as well. Mingxirin chuckled and took a step back as he said shiftily, Forget I said anything. I'll keep quiet now. Everyone only watched. Sometimes, too many people were not necessarily a good thing. After a while, Yu Zhenghai found a fierce beast at the foot of Cloud Peak. Its body was pitch black and it was 1,000 feet tall. This beast king is called the Drought Demon, Kongwen said. It likes water so much that it would dry up the rivers, streams, and swamps around it. No wonder the swamp had dried up. It must be the work of the Drought Demon. Yu Zhenghai, who had been eager to fight, rushed out excitedly, wielding his jasper saber. A 10,000 feet long and 1,000 feet wide energy saber slashed at the Drought Demon. It seemed capable of splitting the sky and land as it fell. Boom! Just like that, the drought demon was cleaved into two. Isn't this an overkill? Yan Zhenlua said. Yu Zhenghai turned around and said, You don't understand. This is how sabers are like. When a man wields a saber, he should be firm, masculine, fierce, and powerful. Only with these things can one unleash the full potential of the saber. But you previously said the best way to wield a saber is to wield it according to the situation? So you're saying my saber attack isn't ferocious? Yu Zhenghai asked. Ferocious. It's very ferocious. How could Yu Zhenghai's saber attack not be ferocious when he managed to kill the Beast King, a drought demon, with just a strike? Yu Zhenghai was very satisfied. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he harvested the life heart from the drought demon's carcass. The harvesting process was rather gruesome. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, who could not adapt to this situation, threw up immediately. At this time, Yan Zhenlua asked, Brother Kong, I remember reading somewhere that the drought demon was one of the zombie kings. How did it become a fierce beast? Kong Wen said with a smile, The book must be wrong. Then, what are the chances of us running into the zombie kings? Yan Zhenlua asked. Kong Wen replied, The possibility is quite high. It's rumored that a supreme being placed the 10 zombie kings around the pillars of destruction to guard them. Ingo replaced Yu as one of the 10 zombie kings, but he was at the Great Qin's Emperor Emeritus Mausoleum instead. This means that something must have happened. Not many people can subdue a zombie king, after all. Then we're really lucky we didn't encounter any zombie kings when we were at Yuzhong, Yan Zhenlua said with a nod. In any case, Ingo was a coward when faced with the Pavilion Master. Moreover, Tianwu and Lord Jinnan, whom we encountered at Yuzhong, aren't any easier to deal with compared to the zombie kings, Kong Wen said. Everyone nodded. Since the 4 elders and the guardians did not follow Lu Zhou to the unknown land, they were inwardly amazed by the stories of Lu Zhou's feat. They were determined to seize this chance to see and listen more. As long as we don't run into the first few zombie kings, there shouldn't be any problem, Kong Wen said. First few zombie kings? The first few zombie kings were said to be true gods in ancient times. Otherwise, how could they have gained immortal bodies? For example, there's Princess Mulberry, whose name is Yao Ji. She was apparently the daughter of an emperor before she died and transformed into a zombie king. In any case, I've never met her before, so I'm only speaking about what I've heard. When the conversation grew more ridiculous and irrelevant, Lu Zhou looked ahead and said, Zombie kings don't have a will of their own. Hence, there's no need to worry so much. Pavilion Master is wise. After killing the fierce beasts near the Cloud Peak Swamp, the group continued to move forward. At this time, Pan Zhong hurried to Yu Zhenghai's side and said, Mister, first, let me do it. You don't have to do this. After that, Pan Zhong took the life heart from Yu Zhenghai and cleaned it before he put it away. Zhou Jifeng could only drop his hands and muttered under his breath, You fucking beat me to it again. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion continued to kill fierce beasts as they traveled. All the fierce beasts they encountered were killed, and their life hearts were harvested. Lu Zhou did not make a move at all. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's strength had already passed that of a 2-trial cultivator. There was also Qin Naihe, whose strength was close to a venerable master, Lu Wu and Cheng Huang. With them around, the beast emperors they encountered were easily beaten up. They maintained this rhythm for a full 5 days before they found a quiet place to rest at the foot of a mountain. When night fell, Lu Zhou sent the Pillar of Impermanence into the ground before he said, I'll increase the speed of the Pillar of Impermanence by 100 times. Your cultivation speed will increase by 100 times, but your lifespan will also decrease 100 times faster. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave the range of its effect, which is about 1 kilometer away. Understood. Everyone bowed before they moved out to find a place to cultivate. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou chose a Beast King's life heart to activate his 19th birth chart. Since he had just activated his 18th birth chart and passed the 3rd birth trial, he could use a more ordinary life heart to activate his 19th birth chart. With the 100 times speed from the Pillar of Impermanence and the ease at which one could activate a birth chart after passing a birth trial, Lu Zhou thought he would be able to easily activate his 19th birth chart. Hence, he decisively placed the life heart into his birth palace. He decided to use the life heart of Fei. Fei was a fierce beast that resembled a bull. Its defenses were astonishing, its attacks were strong, and its body was burly. Apart from not being able to fly, its abilities were quite well-rounded. Moreover, since it was a beast king, Lu Zhou thought it would be good to use its life heart to activate his 19th birth chart. As expected, the process was very smooth. It quickly entered the second phase. Since his disciples did not lack life hearts at the moment, he decided not to recycle the life heart. At this time, Lu Zhou brought his blue avatar out to have a look. He muttered to himself before putting it away, "I still need some time before I can upgrade it." Sprouting a leaf would cost him 10,000 years. After passing 3 birth trials, he indeed had quite a lot of years, but he could not be certain about the blue avatar's lifespan consumption after it reached the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Hence, he still had to be cautious. At Cloud Peak Swamp in the unknown land, a large number of people appeared in groups. They were tall and sturdy. All of them held a quarterstaff that was engraved with strange runes. The leader of these people was taller than the others. He was the only person wearing a purple robe and a golden crown. The corners of his eyes were smudged with colors, and he wore a piece of silver nose jewelry on the bridge of his nose. All of them, including the leader, had one thing in common. There was a hole in their chest. These were the Void Chest tribesmen. At this moment, several of the Void Chest tribesmen crawled around in the swamp, sniffing the ground and the air. Soon after, they left the swamp and came to their leader. Then one of them said, "High Priest, I found them. It's their smell." The High Priest waved the scepter in his hand and said, "Chase after them. But they're very powerful. We're the kings of the unknown land. We have to get rid of these foreigners," the High Priest said. With that, the other Void Chest tribesmen shouted in unison, "Get rid of the foreigners." The High Priest waved his scepter, and the runes on the quarterstaffs in the tribesmen's hands lit up immediately. The runes connected and formed an inescapable net immediately. Buzz! The sound of energy resonating spread in all directions for 100 miles. With this, all the Void Chest tribesmen within 100 miles received the signal from their High Priest. They raised their heads to look at the sky and made a low humming noise. The humming noise seemed to grow in intensity as Void Chest tribesmen gathered from all directions at an unimaginable speed. Before dawn, Lu Zhou, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, heard the humming noise and the sound of energy resonance. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he had already successfully activated his 19th birth chart. He could feel a powerful force coursing through his entire body at this moment, and the rich vitality energy in his body made him feel as though he had become younger. He looked at the system interface. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Merit points 1,526,680. Remaining lifespan 13,650,509 days. 37,398 years. Items. Critical block card X118. Passive. Golden Taishu Mirror. Deconstruction card X2. Mount. Wizard. Bian Jiliang. Xiong Qi. Dang Kong. Dijiang. Ingzhao Lu Wu. Weapon. Unnamed. Purple glazed ceramic. Infinity grade. Confinement seal. Fusion grade. Pillar of Impermanence. Infinity grade. Not bad. I gained another 10,000 years of life. Lu Zhou thought to himself. His speed of improvement was not bad. Next, he would have to help his disciples and the others grow stronger. Since he wanted to take the initiative to strike, it was imperative for him and everyone else to grow stronger. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the power of sight to observe his disciples. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were meditating and cultivating, making steady progress. Lu Zhou had always felt at ease with his eldest second disciples. His third disciple was talking to Lu Wu at this moment. Lu Wu, you brag about how powerful Venerable Master Duanmu was every day. Is he really that powerful? Duan Wuxiang asked. Of course. An expression of nostalgia appeared on Lu Wu's face as it said, among all the venerable masters, the only person who could defeat him was Lu Tiantong. Apart from that, he had never lost. Then, how strong is my master compared to him? Duan Wuxiang asked. This? Lu Wu hesitated for a while before it lay down and closed its eyes after it said, I'm tired. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Isn't it just a sentence? You can rest after answering me. Tell me, who's more powerful? Duan Wuxiang leaped to his feet. The sound of snoring rang thunderously in the air. Just as Duan Wuxiang was about to raise his overlord's spear to poke Lu Wu suddenly turned around and sent Duan Wuxiang flying with a swipe of its paw. Bang! You! Duan Wuxiang flipped in the air before he landed, sliding back for quite a distance. Lu Wu opened one eye to have a look before it hurriedly closed it again. When he tried to observe his fourth disciple, he discovered it was pitch black. It was likely that he was asleep. His fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, was also improving tremendously. Upon seeing this, he looked at the system interface. The effects of Eternal Paragon and Mentor were still effective on her. He sighed. It was still best to bring his disciples with him so they could improve faster. His sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin, had benefited greatly from cultivating in the White Tower's training hall. Her speed was rather fast, and she was chasing up to Mingshi. Old Sev. Lu Zhou paused. As the saying went, old habits die hard. He sighed. He wanted to skip to Zhu Honggong but could not bear to do so. Instead, he chanted the mantra for the power of sight again. For all living things in the universe, their lives, deaths, kindness, evil, merits, and sins can be clearly seen. Ding! Ineffective target. Without hope, there would be no despair. Lu Zhou sighed before he checked in on his eighth disciple. Zhu Honggong was trying to sprout his 12th leaf. However, since the process of sprouting the 12th leaf was rather difficult, it seemed like it would take a while for him to do so. The progress of his ninth disciple, Little Yuaner, was exaggerated as usual. His worries were unfounded and unnecessary. During their time here, she had already activated her ninth birth chart. What made him feel the most speechless was that she did not feel even the slightest bit of discomfort when activating her birth chart. In comparison, his 10th disciple, Conk, had fallen to the back among all his disciples. Fortunately, she had a good mentality and was very stable. She was not greedy for success, nor was she overly competitive. Lu Zhou was just about to cut off the power of sight when he heard Xianxia barking. He frowned slightly before he observed Mingshi immediately. Woof! 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 Mingshi, who was startled awake, asked, Why are you barking? Woof! Xianxia stood on its hind legs and continued barking. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong rushed over. The duo looked at Xianxia in confusion. Mingshi rose to his feet and spread his arms as he said, Eldest senior brother? Second senior brother? I didn't do anything. I don't know why it's going crazy. Ignore it. Xianxia growled at this moment, baring its fangs. Then its fur stood on end. Mingshi, who was the most familiar with Xianxia, had never seen it like this before. He crossed his arms and looked at it curiously as he asked, What do you want? If you can't give me a good explanation, I'll stew you for dinner tomorrow. Mingshi leaned against the tree and observed Xianxia. Yu Shangrong smiled slightly and said, Fourth junior brother, it must be having a breakthrough of some kind. A breakthrough? Yu Shangrong looked at Mingshi and said, The great void energy. After following you for so long, it's been nourished by the great void seed. Its aura and strength have clearly grown stronger. Yu Zhenghai glanced at Yu Shangrong and said, This is what it means to ride someone else's success. Mingshi, Yu Shangrong said with a hint of envy, It's a pity Jiliang didn't stay by my side for long. Otherwise, with its talent, it would be very strong now. Yu Zhenghai said, Bayan has never stayed by my side before. Eldest brother, don't you have Kuei Nyo? It's a rare fierce beast as well, Mingshi said. During the battle in the divine capital, When eldest senior brother died for the third time, Kuei-Nyo left after sensing his death. Yu Shangrong explained. Oh. Mingshi turned to Yu Zhenghai and said, I'm sorry, eldest senior brother. I didn't mean to bring that up. It's not a big deal. Yu Zhenghai shrugged. At this moment, Xianxia began to grow bigger. Its fur began to brighten and grow longer as well. Mingshi looked at it in surprise. After an hour, Xianxia finally stopped growing. Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, It can still grow a lot. From the looks of it, it might not be any worse than Lu Wu in the future. Mingshi grinned. He was in a good mood. He patted Xianxia as he said, Thank you for your praise, eldest senior brother. With that, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong left. The others who were alarmed by Xianxia's barking came over to have a look as well, but quickly left once Mingshi briefly explained what had happened. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. No wonder all these fierce beasts like my disciples so much. In the past, he had thought the fierce beasts only liked the great void energy. Later on, he learned that the great void energy could nourish them and help them to increase their strength greatly. With this, he thought about Wizard. Purchase Beast Essence. Ding! Used 100,000 merit points. Obtained 1 Beast Essence. Since Lu Zhou did not have the Great Void Seed or Great Void Energy, he could only give Wizard Beast Essences. Wizard. Wizard had been lying next to Lu Zhou, who knew what it was chewing on, but it had been chewing for a long time. When it saw the Beast Essence in his hand, it stood up excitedly. Lu Zhou threw the Beast Essence over. Wizard swallowed the Beast Essence whole into its stomach and bleated once. You're Wizard, after all. Your intelligence shouldn't be low, right? You can't be greedy. Wizard retreated to the side, but it clearly looked dissatisfied as it digested the Beast Essence. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction when sensed that Wizard's aura was changing. When the sky brightened, Lu Zhou put away the Pillar of Impermanence and led the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion to Jiming. During their journey, not a single blade of grass grew in the places they flew past. 5 days after the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion left, a huge group of Void Chest tribesmen appeared at the foot of the mountain where the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had rested previously. High Priest, it's their scent. The High Priest raised his head to look at the sky with a deep gaze as he said, Their speed isn't slow. Chasing after them like this isn't a solution. Then, the High Priest set his scepter down before he brought out a string of bamboo slips. Squiggly letters could be seen on the bamboo slips he held in his wizened hands. When he joined his palms together with the bamboo slips in between, the letters suddenly lit up. Following that, he dropped the bamboo slips to the ground. After a short moment, the bamboo slips flew out one after another before they stabbed into the ground, and the light from the letters dimmed. Upon seeing this, the High Priest exclaimed in surprise, Jiming! Jiming? The Pillar of Destruction? There are zombie kings protecting that place. Didu, we still have to chase after them. The High Priest said, Those foolish foreigners are seeking death. I will represent the Void Chest tribe and represent the superior race to fulfill their death wish. I will use those foreigners' blood to pay tribute to our superior race. Pay tribute to our superior race. Everyone cheered passionately. Let's go. The unknown land was too vast. It would be hard to catch up to the other party. Hence, the method of the High Priest of the Void Chest tribes was the best. Since they were familiar with the unknown land, they hoped to wait for the other party at the destination. However, it was not easy to travel in a huge group in the unknown land. Nonetheless, even if they failed to arrive first, they would not lose anything. Under the lead of their High Priest, the Void Chest tribesmen changed their direction and cut across the inner area to go to Jiming. On the other hand, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were not in a rush. After all, they did not have to reach Jiming at a specific time. Their main goal was to grow stronger. They were not in a rush to meet danger and confront the Great Void. 5 days later, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion stopped to rest near a rift valley. After taking stock of their harvest over the past 5 days, Yan Jinluo reported to Lu Zhou seriously, Pavilion Master, we've obtained 3 Beast King's life hearts, 15 high-grade life hearts, 58 mid-grade life hearts, and 120 low-grade life hearts. There's also a small number of earthly treasures and divine materials. Lu Zhou nodded. The harvest was not too bad. After a while, he said, "The Beast King's life hearts we have are still too few." Kong Wan, who was standing nearby, said, "We set off from the misty forest, and we've been walking around the periphery of the unknown land. Hence, the fierce beasts we encountered weren't that powerful. If we want to harvest the life hearts of powerful fierce beasts, we'll have to go to the inner area, but that's too dangerous." Lu Zhou was not alone after all. Almost all of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were with him. With so many people, it was inevitable that mistakes would occur. It was safer to stick to the periphery for now. "Is anyone injured?" Lu Zhou asked. "Just small scratches here and there. They're not serious." Lu Zhou nodded before he walked to the side of the rift valley with his hands on his back. When he looked down the rift in the valley, he felt an inexplicable feeling. He frowned and asked, "There's such a strange rift valley in the unknown land?" Kongwen said, "It's very rare. This kind of valley can only be found in the outer area. The legend says this fissure was how the land split." "The land split?" someone asked. "At the beginning, there were no 9 domains. Everything was one. When the land split, the 9 domains were formed, becoming what they are today," Kongwen said. Lu Zhou asked, "Is there water in the rift?" "No one knows," Kongwen replied. Lu Zhou waved his hand and brought a pebble into his hand before he tossed it down the rift. Swoosh! After some time had passed, there was still no sound of the pebble landing. Since the fissure was the cause of the land splitting, does the appearance of this fissure mean that a new domain is forming? Lu Zhou asked. Kongwen was stunned. He did not expect Lu Zhou to be like Si Wuya, so filled with questions. After a moment, he said, "I apologize for my ignorance, Pavilion Master. This matter is beyond my understanding." "It's fine. If Old Seventh were here." Lu Zhou stopped speaking abruptly and did not finish his sentence. Then he turned around and walked back. At noon, the unknown land was still dark. No sunlight could be seen at all. Lu Zhou sighed. The great void is high up, blocking the light from the world. This is the reason there's no sunlight in the unknown land all year round. Kongwen chuckled before he said, "I might not have a high cultivation base, but I do have a few words to say." "Speak." The ancient saints said there's no such thing as eternal life or immortals. The great void is high up, but the people are still humans. The difference is our lifespans are shorter, Kongwen said. Lu Li seemed to be interested in this topic. He said, "That's interesting. It's just like how cultivators don't harm ordinary folks. Ordinary people are the root and foundation of the land. They're also where the cultivation world obtains new talents. This should be the reason why the Great Void tries so hard to maintain the balance in the 9 domains. The Great Void has always been like that. They would eliminate every factor that threatens their position so they can forever stay in their high and mighty position," Kongwen said. "Perhaps if we were in their shoes, we would do the same as well. As we are now, naturally, there's no need for us to act the way they do," Lu Li said. Kongwen was stumped. Since ancient times, dynasties had been changing. The new rulers would repeat the same mistakes of the previous dynasties. History had a tendency of repeating itself. In the end, Kongwen only chuckled and said, "Well, if I'm ever in that position, I hope I won't turn into a person I hate." Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing these words, but he did not express his opinion. At this moment, Hua Wudao walked over from afar. He bowed and called out, "Pavilion Master, what's the matter?" "During the years I was in the Red Lotus domain, I've been painstakingly cultivating the 6 compatible Daoist seals and mastering the usage of the square box. Although I'm nowhere near the peak, I've made some achievements. Hence," Hua Wudao stammered, hence, "I'd like to ask for Pavilion Master's guidance." Back then, Hua Wudao had painstakingly cultivated his tortoise technique for 20 years before he challenged Lu Zhou. Times had changed Hua Wudao. He had long accepted the reality. Now he was sincerely asking for Lu Zhou's guidance. Everyone's interest was piqued in just an instant. One by one, they gathered around Hua Wudao. Elder Hua, aren't you just asking for a beating? Although your tortoise technique is very powerful, faced with the pavilion master, Pan Lydian said with a smile. Elder Pan, how can I be unaware of that? However, without suffering, there won't be any improvement. Without the guidance of an expert, you'll forever be stuck in a rut, Hua Wudao said. Lung Luo clasped his hands on his back and said, It's a good thing that you're brave enough to challenge an expert. Everyone nodded. Most of them truly did not dare to ask Lu Zhou for guidance or a sparring session. Lu Zhou nodded at Hua Wudao and said, All right, to be fair, I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 3-chart cultivator. Hu Wudao bowed and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master. Then Hua Wudao took a step back. Lu Zhou did not move. Then, when Hua Wudao took a step forward, he formed the 8 trigrams and 6 compatible Taoist seals. 10 scripts flew out consecutively as he brought out the square box. Oh, the square box has been upgraded to the flood grade. Over the years, the Sky Martial Academy has accumulated a lot of forging materials. Moreover, we have many talented weaponsmiths. It's normal that it's been upgraded to the flood grade. Moreover, it was already at the desolate grade to begin with, Meng Changdong said. Elder Hua's 6-combination Taoist seal has already reached perfection. At the moment the 10 golden scripts formed a circle, Lu Zhou took the initiative to attack. He pushed his hand out and unleashed the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Everyone held their breaths when the Great Seal of Fearlessness shot out. Perhaps they had gotten used to seeing Lu Zhou killing people with just a palm seal. They instinctively retreated as their hearts trembled. Hua Wudao was also extremely nervous, but he kept cheering himself on, inwardly. He told himself he had to stand firm. Boom! The Great Seal of Fearlessness collided with the 6-combination Taoist seal. Energy rippled out in all directions. Hua Wudao stumbled 3 steps back and barely managed to stabilize himself. Lu Zhou said as he nodded, Your defenses have improved a lot. Not bad. Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master, Hua Wudao said. When he stepped forward, energy seals burst forth from his body. Lu Zhou waved his hand and flew 10 meters up in the air. Abandon wisdom. The familiar golden palm seal appeared before everyone's eyes. In just a second, it appeared in front of Hua Wudao. The 10 golden scripts quickly converged, forming a strong defense. Boom! Energy rippled out again. Everyone activated their protective energies immediately. They saw half of Hua Wudao's legs had sunk into the ground. His 6-combination Taoist seal only shook slightly, but he was otherwise unharmed. Elder Hua, you're amazing. You managed to withstand the Pavilion Master's palm seal, Meng Changdong said as he clapped his hands. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Wudao as he struck again. The Great Vajra Will hand sign. The golden palm seal was even faster than the one before. Hua Wudao had just barely caught his breath, but he had no choice but to hurriedly lift his hands to support the 6 combinations Taoist seal. Swoosh! The 6 combinations Taoist seal expanded rapidly before. Boom! This time, the 6 combinations Taoist seal shattered, and Hua Wudao was sent flying back. Everyone had their own thoughts at this moment, but outwardly, they were all smiling. It seems like the Pavilion Master couldn't stand the thought of losing. That doesn't look like the palm seal of a 3-chart cultivator at all. The Pavilion Master still wants to maintain his dignity. In any case, he was also quite considerate by letting Hua Wudao withstand the first 2 moves. As expected of the Pavilion Master, he secretly increased the strength of the palm seal. Nevertheless, no one should be able to tell he had increased the force. After Lu Zhou descended, he asked, Do you know where you made a mistake? Hua Wudao stood up and sighed. The Pavilion Master's final palm seal wasn't as powerful as the first 2 palm seals, but it managed to shatter the 6 combinations Taoist seal. This shows that the seal is reaching its limit. It'll only become less and less useful in the Thousand Realms whirling stage. At this time, everyone shared the same thought. Elder Hua is really skilled at bootlicking. Lu Zhou nodded and said, at the 100 Tribulations Insight stage, coupled with the square box, your 6 combinations Taoist seals can indeed block all attacks. However, it's of little use when you're in the 1,000 Realms whirling stage. Hua Wudao said, embarrassed and discomfited. I've been looking for a breakthrough over the past 2 years, searching for a way to resolve this problem. Unfortunately, I haven't found a solution. Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and said, originally, there were no paths in this world. Paths are created by people. Zhu Honggong clapped his hands and said, what an amazing poem. Everyone turned to look at Zhu Honggong immediately. How's this a poem? Zhu Honggong scratched his head awkwardly as he said, ahaha, I meant to say, Master's words are like golden pearls of wisdom. They're capable of enlightening those who listen to them. They hold the meaning of life. His voice grew smaller and smaller as he continued to say, they make people think deeply. Hua Wudao was puzzled. Pavilion Master, what do you mean? Lu Zhou said confidently, you have to be innovative. The cultivation methods in the Golden Lotus domain are different from the other domains. It's the only domain where severing the lotus is a cultivation path. You don't have to follow the old path. You can't carve out your own path that suits you. A path that suits me. Hua Wudao fell deep into his thoughts. The others nodded their heads. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, for example, the red lotus cultivators can't use their lotus as blades, but the golden lotus cultivators can. A miniature golden avatar appeared above Lu Zhou's hand. The golden flames that burned around it were dazzling. Then, Lu Zhou flicked his hand, sending the golden lotus out. Boom! The golden neatly cleaved a huge rock into 2. The 6 combinations Taoist seal is the same. There's no need to follow the existing framework. Take this for example, Lu Zhou said as he stepped forward. As soon as Lu Zhou stepped forward, the 10 scripts appeared one after another. Heaven, earth, life, death, water, fire, being, non-being, separation, and union. Hua Wudao thought this was the end. However, as Lu Zhou continued to stride forward, the scripts continued to appear. Heaven, earth, life, water, fire, being, non-being, separation, and union. They only came to a stop when there were 24 scripts. Hua Wudao was stunned. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were stunned as well. 24 scripts seal? Hua Wudao exclaimed. Pan Lydian rubbed his eyes, confirming there were 24 scripts before he said, although we should break the limit and innovate, isn't it too exaggerated to raise the limit by forming 24 scripts at once? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, you're wrong about breaking the limit. How can you break the limit if there's no limit? Lu Zhou continued to walk forward as scripts began to appear again according to their order. He quickened his pace as more and more scripts surrounded him. When he finally arrived in front of Hua Wudao, the golden scripts had formed a huge golden sphere. He said, there's no limit. The Golden Lotus domain had already broken the shackles. The cultivators should not place another limit on themselves. Doing so would be foolish. When Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back, the scripts scattered all in directions looking like golden butterflies fluttering in the air. Wherever they flew, the plants, flowers, and trees were reduced to ashes. Under his perfect control, the golden scripts whizzed past everyone's ears and bodies harmlessly. When the golden scripts finally vanished, silence returned. This was the end of the guidance from Lu Zhou for now. Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he looked at Hua Wudao silently. He could tell Hua Wudao understood his words. He saw the inspiration and enlightenment that flashed in Hua Wudao's eyes. Before he turned to walk away, he said, it can attack and defend. It has both offense and defense. After a moment of silence, when Hua Wudao regained his senses, he hurriedly said, listening to Pavilion Master's words is better than studying for 10 years. I've learned a lot from you today. Lu Zhou came to a halt. He turned around and swept his eyes across everyone as he said, if any of you have questions, you can ask me. I will guide you. Swoosh! Zhu Honggong fell forward suddenly, landing on his knees. He looked shocked. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Suddenly, he turned around and asked through gritted teeth, "Who the fuck kicked me?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. "Someone kicked you?" No. I want to ask for Master's guidance," Zhu Honggong said with a smile, changing his expression in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Zhu Honggong. He placed his hands on his back and walked toward Zhu Honggong before he said, "You've been away from me for a long time. I do need to test your strength. Rise to your feet." "Ah? There's no need to test my strength. I admit defeat," Zhu Honggong said with an ingratiating smile. "Master, you can just tell me the key points, and I promise I'll remember all of them. Don't worry. I'll cultivate diligently according to the key points." Lu Zhou shook his head and calmly said, "I can only advise you after I test your strength." "Ah!" Zhu Honggong's mouth dropped open. He swayed slightly, looking as though he did not know if he should laugh or cry. Then, he reluctantly manifested his avatar. Bang! As soon as Zhu Honggong manifested his avatar, Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. It felt as though the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Zhu Honggong yelped and leaped up in the air. "Master! I'm not ready yet. You have to catch your opponent off guard," Lu Zhou said as he flew forward and struck with his palm again. Bang! 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 3 palm seals landed consecutively on Zhu Honggong's avatar. Zhu Honggong did not even have an opportunity to land after leaping into the air before he was sent flying again. What's this move called? Taking advantage of the situation? Lu Zhou's consecutive palm seals made Zhu Honggong unable to fight back. He could only cry out for his parents. In the end, he resorted to begging for mercy. "Master, spare me! Spare me!" When Zhu Honggong finally managed to land on the ground, he turned around and fled. Everyone was speechless and felt embarrassed for Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou ignored Zhu Honggong. He returned to stand in front of the crowd and waited. Not long after, Zhu Honggong returned with his head lowered. Then, he imitated little Yuaner's manner of speaking and held his pinky up as he said, "Oh master, you went all out. How can I be a match for you? I'm not even as good as one of your pinkies. I only used 10% of my strength," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "Ah!" Zhu Honggong exclaimed in surprise. "Master, you just used 10% of your strength, and I already felt helpless. If you go all out, I'd probably be reduced to ashes." Everyone from the evil sky pavilion. Ming Shirin scratched his head fiercely when he heard that. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and said, "This is the unknown land. Danger lurks everywhere. Time is precious. What are you doing when I'm trying to teach you?" Zhu Honggong fell to his knees as soon as he sensed his master was being serious. "I'm sorry. Do you know where you made mistakes earlier?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Honggong shook his head. Lu Zhou said, "You should learn from old second. Confidence is very important. I only used 10% of my strength, but you gave up immediately out of fear. If you encounter opponents who put up a strong front, won't you lose immediately?" Zhu Honggong nodded. "Master is right." Lu Zhou continued to say, "When facing a strong enemy, confidence and judgment are especially important. Your cultivation is not weak, but you can only display half of your strength because of your lack of confidence. You have to properly reflect on yourself in the future." Oh! Zhu Honggong was the second to sprout his 11th leaf after Yuxiangrong, after all. He also enjoyed an abundance of cultivation resources in the Yellow Lotus domain. Hence, it was only a matter of time before he sprouted his 12th leaf. "All right, step aside," Lu Zhou said. After Zhu Honggong retreated to the side, Lu Zhou looked at the crowd again and asked, "Who else?" Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity. Who could easily receive guidance from the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion in this world? Even his disciples were like dragons and phoenixes among men. It was just that his teaching method was a little painful. At this moment, a strange noise rang from the sky. Everyone looked up immediately. "Pavilion master, over here!" Kongwen pointed at the back. When everyone looked in the direction Kongwen pointed, they saw humongous white cranes the size of humans flying under the black fog. There were tens of thousands of them. When they flew, they were like white clouds moving in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. The powerful flying beasts chose to avoid the white cranes and took detours, while those who could not avoid them in time could only hurriedly drop to a low altitude. Countless white cranes lowered their altitude and flew until they were only about 100 meters away from the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "So beautiful!" Little Yuaner exclaimed as she clapped her hands excitedly. Kongwen hurriedly shushed little Yuaner before he said, "Little ancestor, the more beautiful they are, the more vicious they are as well." "Why?" "The habitat of these white cranes is a mulberry tree. It's said that the second daughter of the Red Emperor learned some strange methods and turned into a white crane. Then, she made a nest on the mulberry tree near the southern sea. The Red Emperor was very sad when he saw his daughter in that state and begged her to come down from the tree. Alas, she refused. In order to force her down, the Red Emperor burned the mulberry tree and burned her as well. The big tree was later named the Princess Mulberry Tree. Later on, she became one of the zombie kings, and she's even ranked third," Kongwen said with a sigh. Initially, little Yuaner had been filled with curiosity as she listened to Kongwen. However, as soon as zombie kings were mentioned, she shrank back immediately. Kong said, "The Red Emperor was so ruthless. He even burned his daughter to death. We can't judge things based on appearance. There's a reason for everything. It's just that we don't know what it is," Kongwen said. Everyone sighed as well. Swoosh! At this moment, one of the larger white cranes swooped down. Kongwen's eyes widened in shock as he said, "Pavilion Master, we must hide as soon as possible." "Why do we have to hide?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "There's no time to explain. Pavilion Master, please trust me," Kongwen said as his eyes widened in fear. Lu Zhou turned around as he looked at the white crane swooping down from the sky. It was different from the others. Its body was bathed in a strange energy as it streaked across the sky. "Freeze!" Lu Zhou said in a deep voice as he raised his hand. The hourglass of time flew out and landed on the ground. Electric arcs that had been imbued with the divine power froze everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion immediately. Then he chanted the mantra for the power of concealment. With one's body and wisdom in the heavenly arts, one can reveal one's vast strength. With the Cloud Medallion, one will be able to hide from sight and avoid detection through various heavenly arts. A wave of energy rippled out like water from Lu Zhou's body and gently shrouded everyone. When the white crane was 10 meters in the air, it lowered its head to have a look before it flew up again, joining the other white cranes and continued to fly north. When Lu Zhou looked up, he saw a white crane that was dozens of feet long flying slowly at the end of the flock. A young girl wearing a light yellow dress sat on the back of the white crane. Her eyes were bright, and her facial features were pleasing. Her hair was tied up, and a sparkling headdress sat on her head. Princess Mulberry? Lu Zhou frowned. He was not certain if the person in front of him was Princess Mulberry. However, based on her appearance and movement, she did not look like a zombie at all. Her skin was indeed a little whiter than ordinary humans, but other than that, she looked normal. Was she really a zombie king? Lu Zhou lowered his head and looked at the hourglass of time. The blue sand flowed rapidly from one end to the other end. When all the sand fell to the bottom, the effect would vanish as well. Lu Zhou waved his hand, using the divine power to stop the sand from dropping too quickly. With this, the freezing effect would last longer. However, the price he had to pay was a large amount of his divine power. All of a sudden, that white crane stopped above everyone else. Then it spread its wings. Swoosh! Its wings were just a few feet in length when they suddenly expanded. The snow-white wings covered the sky in just an instant. At the same time, the white crane's beak slowly fell from the sky. Lu Zhou could feel the effect of the hourglass of time was almost gone. It would likely be gone in another 5 or 6 seconds. At this time, he hurriedly flipped his palm and brought out a deadly strike card. He would add another one if it was necessary. If she dared to attack, he would not hesitate to kill her. At this moment, the disadvantage of having so many people with him was made very clear. If he were alone, he would not have to do this. At this moment, the young girl's long dress fluttered in the air as she leaped down. The tail of Princess Mulberry's dress was very long. It glittered as it fluttered in the air. She was as silent as a statue as she leaped down. At this time, Lu Zhou felt as though time was flowing faster than ever. 3 seconds passed in just a blink of an eye. The last grain of blue sand was about to hit the bottom. Princess Mulberry looked around as her nose twitched slightly. Swoosh! After a moment, she leaped onto the white crane's back and said icily, "Let's go!" Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the white crane carried Princess Mulberry away into the distance. Although it was just 8 seconds altogether, time seemed to pass quickly and slowly at the same time. Buzz! The hourglass of time returned to its original state, and Lu Zhou cut off the power of concealment. To the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, they did not experience the excruciating time earlier. They looked at the black fog in the sky in confusion. The white cranes had all disappeared. "Where are the white cranes?" Zhu Honggong asked curiously. Kongwen was puzzled. "Huh? This is really strange. How could they just disappear?" After putting away the hourglass of time, Lu Zhou returned to his original position and activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover his divine power. Kongwen said, "This is Princess Mulberry's entourage. It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense." Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes and said, "I've overestimated you." "I guess I was mistaken," Kongwen said. Only Lu Zhou alone knew Kongwen was not mistaken. He looked at the northern sky and whispered to himself, "Perhaps it's not a bad idea to avoid danger." No one knew that those 8 seconds were Lu Zhou's limit. Even Chen Fu would not be able to easily maintain the freezing effect for 8 seconds. Lu Zhou had only managed to achieve this after using the sacred relic, the hourglass of time, and depleting more than half of his divine power. Lu Zhou sighed. It was really difficult to control time. He wondered if there was truly no one in the world who could reverse time. At this time, Zhu Honggong said, "Was I hallucinating?" "You're not. Perhaps Master beat them up," Yu Zhenghai said, patting Zhu Honggong's shoulder. Then, Yu Zhenghai turned around and said, "All right, rest here and cultivate. It's time to increase your strength. We have so many life hearts here. How can you still have time to talk?" With Yu Zhenghai showing his might as the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, no one dared to continue their discussion anymore. They scattered and found their own places to cultivate and attempt to break through. After all, during this period of time, the members of Evil Sky Pavilion had improved their cultivation tremendously due to the effects of the Pillar of Impermanence. At this time, Qin Naihe came to Lu Zhou's side and asked in a low voice, "Pavilion Master, I keep feeling like something isn't right. It's like I missed something." Lu Zhou glanced at Qin Naihe and asked, "You felt it?" Qin Naihe nodded. "It feels like something is missing." When time was frozen by the hourglass of time, only those who had comprehended the power of the Tao could sense it, and perhaps they could offset the effect slightly. For example, the hourglass of time could freeze time for 8 seconds. For ordinary venerable masters who had comprehended the power of the Tao, they could offset the effect by a second, which meant that they would be frozen for 7 seconds instead of 8 seconds. In other words, Qin Naihe was already beginning to comprehend the power of the Tao. Lu Zhou asked, "You've activated your 18th birth chart?" Qin Naihe smiled and said, "Yes. Thanks to the blue crystal with the great void energy that you gave me, the process of activating the 18th birth chart was very smooth. Moreover, it even opened up the next region in my birth palace." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Very good. The Evil Sky Pavilion will have another venerable master." Although Lu Zhou's voice was not loud, everyone heard him. They looked at Qin Naihe in shock. "Venerable master?" Kongwen stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, Brother Qin." The others congratulated Qin Naihe as well. After all, everyone knew it was not easy to become a venerable master. Take the Green Lotus domain, for example. After so long, they only had 4 venerable masters. Every time there was trouble, the 4 of them would have to step forward. Now that Tuoba Siqing and Yizheng were gone, there was now Qin Naihe. Perhaps this was heaven's will. Thank you for your kind words. I'm only able to reach this stage because of the Pavilion Master's care. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to speak to me, Qin Naihe said modestly with a smile on his face. You're not putting on airs at all, Ming Shirin asked after he flew to Qin Naihe's side. Mr. Fourth, don't joke. I'm not that kind of person, Qin Naihe said. Everyone nodded, filled with praise. With the appearance of a new venerable master in the Evil Sky Pavilion, they were also greatly motivated to work harder. With this, they did not waste time and hurriedly returned to cultivate. The next morning, since Lu Zhou had recovered his divine power, he continued to lead the others and flew toward Jiming. The journey was smooth sailing. Apart from divine beasts, the other fierce beasts were no match for the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. With weapons of mass destruction like Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, most of the time, they would easily sweep up the fierce beasts. The more powerful fierce beasts could be dealt with by Qin Naihe. Most importantly, they had Lu Zhou, the great venerable master, who could deal with the powerful fierce beasts with just one palm seal. Just like that, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion spent each day in a boring and repetitive manner. As they traveled, they would kill fierce beasts, harvest their life hearts and the cultivation treasures they encountered. When they stopped to rest, they would cultivate diligently under the effect of Lu Zhou's pillar of impermanence. In just a blink of an eye, they had spent 2 months in such a way. They were not too far away from Jiming now. At this time, Yan Zhenlua seriously reported their harvest. Over the past 2 months, we've obtained about 25 Beast King's life hearts, 65 high-grade life hearts, 156 mid-grade life hearts, 3 mystic microstones, 5 stalks of mystic life grass. Yan Zhenlua did not bother reporting the number of low-grade life hearts. With the current strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion, everyone could easily find low-grade life hearts. Lu Zhou nodded. Distribute them accordingly to those who need them. During the past 2 months, the cultivation of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had increased slightly. As long as they continued on this path and traveled to the other pillars of destruction, their cultivation would only continue to improve. Understood. Over the past 2 months, Lu Zhou had used another Beast King's life heart to activate his 20th birth chart. The process was rather smooth, and with the pillar of impermanence, the difficulty was not high. At this time, he was thinking about his blue avatar's 8th leaf. Is the blue avatar's limit 8 leaves as well? Perhaps it was due to the shadow left over from the 8-leaf limit in the Golden Lotus domain. He could not help but wonder if his blue avatar would be restricted as well. At this moment, Kong Wen and his brothers flew over from afar and landed in front of Lu Zhou. Kong Wen said, "Pavilion Master, the Pillar of Destruction is about 30 miles to the north. This is a crude map that I've drawn." Then Kong Wen laid the map on the ground. Everyone gathered around him immediately. After taking a look, Yan Zhenlua asked, "Is that a ring-shaped lake?" There are many lakes near the Pillar of Destruction. Some are big and some are small, but this ring-shaped lake is rather special. It covers an area of 3,000 feet, and a huge mulberry tree stands in the middle of the lake. That should be where Princess Mulberry lives. I suggest we take a detour to avoid the ring-shaped lake during our journey to Jiming. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou recalled Princess Mulberry with her long dress and white crane before he asked, "Is Princess Mulberry human or a zombie?" Based on ancient books and word of mouth, she's a zombie. However, not many people have seen her before, Kong Wen said. At this moment, little Yuaner said in a small voice, "Master, I think we should take a detour." Lu Zhou turned to look at little Yuaner before he said, "All right, let's take a detour then." With that, Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard's back and flew north. The others got on their mounts and followed suit. With their strength and mounts, it would not take long for them to cover a distance of 30 miles. On a cliff, Lu Zhou sat on Witzard's back as he looked at the Pillar of Destruction that towered into the dense fog. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood at each of Lu Zhou's sides and looked at the pillar of destruction as well. "We've finally arrived at Jiming," Kongwen said. "It's slightly brighter here since Jiming represents dawn. It's also the place closest to the red line." "Where's the ring-shaped lake?" "We went around the lake previously. It's about 30 miles to the west," Kongwen replied. 30 miles? Lu Zhou thought the ring-shaped lake was too close. After all, that girl's cultivation base was not low. With only 30 miles between them, if there was a battle here, it would definitely attract her attention. He could not understand. Her appearance and movement did not like that of a zombie at all. Moreover, she clearly had a will of her own. If she was not a zombie, it would be easy to suppress her with a deadly strike card. After a while, Lu Zhou said, "Lead the way." Kongwen nodded before he and his brothers flew out in succession. Since Kongwen and his brothers joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, they had worked very hard and did their best at everything. Moreover, they did not complain no matter the task given to them. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion acknowledged this, so they were also given the corresponding respect. This was something they could not even imagine when they were solitary cultivators in the Green Lotus domain. Now, when they worked, they were no longer driven by profit alone. Kongwen tossed out a large number of tracking seals as he flew. At this time, Lu Zhou turned to the side and looked at the towering ancient tree in the distance before he called out, "Hua Wu Dao, Hua Yueshing. Your orders, Pavilion Master? Both of you take to a higher altitude. If there are any strange movements from the fierce beasts, kill them without mercy. Nonetheless, remember that your survival takes precedent over the mission." Understood. The duo cooperated very well. One would focus on offense while the other focused on defense. Hence, Lu Zhou did not think they would encounter a big problem. "Zhao Hongfu." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Zhao Hongfu replied as she stepped forward. "Build a runic passage in a hidden area. Can you complete it in 3 days?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Hongfu smiled. "I can build a small one in 2 days, but I'd need a month for a large one." "A small one will do." "Understood," Zhao Hongfu said confidently. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "The left and right envoys, the 3 guardians, and the 4 elders will be in charge of protecting Zhao Hongfu." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou began firing out instructions again after that. "Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Qin Naihe. The 3 of you have the highest cultivation base now, so you will act as free men for the time being." The trio nodded. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the remaining people and said, "As for the rest of you, stay here with Lu Wu and Cheng Huang. Wait for my orders." Yes. With Lu Wu and Cheng Huang, this group of people were the safest. Lu Zhou leaped on Witzard's back and said before flying away, "I'll go and investigate first." Swoosh! Lu Zhou and Witzard disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Everyone rubbed their eyes. Zhu Honggong asked in confusion, "When did Witzard become so fast?" "It is rather fast now." Zhu Honggong grabbed Dang Kang's ear and said, "Why aren't you so fast?" Dang Kang snorted before it lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Yu Zhenghai patted Bai An and said, "Bai An doesn't specialize in speed." Yu Shangrong added, "It's the same for Ji Liang." Little Yuaner looked around before she said, "My little fire phoenix can't fly yet, so I won't compare with you old people." Lu Wu, Cheng Huang, Ying Zhao, and Di Jiang turned to look at Yuaner. "Little ancestor, what's the meaning of bringing up your divine beast? Isn't this an overkill?" Then, Di Jiang cried out twice. After all, in terms of speed, if it claimed second place, no one would dare to claim the first place. On the other hand, Ying Zhao looked at the pillar of destruction uneasily. Zhao Yu, who had been traveling with Ying Zhao, could sense Ying Zhao's uneasiness. Hence, she asked, "10th junior sister, what's wrong with it?" Ying Zhao raised its head and made a few strings of noises. After that, Conk said, "Ying Zhao came from the core area of the unknown land. Although this is just the outer area, it said that the pressure and dangerous aura of this place are similar to those at the core area. That's why it feels uneasy. Don't worry. With the Pavilion Master around, everything will be fine." Everyone nodded. At the same time, Lu Zhou and Witzard passed through a forest. In order to avoid falling into formation traps, he brought the golden Taishu mirror and shone it forward. Witzard raised the altitude. Witzard obeyed immediately. When they were about 100 meters in the air, the range of the golden Taishu mirror widened. It revealed the true forms of everything it shone on. One after another, traps were exposed. As expected, there are formation traps. Lu Zhou and Witzard avoided the traps and flew through a jagged stone peak before Lu Zhou called out, "Stop!" Lu Zhou observed the formations again. If it were left by saints or people from the Great Void, they should not be so new. Are the other people here? Lu Zhou immediately brought Witzard to a lower altitude before landing on a huge boulder. The pillar of destruction stood not far away. The roiling black fog was reflected on the pillar, looking like the rippling shadows of waves. The surroundings were completely silent. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of smell. Soon after, he frowned. Void Chest Tribesman? Lu Zhou had smelled the familiar pungent and slightly sour stench he had smelled back in the ruins of Transient City. 500 meters ahead, Lu Zhou said. Witzard understood immediately. It flew out and came to a stop after crossing 500 meters. When Lu Zhou looked down from the sky, he saw a huge group of Void Chest tribesmen lying silently on the ground like dried loaches. A few of them wore clothes. Most of them were dark and bald. Lu Zhou wondered inwardly, curious. Why are the Void Chest tribesmen here? Lu Zhou looked at the pillar of destruction before he said in a low voice, "Go around them." Lu Zhou did not want to alarm the Void Chest tribesmen and decided to go around them to investigate the situation at the pillar of destruction. Witzard turned around and began to fly around the Void Chest tribesmen. It did not take long before they arrived at the pillar of destruction. The pillar of destruction in Jiming was basically the same as the one in Yuzhong. Lu Zhou saw a few fierce beasts resting nearby. There should be a beast emperor guarding this place. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to enter the pillar of destruction. He wanted to check the surroundings before making plans. Soon after, he saw a ring-shaped lake. The ring-shaped lake covered an area of 3,000 feet. It was not too big. In fact, in the unknown land, it was considered insignificantly small. In the middle of the lake stood a huge mulberry tree in full bloom. Golden spots of light flickered around it, and they were reflected in the lake. The scenery completed the gloomy dark fog quite well. It looked like a scene out of a dark fairy tale. "Princess Mulberry," Lu Zhou murmured softly to himself. 30 miles were nothing to cultivators, especially to those in the Thousand Realms whirling stage. It was not different from sticking together. Lu Zhou recalled the scene when he saw Princess Mulberry again. It was hard to imagine she was one of the 10 zombie kings. He could not even smell a hint of a zombie from her with the power of smell. Was there such a difference between the zombie kings? Princess Mulberry and Ingo were completely different. It was abnormally quiet at the ring-shaped lake. White cranes hovered above the surface of the lake near the giant mulberry tree. They looked scattered, but in fact, with a discerning eye, one would be able to see they were incredibly organized. The ring-shaped lake was not big and was not particularly remarkable. In contrast, the beautiful and ancient giant mulberry tree was rather eye-catching. It did not look like it belonged in the unknown land. Driven by his strong curiosity, Lu Zhou used the power of hearing and the power of smell. With the combination of these two abilities, he could cover a wide range with his senses. The wind and grass in a radius of 1,000 meters were all within his perception. Where's she? Lu Zhou was puzzled. The faint fragrance from the mulberry tree was similar to that of Princess Mulberry. Lu Zhou continued searching for her, hoping to find his target as soon as possible. Alas, he did not find anything. There was no strange movement or smell in the vicinity of the mulberry tree. No one? She's really not here. Lu Zhou was further puzzled. When he thought about Princess Mulberry's action back then, he thought she looked as though she had something to attend to. Lu Zhou cut off the power of smell and the power of hearing before he turned to look at the pillar of destruction again. At this moment, splash! A figure broke through the surface of the sea, stirring up waves that reached the sky. Lu Zhou turned around and saw the slender figure of Princess Mulberry. Swoosh! Her long dress, pale yellow and white, was like the bright moon. Her dress swirled before it turned into feathers in just an instant. When she tucked them away, the feathers disappeared, returning to the unassuming form of a dress that fluttered in the wind. The lake water decreased significantly. Lu Zhou frowned as he thought to himself, even if she's not a zombie, she's not completely human. His frown deepened when he realized the system did not show her information. After a moment, he looked up at the black fog. It was time to leave. Now that he had confirmed Princess Mulberry was here, he now had to think of a way to bring his disciples here to obtain the recognition from the Pillar of Destruction and activate the Great Void Seed. Just as he was about to leave, a voice that contained a hint of a smile rang from the mulberry tree. The voice was calm but contained a hint of playfulness. "Since you're here, why don't you come over and have a chat?" Lu Zhou frowned. He was discovered in the end. Indeed, her cultivation base was not simple. Under such circumstances, he did not have to use the power of concealment. After all, his disciples and the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion were not around. Even if he fought, he did not have to worry about hurting them. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the mulberry tree. Princess Mulberry sat on a branch elegantly as she looked at Lu Zhou with a smile. She swayed her feet gently as she occasionally plucked the flowers from the tree. Lu Zhou leaped on Witzard's back and flew toward the ring-shaped lake before coming to a stop about 100 meters away. Then he calmly said, "Princess Mulberry?" Princess Mulberry asked, "Were you the one hiding near the Rift Valley?" One of the white cranes smelled the scent of humans, but it couldn't find anyone. "You're quite powerful," Princess Mulberry said. "Is this how a zombie king should behave?" Although Lu Zhou did not sense any hostility from her, he did not let his guard down. The more harmless a person looked, the more likely they were hiding something terrifying. Lu Zhou asked, "You discovered me a long time ago?" "Yes," Princess Mulberry said with a smile. "I was in a hurry to return, so I didn't disturb you. Where are your companions?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. "Why?" Princess Mulberry let out a long sigh before she said, "I'm bored and lonely. I haven't seen a living human being in a very, very long time." These words really sent chills up people's spines. "Is it true that you're the daughter of the Red Emperor?" Lu Zhou asked. Princess Mulberry's smile vanished immediately as soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell. Then, she stood up on the branch. Although the branch was very slender, it strangely could bear her weight. After a brief moment, she smiled again and said, "I hate this topic. Anyway, what's your name?" "My surname is Lu," Lu Zhou replied. "Oh," Princess Mulberry asked again, "why are you here?" When she said, "Oh," it reminded Lu Zhou of little Yuaner. He answered truthfully, "The Pillar of Destruction." Princess Mulberry looked at the Pillar of Destruction and said, "It's been a long, long time since a human was able to come close to this place. Why did you come to the Pillar of Destruction?" It felt like she was interrogating him, so he asked cautiously, "Are you a guardian of the Pillar of Destruction?" "I've never cared about the Pillar of Destruction. Why do humans like creating and spreading rumors?" "You don't care about it?" Lu Zhou asked. "I've never been a guardian of the Pillar," Princess Mulberry said. "If you're not a guardian of the Pillar, then why are you here?" Lu Zhou asked. A hint of melancholy appeared on Princess Mulberry's face as she said, "I can't leave this place. I can't leave the unknown land. I'm really afraid of becoming old. I'm afraid one day I'll become an old woman." As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch her jade-like cheek. "Forget it. You should go your way, and I'll go mine," Lu Zhou said. When he was about to leave, swoosh, the water in the lake soared into the sky before turning into pillars of ice that blocked Lu Zhou's path. Lu Zhou frowned. Princess Mulberry leaped off the branch of the mulberry tree into the air with nimble movements. Then, she asked, "Do you want to live forever?" Lu Zhou asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Well, I think you're a good person. Why don't you stay here and be the master of this lake? With a human around, I'll have someone to talk to. My future days won't be so boring anymore, Princess Mulberry said. Then, she flew higher into the air before she continued to say, Why don't you think about it? Lu Zhou glanced at the ice pillars and said, There's no need to think about it. I'm not interested. Not interested? A disappointed expression appeared on Princess Mulberry's face when she heard Lu Zhou's words. She did not move for a long time as though she had been frozen. I still have many important matters to attend to. Moreover, it's not possible to live forever, Lu Zhou said. Who said that? Princess Mulberry shook her head vehemently. I can. You? That's right. Me. Heaven and earth are eternal. Time is endless. How can you be sure that you'll live forever? Lu Zhou asked. Princess Mulberry waved her hand. The hem of her dress slowly fell into the lake. She said, But I've been here for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Isn't that immortality? Lu Zhou looked at Princess Mulberry skeptically. He felt like he was talking to a little girl. Then he said, If you can answer a few questions, then I'll admit it's possible to live forever. Ask then. How long has the world existed? Lu Zhou asked. This? Princess Mulberry shook her head, indicating she did not know. All right, then, how high is the sky? Princess Mulberry shook her head again. How deep is the land? Princess Mulberry was stumped by all three questions. She could only shake her head helplessly. Lu Zhou said, You've been here for 100,000 years. However, are you sure you'll still be alive after 200,000, 300,000, or even 400,000 years later? Princess Mulberry was speechless. Her mood gradually sank. Like her mood, the lake roiled uneasily, and the ice pillars barring Lu Zhou's path shattered. Lu Zhou did not ask any more questions. Instead, he patted Wuxia. Wuxia understood Lu Zhou's intention and began to return to the way they came. Lu Zhou thought to himself, She's just a gullible little girl. From this, it's obvious that age and wisdom aren't always directly proportional. Wait a minute, Princess Mulberry suddenly called out. Don't stop, Lu Zhou said to Wuxia in a low voice. Wuxia increased its speed. Princess Mulberry flew out, and her dress turned into wings in just an instant. She smiled happily as she said, I've figured it out. You can stay here with me to verify the matter of my immortality. Swoosh! Lu Zhou asked Wuxia to speed up. Just as he was about to leave the range of the lake. Swoosh! 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 Icicles shot up into the sky. Lu Zhou leaped off Wuxia's back and flew into the sky. Princess Mulberry arrived in front of Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye. With a smile on her face, she reached out to grab Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou pushed a hand out. Bang! A palm seal as big as the sky shot out, breaking the icicles before it crashed against Princess Mulberry's small and exquisite hands. She flew back 100 meters immediately as she flipped in the air. Since Lu Zhou did not sense any killing intent or hostility from her, he looked at her strangely and asked, What are you doing? Princess Mulberry looked slightly aggrieved as she said indignantly, You're too fierce. I've already said that I have no interest in your suggestion, Lu Zhou said. Well, interest can be cultivated, Princess Mulberry said determinedly. Lu Zhou understood now. The girl in front of him looked harmless and pitiful, but she was in fact a high-level obsessive and unpredictable person. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you, Lu Zhou said lightly. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Oh, okay. Princess Mulberry's disappointment was palpable at this moment. Her entire person turned listless. However, all of a sudden, she lifted her head, seeming to regain life again, as she asked, You really want to go to the Pillar of Destruction? That's right. Are you going to stop me? Princess Mulberry shook her head and said, I have no interest in doing that. That's good. Lu Zhou leaped back onto Wuxia's back. When he turned back, He saw Princess Mulberry rubbing her hands together as though she was in pain. Then she said, "Fine, you can go. But let me tell you, none of the humans who went to the Pillar of Destruction in the past had a good ending. I won't care about you when you call for help later." Lu Zhou was even happier that she would not meddle. He urged Wizard and flew back. Lu Zhou leaped off Wizard's back once he returned to the others. Kongwen ran over and asked, "How's it, Pavilion Master?" Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and said, "It's a little troublesome. There's a large number of Void Chest tribesmen about a close distance away from the Pillar of Destruction. I'm afraid they came to seek revenge. Let everyone know about this and we come up with a plan over the next few days." Understood. After 3 days, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion gathered. Zhao Hongfu stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master, I've completed the construction of the runic passage. However, it can only transport 3 people at most. The runic passage had been concealed after its construction. It was for future preparations." "Very good," Lu Zhou said to Zhao Hongfu before he said to the others, "Follow me." With that, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion marched forward in a grand fashion. When they arrived near the Void Chest tribesmen's hiding spot, Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, "There are a huge number of them up ahead. Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong. Both of you will flank them from both sides. Clean them up." Understood. Hua Yexing. Coordinate with them up in the sky on the left. Understood. Hua Yuezing held the wind spirit bow and flew to the top left. Then Lu Zhou continued to lead the others forward. When they had advanced about 1,000 meters forward, from up ahead, they saw a huge number of Void Chest tribesmen swarming over. There were far more people than they had imagined. At this time, the high priest, dressed in a long robe, held his scepter and flew up with the momentum of 1,000 warhorses. His skin was like that of the bark of a tree. Apart from his eyes, he did not resemble humans at all. At this time, he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "You've been waiting for me?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. The high priest's eyes shone with killing intent as he said, "You stupid and ugly human. What happened in Transient City was your doing, right?" "That's right," Lu Zhou replied honestly. The high priest nodded slightly. "You dare to admit your mistakes. You are much smarter than the other humans. Kill them! Kill them!" The other Void Chest tribesmen began to shout. One Void Chest tribesman leaped up and shouted passionately, "I really don't understand why the heavens created such ugly creatures like the humans. Look, their chests are without holes, and they're so short. They're an insult to my aesthetics." These words really made Lu Zhou and the others feel speechless. Indeed, it was difficult for different species to share common aesthetics. At this time, Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. Its eyes flashed coldly and it bared its fangs before it said, "Lowly reptiles and ants, face my wrath." Boom! As soon as Lu Wu landed, thousands of Void Chest tribesmen were sent flying by the shockwave. It swept its body to the side, easily flattening everything within 1,000 meters. The high priest flew higher into the sky. At this time, the scepter in his hand began to glow. Soon enough, the light turned into strands of light that shot into the holes in the chests of the Void Chest tribesmen who were sent flying. It was like he was threading a thread through a needle hole. With just a flick of his wrist, he pulled thousands of Void Chest tribesmen back up. The high priest's long robe shone with a faint green light. After he pulled the group of Void Chest tribesmen up, he threw them to the side. After the strands of light dissipated, the group of Void Chest tribesmen hovered in the air as the holes in their chests began to shine brightly. Lu Wu naturally would not give them a chance to attack. It opened its mouth and exhaled a wave of white mist. Creak. Ice seal. As the chilling frost energy swept out, it froze all the Void Chest tribesmen in the air and on the ground, turning them into ice sculptures. Surprisingly, not only was the high priest not afraid, but he scoffed before he flipped backward. A mere beast emperor dares to be so arrogant? Where did he get the courage to look down on a beast emperor? Yan Zhenlua was speechless. Don't look down on the opponent. Clearly, he's aware of Lu Wu from before. Lu Wu, be careful, Duan Mushang cried out. Roar! Lu Wu stomped his front legs, shattering the ice sculptures. Alas, Lu Zhou did not receive any merit points. After becoming a great venerable master, it was getting harder and harder to obtain merit points. He could no longer obtain points from low-level targets. Lu Wu's ice seal got rid of thousands of void chest tribesmen. At this time, the high priest thrust his scepter up into the air. Following that, a ray of light rippled out. In just a moment, it had expanded about 10,000 feet away. Cries and shouts rang out from the mountain, shaking the sky and land. Subsequently, countless void chest tribesmen rushed out of the mountain and forest as though they had disregarded their lives. At the same time, the void chest tribesmen in the air began to fall into position, sealing off all exits in the air. Heavens! There are so many of them! Zhu Honggong exclaimed. With so many of them, most people would have been frightened. At this time, the high priest asked in a deep voice that traveled to the distance. Do you know why I want to kill you? Why? Lu Zhou asked. My family, the Void Chest tribe, stayed within the range of our pillar of impermanence for more than 1,000 years. My people sacrificed their lives to let the pillar grow. However, you took it away, the high priest said. Lu Zhou said disapprovingly. When did the pillar of impermanence belong to your tribe? It's your business if you want to sacrifice your life to the pillar. Since I'm capable of taking it away, it's mine. You have a point. Nevertheless, the flames of fury in my heart burn high. This kind of flames can only be extinguished with your death, the high priest said. Lu Zhou shook his head and called out, Lu Wu. Although there were many void chest tribesmen, there was still no need for Lu Zhou to make a move. Boom! Lu Wu leaped into the air as its tails swept across the void chest tribesmen. The high priest did not seem to care at all as he watched his tribesmen being killed by Lu Wu. When Lu Zhou looked down, he felt chills running up his spine. Those void chest tribesmen who had fallen would split open when they touched the ground, forming many smaller void chest tribesmen. Damn! They're really strange. Master! Mingxirin, who was just about to seize the chance to show his skills, suddenly changed direction and appeared behind Lu Zhou. The high priest cursed them. What a vicious curse, Kongwen said. Meng Chongdong, who was standing at the back, said, Mr. Seventh, and I have come across this kind of curse before. It's indeed a vicious curse. We can't kill them like this. Their number will only increase. Lu Wu, stop. Lu Wu leaped back behind the crowd and sat on its haunches immediately. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, one on the left and one on the right, attacked the void chest tribesmen. The high priest continued to watch indifferently. The more they killed, the more the number of the void chest tribesmen multiplied. This is too fucking disgusting, Mingxirin cursed. Mr. Fourth is right. It's really too disgusting, Pan Zhong chimed in. At this moment, high up in the sky, Hua Yueshing drew the bowstring back. In just a few breaths, she released hundreds of arrows that pierced the spot under the void chest tribesmen's armpits accurately. Great Dark Heaven Memorial. The Jasper saber spun along with a huge energy saber like a windmill, crushing the void chest tribesmen. When Yu Zhenghai saw the smaller void chest tribesmen, he frowned. How troublesome. Interesting, Yu Shangrong said tonelessly. Needless to say, the duo did not need Lu Zhou to stop them. Their judgments were accurate. They put away their sword and saber before flying back to join the others. Pan Zhong turned around and asked, Isn't there a way to deal with this curse? Meng Chongdong shook his head and said, No. We only have a shallow understanding of the curse. The number of void chest tribesmen began to grow as they advanced. At this time, the high priest said again, Ignorant and ugly humans. What curse? This is a holy technique of my tribe. It's a blessing. A blessing? Your bodies break open and you multiply. You can still call this a blessing? Mingxirin said. There's no pain and no death, only strength. How's this not a blessing? The high priest said in return. Oh, then the big ones are the fathers. When they split into smaller ones, they're the children. Come. Tell me, Where are their mothers? Mingshi said mockingly. Then, without waiting for a reply, he continued to say provocatively, "Wait, don't tell me that void chest tribesmen don't have parents. After all, this is how you procreate. How disgusting. Do you have ancestors? If you do, won't you feel ashamed to face them when you die for treating a curse as a blessing? If you don't, then you're truly pitiful. You're even worse than animals." The high priest was enraged by Mingshi words. He waved his scepter and said, "I'll skin you alive." Buzz. The scepter thrummed as strands of light connected the void chest tribesmen. Following that, the sky full of void chest tribesmen pounced forward without any regard for their lives. "Retreat," Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stayed at the sides, using energy seals to keep the void chest tribesmen away. However, they had no choice but to kill a few of them with their sword and saber. At least, they could use the time while the void chest tribesmen were multiplying to retreat. Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. Boom! A mountain-like palm seal fell, knocking a great number of void chest tribesmen away. Alas, as soon as they touched the ground, they would split and form new void chest tribesmen. Lu Zhou frowned, wondering how he should deal with them. The high priest said frostily, "You'll die at the foot of the Pillar of Destruction in Jiming today. Kill them." Under the control of the high priest, the void chest tribesmen charged forward mindlessly. What to do? What to do? Master. Zhu Honggong panicked. Calm down, Mingshi said as he rode on Xianxia's and flew to Zhu Honggong's side. Have you forgotten Master's words to you? You lack confidence, and you're too timid. Zhu Honggong said with a sad face. I'm not timid. When we were going to the Red Lotus domain for the first time, I bravely leaped out of the sky shuttle to buy everyone time. However, this is too scary, Mingshi said. Coward. Fourth senior brother, why aren't you afraid? Do you have some tricks up your sleeve? Zhu Honggong asked in a low voice. Tricks? Mingshi looked at Zhu Honggong with an inexplicable gaze. At this moment, a big void chest tribesman whose body was blood red broke through the energy seals and pounced at them. Mingshi eyes widened. Dodge! Swoosh! Mingshi and Xianxia were like a shooting star as they shot into the forest, leaving the others behind. Everyone, they felt speechless. Among the group, the person who was working the hardest was Xianxia. He was close to becoming a venerable master after all. His energy seals kept the void chest tribesmen away, protecting everyone. However, as time passed, the enemy's frenzied attacks did not stop at all, causing him to feel pressured. Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou turned to look at Xianxia who was being pressured. With a tap of his feet, he flew out. Since he could not kill the void chest tribesmen, he would capture their leader. Swoosh! You dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Everyone held their breaths as Lu Zhou flew out. They looked forward to seeing how Lu Zhou would solve this problem. The high priest swung his scepter, and over 1,000 void chest tribesmen stood in front of him to shield him. Lu Zhou pushed his hand out as he flew horizontally. Boom! With the force that could split the sky and the land, Lu Zhou breached the line of void chest tribesmen and continued to fly toward the high priest. The high priest said in a deep voice, I have long expected this. You humans are inferior to us. Poor wretches, prepare to die. Then, the high priest roared as he spread his arms. Buzz! Nearly 10,000 void chest tribesmen on the ground formed an 8 trigrams formation. Their chests were pointed up at Lu Zhou. Following that, beams of light shot out from the holes in their chests toward Lu Zhou. A lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet. The bottom of the lotus easily blocked the beams of light. As it turns out, you're a venerable master. No wonder you dare to behave arrogantly in the unknown land. The high priest said as he flew back 1,000 meters at high speed. Void chest tribesmen on both sides leaped into the air, trying to stop Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou had to slow down due to the obstruction. Flaming Golden Lotus. Flaming golden lotuses shot out of the golden lotus under Lu Zhou's feet and swept out in all directions like a tornado. In just a moment, the area within 1,000 meters was turned into a sea of fire. When did Master become so strong? Zhu Honggong gulped. Master has always been strong. 8th senior brother. Did you knock your head while you were in the Yellow Lotus domain? Little Yuaner asked. The sea of fire kept burning the Void Chest tribesmen even as they multiplied. This kept repeating until the Void Chest tribesmen were only the size of a fist. Not long after that, miserable cries began to ring in the air. It's effective. The karmic flames work. Meng Chandong exclaimed excitedly as he pointed at the charred miniature Void Chest tribesmen who had stopped multiplying. When he calmed down slightly, he said, "As expected of the karmic fire, it'd be great if I understood Tao inscriptions." Mr. Seventh said that curses are a kind of Tao inscriptions as well, and there are always ways to break curses. Lu Li nodded and said, Mr. Seventh was truly knowledgeable. In a way, this curse is somewhat like our birth charts. They have to be killed many times before they finally die. Everyone pay attention. They can multiply 5 or 6 times at most before they die. The bigger ones likely can multiply more times, but there's a limit. With this, hope bloomed in everyone's hearts. Yu Zhenghai stomped on the ground and rushed forward, bursting forth with golden karmic fire. Yu Shangrong also burst forth with the karmic fire. Since most of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion had the karmic fire, it did not take long for the entire eastern side of the Pillar of Destruction to turn into a sea of fire. Lu Wu continued sitting on its haunches. Since it could not spit fire, it could not help. Duan Mushang stood at the side and watched as well. Lu Zhou turned around and saw that his disciples were slowly turning the tide after being enlightened with his flaming golden lotus. Feeling relieved, he continued flying toward the high priest. The high priest continued to fly backward. He was not afraid, nor was he sad that his tribesmen were being burned to death. On the contrary, his eyes were bright, and he looked strangely excited. Then, he began to laugh as he looked at the sea of fire, looking as though he had lost his mind. Lu Zhou frowned. Freeze! The hourglass of time shot out. Blue electric arcs swept out, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Everything fell silent. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou appeared in front of the high priest. His hand was like a divine mountain as he pushed it out. Time resumed and, boom! The high priest's eyes widened in shock and anger as he cried out, Impossible! Then the high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou's protective energy prevented the blood from splashing on him. The high priest continued to fly back. His eyes were filled with shock. Lu Zhou brought the hourglass of time back and turned around to survey the situation. The tide had turned in their favor now. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's karmic fire burned the Void Chest tribesmen, forcing them to retreat. At this moment, the high priest gripped the scepter in his hand tightly. Blood spurted out from the hole in his chest. The droplets of blood like scarlet butterflies in the air. They circled the scepter before flying down. Subsequently, the high priest tossed the scepter down. Bang! The scepter pierced into the ground. From the very beginning, Lu Zhou had already felt the Void Chest tribe was very strange. They were able to survive in the unknown land for so long, and they seemed to be growing stronger as well. Clearly, they were not without means. Lu Zhou brought out the Pillar of Impermanence. The Pillar of Impermanence buzzed loudly. You want the Pillar of Impermanence? The high priest's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he roared, Hand over the Pillar of Impermanence. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, That'll have to depend if you have the ability to snatch it back. Then Lu Zhou pressed the Pillar of Impermanence into the ground. It began to expand and spin immediately. Vitality, energy, and life force began to converge toward it as it absorbed them. The high priest's face paled as he shouted, Get into formation! Boom! The blood butterflies that were churning like a vortex next to the scepter suddenly flew toward the Void Chest tribesmen, leaving red lines on their bodies. At the same time, a large number of Void Chest tribesmen rushed in from the distance. Their number was astonishing. With this, the red lines on their bodies began to connect with each other. When the red lines were connected, everyone looked at the sky in amazement. Meng Chongdong hurriedly brought out formation canvases from his bag and handed them to Xianxia and Li Xiaomao as he said, "Set up the formation." "What are these?" Yan Zhenlua asked with a frown. Meng Chongdong handed the formation canvases out as he said, "Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, don't just stand there. Hurry up." The duo returned to their senses and hurriedly took the formation canvases. Meng Chongdong said, "The formation the High Priest is casting is called the Blood Priest Sealing Formation. Its essence is similar to parasitic techniques and the Great Blood Sacrifice technique. Basically, it's a formation despised by the cultivation world. No wonder he doesn't care about the lives of his tribesmen." When everyone heard about the Blood Priest Sealing Formation, they frowned, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Then they hurriedly followed Meng Chongdong and cast the formation. The Blood Priest Sealing Formation is a dark formation woven with blood. Only someone at the level of a venerable master can control this formation, Meng Chongdong said. Then, he pointed in front of him and said, "Stand in the direction of the formation." "Okay." Everyone quickly flew in all directions. All of them felt extremely pressured by the uncertainties of the battle. "What are the effects of the Blood Priest Sealing Formation?" Yan Zhenlua asked. "Once we're sealed in the formation, we'll lose our will and be controlled by the other party. We'll be no different from the zombies." Thump! Zhu Honggong fell to the ground. "It's so terrifying." "Eighth senior brother, you're so cowardly," little Yuaner said. Then, she turned to look at Conk and said in a small voice, "Junior sister, Guardian Meng's words are too terrifying. Everyone, little ancestor, what's with this double standard?" Little Yuaner and Conk stood behind the crowd when suddenly, several void chest tribesmen pounced on them. Conk exclaimed, "Watch out!" Bang! 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 Little Yuaner left afterimages in her wake as she leaped up and kicked the void chest tribesmen away. When she landed, she said, surprised, "They're not very scary." Meng Chongdong called out, "Miss Ninth, Miss Tenth, come here." "Oh!" The duo stood in the middle, surrounded by the others. The blood thread that had connected swiftly sealed the area. Meng Chongdong smacked his hands on the ground, and the formation lit up. A golden area with distinct edges appeared immediately. Overjoyed, Meng Chongdong said, "Everyone, come into the formation." Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and the others also felt the strangeness of the blood thread, so they hurried back. When they entered the golden area, the blood threads were instantly repelled. Hua Yueshing and Hua Wudao hurriedly entered the golden area as well. Swoosh! 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 What about Lu Wu and Cheng Huang? The two mounts were too big to fit into the golden area, and it was even more difficult for them to avoid the blood threads. Duanmu Shang, who was standing on Lu Wu's back, held the Overlord spear with one hand and clenched his other hand as he asked, "What Blood Priest Sealing Formation? I don't feel anything." The purple dragons flew out from Duanmu Shang's wrist as his eyes glowed with a purple light. "The corrosive energy!" Meng Chongdong exclaimed. "No wonder Mr. Third is unaffected by the Blood Priest Sealing Formation." Boom! Duanmu Shang and Lu Wu rushed out immediately, cutting through the sky. As Lu Wu fanned his tails out, Duanmu Shang manifested his avatar. Then they swept through the void chest tribesmen. Upon seeing this, the high priest exclaimed in disbelief, "The corrosive energy?" Lu Zhou turned to look back. When he saw the golden formation protecting everyone, he relaxed. His gaze was piercing as he turned back to look at the high priest and said clearly, "From today onward, the void chest tribe will no longer exist." Buzz! A towering avatar appeared, knocking away the blood threads. When Lu Zhou felt numbness creeping up on him after coming in contact with the blood threads, he used the divine power to dispel the feeling. Faint blue lightning bolts flashed in the golden avatar and, boom! Tens of thousands void chest tribesmen were sent flying, splitting as soon as the attack landed. Lu Zhou knew they were going to multiply again, so he mobilized his karmic fire and drowned all of them in a sea of fire. The high priest continued to laugh wildly as he retreated again. Tens of thousands of blood threads were connected to him. Lu Zhou brought his hand up. The hourglass of time once again released blue electric arcs, and the area within 1,000 meters came to a standstill. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the high priest. When time flowed again, the high priest looked shocked and furious. Then, a blood-red beam of light shot out his chest. Bang! Lu Zhou held up unnamed in the form of a shield in front of him with one hand and pushed his other hand out. Flawed perfection. Bang! The high priest was sent flying back. Lu Zhou flashed again, unleashing several flawed perfections. Each of them landed accurately on their target. The high priest struggled to resist the attacks. However, the consecutive palm seals left him with no room to resist. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou pushed the high priest until he was pushed out of the range of the blood priest sealing formation. Why are you so strong? The high priest's confidence finally wavered. It grew even worse when he saw Duan Mushang, with his corrosive energy, rampaging in the blood priest sealing formation with his irrational fighting style, killing his fellow tribesmen. You only realized it now? Lu Zhou asked. He appeared in front of the high priest in just a blink of an eye. Great seal of fearlessness. A great seal of fearlessness as big as the sky shot out. Boom! The high priest was sent flying even further than before. When he arrived near the pillar of destruction, he suddenly vanished. Lu Zhou stopped and chanted the mantras for the power of smell. He quickly caught a familiar smell. When he turned around, he saw the high priest had appeared near the scepter. The high priest pounced at Lu Zhou, attacking with his hand that turned into a bloody blade. Lu Zhou was caught slightly off guard by the sudden transformation. Fortunately, with the divine power, it was nothing he could not handle. He attacked with his hand again. Bang! When the two palms seals met, the backlash swept toward the pillar of destruction, causing it to tremble. Lu Zhou looked at the high priest. My life is connected to all of them. With the blood priest sealing formation in place and the life connection technique, you won't be able to kill me. Won't be able to kill you? Open your eyes and take a good look. Lowly humans. Lu Zhou flew higher into the sky and saw an endless stream of void chest tribesmen coming from all directions. There were too many of them that there was no quantifier to describe them. How could the void chest tribe thrive in the unknown land? The high priest laughed. They're my life, and I'm their lives. This is the power of a superior race. We're a revered race. Only we can live forever in this world. As soon as his voice fell, swoosh, under the dense fog near the pillar of destruction, an elegant young woman dressed in a yellow dress sitting on the back of a white crane appeared, watching everything with great interest. The hem of her long dress fell off the white crane's back. Her eyes were limpid, and her 5 fingers were slender and fair. Live forever? Her melodious voice entered everyone's ears. The high priest was shocked. He burst forth with energy and shot to the other end across from the woman. Then he said, Yao Ji. Princess Mulberry frowned slightly and asked, Eh? You know me? The high priest said, In the unknown land, who doesn't know the name Yao Ji? Oh, then, Princess Mulberry asked in a leisurely manner, You can live forever? She seemed to be very invested in this question, as though she was eager to know the truth. The high priest said, There are many ways to live forever. Only ignorant humans deny the possibility of eternal life. Whether it was the all-powerful Prince Yi or the great god Shibai, didn't they both obtain eternal lives? Naturally, this includes the princess. Princess Mulberry chuckled. Your words are pleasing enough. The high priest asked somewhat fearfully, I heard the princess doesn't usually leave the ring-shaped lake and the pillar of destruction. Is the princess going somewhere? Princess Mulberry looked down and said in a low voice, No, I'm not in the mood. That's great. You guys continue, Princess Mulberry said as she stood quietly in the air. At this time, Lu Zhou looked at the high priest and asked, Do you really think I can't kill you? The high priest laughed and said, Lowly humans like you can only rely on birth charts. Look at us. We, the superior race, have mastered the life connection technique. These countless tribesmen symbolize my eternal life. How can you kill me? At this time, the blood threads began to wrap on the scepter. All right, let's give it a try then, Lu Zhou said as he swooped down. He did not give the high priest time to react and arrived before the high priest at lightning speed. Then he smacked his palm that was like Mount tie down. Boom! The high priest tried to block the blow but was pushed down. Confinement seal! Boom! The confinement seal pressed down on the high priest's head. With the additional pressure, he continued to fall and hit the ground. Lu Zhou looked at the void chest tribesmen in all directions, connected by the blood threads. He knew the high priest was not dead. He stepped on the confinement seal and stomped his foot repeatedly. Boom! 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 Lu Zhou did not stop stomping on the confinement seal. When his speed reached its peak, the others could only see afterimages moving up and down. The confinement seal sank 1,000 meters in the ground, forming a pit. After stomping on the confinement seal one more time, he leaped up into the air. When he raised his hand, unnamed in the form of a sword hovered before him. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. All things bear and embrace yin and yang. With that, unnamed released countless energy swords and 8 flying swords that swept out in all directions. They pierced through countless void chest tribesmen. Energy swords filled the area within 10,000 meters. The flying sword technique was too domineering. The energy swords swept forth from 6 directions through the desolate land. At this time, a hint of surprise could be seen on Princess Mulberry's face. She had to rise higher to avoid the energy swords. As she looked at the energy swords reaping lives, the severed limbs and dismembered corpses, she muttered under her breath. It's been a long time since I last saw such a powerful human. The energy swords continued attacking until the void chest tribesmen could no longer get up, and silence descended on Ji Ming. High up in the sky, Lu Zhou clenched his hand and said, "Withdraw." Whoosh! There was only one sound before all the energy swords vanished in unison. Unnamed hovered in front of him, spinning slowly. On the white crane's back, Princess Mulberry took 2 steps forward as she nodded. Void? As it turns out, it's a void? Meanwhile, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was shocked by Lu Zhou's flying sword technique. The energy swords were too visually impactful. When they looked at the mountains of VTC's corpses, they could not speak for a long time. No matter how many times they saw Lu Zhou in action, each time he would not fail to shock them and refresh their worldviews. After Lu Zhou put Unnamed away, he raised his head and asked, "Void?" Princess Mulberry said in a leisurely manner, "Yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, desolate, flood, fusion, and infinite. Everything has spirits, and they will return to the great void. Void is the highest grade weapon known at present. Why do you have a void grade weapon?" Lu Zhou did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Why?" The great void claims to be the strongest, so the highest grade weapons are called void. Princess Mulberry thought that Lu Zhou had a point, so she nodded. Yes. It had to be said that Lu Zhou did not have a bad impression of Princess Mulberry. At least, for now, she seemed like a very straightforward and harmless person. Naturally, there was no guarantee this was truly the case. She could just be extremely cunning. "You still haven't told me how you have a void-grade weapon?" Princess Mulberry asked. "Why can't I have one?" Lu Zhou asked. "Those who can wield void-grade weapons are at least saints. Although some of your earlier attacks are like that of a saint, you're not a saint," Princess Mulberry said. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want a void-grade weapon?" Who knew if the woman had the intention to seize Unnamed? There was no harm in being cautious. After all, dangers come with treasures. Princess Mulberry shook her head and said, "I have no interest in it." Then, she pointed at the confinement seal and said, "Even if you have the void-grade weapon in your hand, you can't kill him." Look. Lu Zhou looked at where she was pointing and saw the blood threads on the scepter. At this moment, the confinement seal began to tremble. "His life is shared with the void chest tribesmen and heaven and earth. If he doesn't die, the others won't as well. It's the same vice versa, Princess Mulberry said. However, I can kill him. I'll consider it if you beg me. Did I think she was straightforward and harmless earlier? After going around in circles for such a long time, she was actually digging a hole for me to jump into? Lu Zhou asked. You can kill him? Princess Mulberry clasped her hands in front of her. Her slender figure and her yellow dress made her look like a blooming magnolia. Then, she said confidently, there's no one I can't kill. Do you speak to the people of Great Void in such a manner as well? I can kill the people from the Great Void as well, except for those old antiques, Princess Mulberry said. Hurry and beg me. He's going to come out soon. Buzz. The confinement seal trembled again. Lu Zhou frowned. The Void Chest tribesmen were known for their tough skin. He had experienced this during his first encounter with them at Transient City. However, things had changed since then. He was now a 20-chart great venerable master, and his strength had increased greatly. The Void Chest tribesmen were still the same. Killing them would not be difficult. Nonetheless, he did not expect the High Priest to be stubborn. The High Priest should have almost the strength of a venerable master. Princess Mulberry urged anxiously, Why don't you beg me? Why would I do that? You can't kill him. How do you know I can't kill him? Lu Zhou asked. Well, Princess Mulberry looked at him and said, Trust me, it'd be troublesome for you. What do you mean? Princess Mulberry pointed at the scepter and said, You might be stronger than him, but he's more prepared. Look. The blood threads on the scepter had grown even brighter. At the same time, blood threads appeared on the bodies of the Void Chest tribesmen again. They were still in the Blood Priest sealing formation after all. Those who died in the formation were still under the control of the High Priest. It was this kind of witchcraft technique that Lu Zhou hated most. He had experienced this in the past before. In hindsight, the witchcraft spells of the past could not compare to what they were now. It's too late. What a pity. It's not easy to meet a human that I like. What a pity. Princess Mulberry kept muttering to herself as she returned to the white crane's back. She sat down before she patted it lightly. Then, the white crane let out a cry before it flew into the distance so Princess Mulberry could watch from afar. Boom! The High Priest flew up, holding the confinement seal. His body and robe were drenched in blood. Then, he threw the confinement seal away with all his might. Lu Zhou was rather surprised by the HP's strength and tenacity. The High Priest lifted his hand, and the blood on his body turned into butterflies again and flew out in all directions. In just a moment, the burned area was teeming with the blood butterflies. Following that, the corpses of the Void Chest tribesmen stood up lifelessly. Their limbs were stiff and their movements were mechanical. The blood threads on the scepter were like a net that covered the ground, shining with a fluorescent light. The scepter stood in the center as the blood threads spread out. With this, the Void Chest tribesmen's eyes shone with hatred and were filled with the overwhelming urge to destroy everything. The High Priest laughed and said, I told you, you can't kill me. It's too early for you to say so. Lu Zhou threw out the hourglass of time again. Then he shattered an insight card. The blue sand in the hourglass began to fall, causing everything to freeze, except for Princess Mulberry. This meant that she had a deeper comprehension of the power of the Tao or was skilled in the law of time. The hourglass of time? Princess Mulberry exclaimed. It belonged to the Unholy One. Unfortunately, I've never met the Unholy One before. Princess Mulberry grew even more curious about Lu Zhou. She studied Lu Zhou carefully, hoping to discover some secrets. Then, she continued watching the show. Even if the world collapsed, she would not interfere with the matter in front of her. Time began to flow again. Lu Zhou had already arrived in front of the High Priest. Under the effect of the insight card, he saw the High Priest's weakness clearly. He was stunned when he saw red dots covering the High Priest's whole body. However, he soon realized that it was not that the High Priest's body was filled with weaknesses. It was that his weak point was moving, and because it was moving at such a high speed, it looked as though the red dot was all over his body. Although the speed was truly fast, Lu Zhou resolutely drew his sword at a high speed. This was the fastest speed of the sword that Yu Shangrong had ever seen. When he was young, he had asked his master, "What's the fastest sword technique in the world?" At that time, his master had replied, "The killing sword." Yu Shangrong had thought it was a perfunctory answer for the longest time. It was not until became known as the Sword Devil in the Golden Lotus domain that he understood what the fastest sword technique was. There was no fastest sword technique in the world. As long as one was faster than one's opponent, it was enough. Like his master, Yu Shangrong stood up high when it came to the sword path, overlooking the world. It was difficult for him to explain the sword path to others, just like how his master had difficulty explaining it to him back then. At this moment, Yu Shangrong held his breath, trying his best to capture his master's every move. Unfortunately, it only lasted for 3 breaths before it ended. He could not see anything at all. He only felt the fluctuations in the air as Unnamed disappeared. It was even more difficult for the others to catch Lu Zhou's movement. However, the high priest who had the cultivation base of a venerable master saw it. He saw the sword coming at him from all directions at the same time. It was as though there were tens of thousands of hands wielding the sword. He only saw this for a moment before he felt the sensation of being pierced. The battle seemed to have ended before it even started. The high priest lowered his head and looked at the bloody holes on his body in disbelief. Every strike was just right. No more, no less, they were just right. This? The high priest raised his head and looked at Lu Zhou. His body started to tremble as blood gushed out from the holes. Why you? Why did you come to Ji Ming? Why do I need to tell you why I came here? Lu Zhou thought the high priest was really stupid. The high priest grunted before he said, Why's the hourglass of time in your hands? The high priest glanced at the hourglass of time on the ground with an expression of confusion. Lu Zhou did not answer. This question was as stupid as the one before. He would only lower his IQ if he answered them. The high priest chuckled as he panted heavily. Then he muttered over and over again, "You can't kill me, you can't kill me." Subsequently, Lu Zhou saw a strange scene. The blood gushing out of the high priest's body began to flow backward. Lu Zhou frowned. He could no longer use the hourglass of time for the time being. If he did not kill the high priest now, it would be even more difficult later on. It was beyond his expectation that the high priest could survive such a powerful sword technique that struck at his weak point. In the sky, Yao Ji, or Princess Mulberry, who was standing on the back of the white crane, smiled faintly and said, "It's really been a long time since I've met such a powerful human like you. Since you're not willing to beg me, you should run now. Run far away." Lu Zhou was speechless as he watched Princess Mulberry point in the direction of Yu Zhong with bright and limpid eyes. The high priest shook his head and said, "Your Highness, you've underestimated me and overestimated him. The ultimate secret of the blood priest sealing technique isn't with me. It lies with heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth aren't destroyed, I'll live forever." Princess Mulberry was slightly annoyed when she heard the words, "live forever." She did not like the idea of a second immortal in the unknown land. In the end, she said, "However, even heaven and earth can be destroyed." The smile on the high priest's face froze before it disappeared. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness, why did you say that to scare me? You're the daughter of the Red Emperor. You must abide by the rules that the Red Emperor had laid down and not interfere with the affairs of the outside world. As it is, your words have already disturbed the battle." Previously, the high priest did not care about what Princess Mulberry said. As long as she did not interfere, he was sure everything would be fine. However, he discovered that the ugly and stupid human in front of him was much stronger than he expected. With this, Princess Mulberry's words could easily affect the battle. Princess Mulberry smiled and asked, "Are you threatening me?" The high priest felt the majesty from Princess Mulberry bearing down on him, and he hurriedly said humbly, "I don't dare." "Boring creatures," Princess Mulberry slowly said. "You've already offended me. Let me tell you, the so-called gods are just old geezers. No matter what the result is today, you'll be buried in Jiming. The high priest raised his head. Chills ran up his spine. He looked at Princess Mulberry, who was hovering right below the dark fog. Her eyes were like pools of stagnant water. They were devoid of emotions. Then, he saw the silhouette of a huge fierce beast in the dark fog that took a detour to avoid Princess Mulberry. Lu Zhou turned and said, "You don't have to interfere." Princess Mulberry remained silent. Lu Zhou flew out. He sensed the vitality energy and the VTC who were being resurrected before he said, "Lu Wu, bring everyone far away." Lu Wu felt an inexplicable pressure. It was a beast emperor, but at this moment, it felt its fur stand on end. It spun around and brought Duanmu Shang to his head before it stomped heavily on the ground with its two front legs. Boom! The earth and the mountains shook. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion had underestimated Lu Wu's strength. With just a stomp, everyone, except for Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Qin Naihe, was tossed up into the air. Then, Lu Wu spat out a cloud of white mist, forming a strong wind that blew everyone away. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Qin Naihe hurried toward the others immediately. Lu Wu called out, "Young master." "I'm fine," Duanmu Sheng said. "Hold on tight," Lu Wu said. It glanced back once before it leaped into the air. Seeing that the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion had left, Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. The pillar of impermanence spun even more rapidly than before, absorbing the life force in the surroundings, causing the ground to quake. The high priest said, surprised, "You subdued the pillar?" Lu Zhou did not reply to him. Instead, he landed on the ground and said, "I think I understand now." "What do you understand?" "If you possess the pillar of impermanence, the blood priest ceiling formation will be even more difficult to deal with," Lu Zhou said. The high priest glared at Lu Zhou and said, "So what if you know this? You still can't kill me." With this, Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground. The pillar of impermanence's circulation speed was increased to 5,000 times faster. After that, Lu Zhou sensed the pillar of impermanence. The spirituality seemed to have increased. The high priest gestured with his hand, sending the blood butterflies toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou tapped the tip of his foot lightly. Boom! The pillar of impermanence broke out of the ground. The dazzling golden pillar with a diameter of 100 meters spun and rose into the sky. Princess Mulberry murmured to herself, "It's really the pillar of impermanence." Previously, she did not pay attention to this item. Now, she counted as she muttered, "Void, fusion, infinite, he's really not simple. Why hasn't anyone from the Great Void brought him there? Oh, right, the imbalance." Lu Zhou did not look at the Void Chess tribesman as he unleashed his second birth trial ability, the Water Lotus Storm. The Water Lotus was the polar opposite of the Flaming Lotus. Water and fire were incompatible, after all. The heat from the earlier Flaming Lotuses and the coldness from the Water Lotus combined were truly uncomfortable. Those who tried to attack Lu Zhou were all frozen by the cold and shattered into pieces. The high priest flew over, surrounded by the blood butterflies. He held a blood knife that was formed from his blood as he roared, "Die!" Lu Zhou spun around and raised his hand to block the strike. Bang! The blood knife was blocked by Lu Zhou's palm seals. Swoosh! However, the blood knife was rather special. It actually managed to cut through the palm seals. Upon seeing this, the high priest laughed as though he had seen hope. Alas, Lu Zhou turned the high priest's hope into despair soon after. He unleashed another palm seal and imbued it with the divine power. Bang! The high priest's blood knife broke into pieces immediately. Lu Zhou stepped on the pillar of impermanence before he flew forward. Boom! The pillar of impermanence pressed down on the high priest's chest and knocked him to the ground. In the end, he was pushed several meters into the ground. It's really strange. From the beginning until now, you didn't even have the ability to come close to me. You didn't manage to hurt me at all. You don't even have the ability to force me to use my full strength, so where does your confidence come from? The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou's words poked at his sore spot. After all, Lu Zhou was right. During the entire battle, he did not even manage to leave a scratch on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was still spotlessly clean and even had a lot of strength left. On the contrary, he was in a sorry state, riddled with holes. Lu Zhou stepped on the pillar of impermanence again, increasing the speed to 10,000 times faster. Boom! The pillar of impermanence sunk into the ground, pushing the high priest deeper into the ground as well. Lu Zhou could feel the vitality energy and life force surging into the pillar of impermanence even faster than before, stimulating the pillar's spirituality. At this moment, the high priest finally felt scared. He tried to escape, but the pillar of impermanence was firmly pressed against his chest, so he could not move. In the end, he roared crazily, "Your Highness, save me! Save me!" Lu Zhou bent down and mobilized his divine power before he smacked the top of the pillar of impermanence. 100,000 times. An even more powerful vortex appeared. Even Lu Zhou, the owner of the pillar of impermanence, felt his life force draining away. He steadied himself as he stood above the pillar. He took a step forward and focused the energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi before he shouted, "Pillar of Impermanence!" With this, the last of the purplish-black runes on the pillar of impermanence faded away and was replaced with dazzling golden runes. With this, it had complete spirituality now. Now that it had completely acknowledged Lu Zhou's as its master, the pulling force around Lu Zhou stopped immediately. Upon sensing the change, Lu Zhou thought to himself, "I finally have complete control over you." The 100,000 times faster circulation speed did not affect Lu Zhou at all now that the pillar gained spirituality. In less than 15 minutes, the pillar of impermanence had already gathered 10,000 years of life. "Your Highness, save me!" The high priest roared again. In the sky, Princess Mulberry looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing above the pillar of impermanence, with a complicated expression on her face as she said, "What a powerful human!" The high priest continued to shout, "Yao Ji, you're a princess in vain. If the Red Emperor knows about what happened today, he'll definitely punish you. Just you wait. You can't kill me." The high priest laughed maniacally. Princess Mulberry frowned slightly before saying tonelessly, "All right, it seems like I can't spare you." With a tap of her toes on the snow-white crane, she vanished. She reappeared in front of Lu Zhou, unaffected by the pillar of impermanence. Her yellow dress fluttered and glittered like dim stars. The headdress on her head was dazzling as well. Princess Mulberry walked elegantly past the vortex and the pillar of impermanence in the Blood Priest ceiling formation. A circle of light rippled under her feet with each step she took. Suddenly, the speed of absorption of the pillar of impermanence increased again, causing the void to distort. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years swiftly converged and surged into the pillar. The 100,000 times circulation speed turned everything into a blur. Nothing could be seen clearly from outside the range of the pillar of impermanence. The trees in the surroundings were distorted, looking deformed. Now, with the boost from Princess Mulberry, the circulation speed increased by several times. Although she was not the owner of the pillar of impermanence, with her profound cultivation base, it was not difficult for her to increase the circulation speed from 100,000 times faster to 300,000 times faster. All living things, people, plants, flowers, and trees, withered rapidly. The high priest that was pressed under the pillar of impermanence looked as though all the blood and liquid in his body had been sucked out. He was just like a dry husk, only made from thin skin and brittle bones. His eyeballs that were brimming with anger, unwillingness, and despair looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. No matter how much he struggled, he could not stop the pillar from absorbing his lifespan. It was like a leech, sticking close to him and greedily sucking away his life. The large amount of vitality, energy, and lifespan made the pillar of impermanence shine even more dazzlingly. Like the sound of wind whistling, a wheezing noise came from the back of the high priest's throat before his head titled limply to the side. And he died. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Race bonus: 1,000 merit points. This reward was that of a venerable master. Although Lu Zhou was a great venerable master, It took him so much effort just to kill the high priest. As soon as the high priest died, the walking corpses fell limply to the ground immediately. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down, slowing down the speed of the Pillar of Impermanence. After the effect faded and the golden light dissipated, Lu Zhou was shocked to see the withered surroundings. A huge circular area was completely devoid of life. Not only had everything withered, but they had withered to the point where they had turned into dust. Princess Mulberry stood in front of Lu Zhou as she looked at him quietly. After a long time, she asked, "Do you know the Unholy One?" "The Unholy One?" Lu Zhou was reminded of Yingguo, Yuqi, and the Hourglass of Time. Princess Mulberry said, "The Hourglass of Time is one of his possessions. It's not strange for things in the cultivation world to change owners," Lu Zhou replied. Princess Mulberry nodded. "You're right." Lu Zhou asked in return, "Do you know the Unholy One?" "I've heard legends about him. Unfortunately, I've never met him before," Princess Mulberry said with a smile. Lu Zhou asked, "What's so special about him?" Princess Mulberry replied, "I used to wonder about this as well. Why was everyone in the cultivation world so afraid of him? Why did everyone call him a demon and named him the Unholy One? Why did he suddenly take the unorthodox path? Why did he suddenly disappear?" Lu Zhou asked, "Is he from the Great Void?" "I don't know. All I know is that in the past the world was one. There was sunlight and colors just like the lotuses," Princess Mulberry said. Then she said, "You seem to be very interested in him." "I possess the Hourglass of Time now, so it's natural that I'm curious," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Princess Mulberry nodded as though she thought his words made sense. Then she said, "Well, I don't know anything, so don't ask." Princess Mulberry hovered in the air as Lu Zhou put the Pillar of Impermanence away. Soon enough, the white crane flew over, and she stepped on its back. "How's she a zombie? She looks more like a human than a zombie." Lu Zhou tried to sense Princess Mulberry again. Human bodies had warmth, heartbeats, pulse, blood flow, breathing, and such. But Princess Mulberry's body was completely still, devoid of life and movement. There was no temperature and no heartbeat. So she's really a zombie? Lu Zhou found this hard to believe even if the results were rather conclusive. At this moment, Princess Mulberry suddenly said, "He's dead. Now it's your turn." Lu Zhou shook his head and asked, "You want to kill me?" "He offended me, so he has to die." "You saw me make a move, so you have to die," Princess Mulberry said casually, as though death was nothing to her. It was as though she did not know what was right or wrong. It was very different from little Yuan innocence. In other words, she was cold-blooded. "So you're trying to silence me by killing me?" Lu Zhou asked. Princess Mulberry did not reply. Lu Zhou said, "It seems like you're very afraid of the Great Void." "I'm not afraid of anyone," Princess Mulberry said as she shook her head. "Then why is there a need for you to silence me?" Lu Zhou asked. This question stumped Princess Mulberry. With this, killing Lu Zhou would be admitting she was afraid of the Great Void. Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and continued to say, "Moreover, no one in this world can kill me." Princess Mulberry frowned slightly as she asked, "Aren't you afraid of the Great Void?" "Make you sure have a good look," Lu Zhou said before he flew toward the Pillar of Destruction. Swoosh! Wizard! Bathed in auspicious chi, Wizard flew over and carried Lu Zhou on its back. Princess Mulberry looked at Lu Zhou, curious and confused. She did not know what Lu Zhou was planning to do. As the duo drew close to the Pillar of Destruction, Lu Zhou said to Wizard, "Now." Wizard spat out an orb of white light that shrouded both of them. Under the dark fog, they looked like the moon. Now that Lu Zhou recovered his divine power, he launched a shocking palm seal at the Pillar of Destruction. Boom! A burst of light appeared in the air as energy rippled out violently. Princess Mulberry flew toward the Pillar of Destruction immediately. At this time, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had also flown over after seeing that everything had quietened down. They landed on a peak and looked at the Pillar of Enlightenment when they saw a huge bald circular area. Everyone was shocked. What happened here? Meanwhile, Princess Mulberry, who had arrived at the Pillar of Destruction, asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to try destroying it?" Lu Zhou asked. Princess Mulberry shook her head. "No. Why? If it's destroyed, the sky will collapse," Princess Mulberry replied. "The sky will collapse?" Princess Mulberry said, "I don't know anything. All I know is the sky will collapse if it's destroyed." "Isn't the great void that will collapse?" Lu Zhou asked. "I don't know. What was the nonsense about the pillars supporting heaven and earth?" Lu Zhou, who had learned of the truth, knew it was just nonsense. The great void was not the heaven, and the unknown land was not the earth. Everything was just a lie. "I'm not afraid of the great void," Lu Zhou said. "All right, I believe you," Princess Mulberry said. Then, she added, "If the sky collapses, then my home will be gone." "Your home?" Lu Zhou said skeptically. "You're the daughter of the Red Emperor. Where's your home?" "The mulberry tree is my home. It's everything to me," Princess Mulberry said as she looked back at the towering tree. Lu Zhou looked at the huge mulberry tree. A thought appeared in his mind. It seemed like the mulberry tree was Princess Mulberry's weakness. However, it was very difficult to get close to the mulberry tree. There were many white cranes in the ring-shaped lake. Each of them glowed mysteriously as they surrounded the tree and flew back and forth as though they were protecting the mulberry tree. They would even drive away fierce beasts that came to close. Lu Zhou descended. Upon seeing this, Princess Mulberry descended as well. Lu Zhou looked at her and asked, "Why are you following me? The powerful Fei Huang is at the foot of the Pillar of Destruction. Anyway, are you here to take the Great Void Seed?" "No, that can't be it. The Great Void Seed has yet to mature," Princess Mulberry said to herself. "This woman is really troublesome." Lu Zhou said, "All right, you can go back now." Princess Mulberry shook her head, unwilling to go back. Lu Zhou asked, "Fei Huang, you're very powerful, so you should be able to take him down. However, you'll still be wasting quite a bit of energy. Why don't you ask for my help?" Princess Mulberry asked. Lu Zhou was speechless. "Why would I ask for help when I can deal with it?" Lu Zhou was truly puzzled by Princess Mulberry's behavior. He thought that if he really owed her favor, it would not be easy to repay the favor. Lu Zhou remained expressionless as he continued to descend. As expected, a dark shadow suddenly appeared at the foot of the Pillar of Destruction, charging out like a gigantic bull. The white crane carried Princess Mulberry away to watch the show from a distance. Fei Huang's speed was as fast as lightning. Lu Zhou instinctively struck out with his palm. "Abandon wisdom!" Boom! The two horns glowed with a black light as they pressed against the palm seal. Due to the suddenness, Lu Zhou was pushed back. Upon seeing this, Princess Mulberry covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that Fei Huang was no match for Lu Zhou, but it was still great to see Lu Zhou in a sorry state. Lu Zhou mobilized the divine power, and the palm seal expanded. Boom! Moo! Fei Huang did not last more than 3 seconds before it fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The originally happy Princess Mulberry turned dejected when she saw that Fei Huang had fallen. Boring. Lu Zhou was still spotless and calm. The magical robe he wore played a huge part in this. Although he did not know what the robe was weaved from, he could sense that it was impervious to fire, water, and weapons. "Lu Wu!" Lu Zhou called out. Lu Wu raised its huge head before it flew over. "I'll leave this Fei Huang to you," Lu Zhou said. Lu Wu was overjoyed, could no longer hold back and roared before it pounced on Fei Huang. At this time, Duan Mushang rushed over with the Overlord spear in hand. He cried out, "Don't forget about me!" Although the foot of the Pillar of Destruction had now turned into a battleground of beast emperors, Lu Zhou did not pay attention to it. With Lu Wu's ability, it was not difficult for it to deal with Fei Huang. "Lu Wu!" Princess Mulberry tilted her head to the side slightly. "Do you know it?" "No, I know it's grandfather." At this moment, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong arrived on Bai En and Ji Liang's backs. Princess Mulberry was surprised. If it were just Lu Wu alone, it would be fine. However, how could she not be surprised by the arrival of so many mounts? Moreover, they were not ordinary mounts. At this time, "Master, I'm coming. I'm here to help you." Ming Shirin and Qiong Qi flew over at high speed. Following that, Cheng Huang, Dang Kong, Di Jiang, Ying Zhao, and the others appeared one after another in the sky. Princess Mulberry lowered her gaze and murmured, "A group of special people. Special." Lu Zhou did not let down his guard around Princess Mulberry, so he had been standing close to her when he overheard her words. Princess Mulberry stood on the white crane's back as it circled the air a few times. When it came to a stop, she asked again, "What do you want to do here?" Then, she added, "Don't destroy the pillar of destruction. Since I've broken the rules once, I can break it again." "Do you think I can destroy the pillar of destruction?" Lu Zhou asked. "This?" Princess Mulberry lowered her head and thought about it for a moment before she said, "It seems like I'm overthinking things." Swoosh. Then Princess Mulberry and the white crane flew back to the top of the ring-shaped lake. At the same time, a fluorescent light shone from the tree. It truly looked like a scene from a fairy tale. Yi Tianxin said, filled with praise, "She's really extraordinarily beautiful." Little Yuaner nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right. That's right." Zhu Honggong hurriedly chimed in, "She's indeed beautiful, but she is just slightly inferior to 6th senior sister's beauty." Lu Zhou said, "She's Princess Mulberry, one of the 10 zombie kings." Little Yuaner and Yi Tianxin, these words really refreshed their views of zombies. Was there such a beautiful and otherworldly zombie in this world? Everyone was surprised. Kongwen muttered to himself, "This is really eye-opening. It's too unbelievable. Even if I brag about it, no one will believe me." Sounds of fighting continued to ring from below. Maybe she's just pretending to be a zombie. In any case, before we figure it out, no one's allowed to approach the ring-shaped lake without permission. Although she seems restricted by the rules of the Great Void, remember that these rules have little to no meaning, Lu Zhou said. Pavilion Master is right. Zhu Honggong did not miss the chance to say, "Master is wise." Everyone continued chatting, but after a while, the battle still did not show any sign of ending. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong looked down at the same time. The battle was still going on intensely. They did not know when the battle would be over. Looking at the situation, Lu Wu had already gained the upper hand. However, Fei Huang was not an easy opponent either. Its defenses were astonishing, and its strength was so immense like it could topple mountains. "Master, why don't I go down and help out?" Yu Zhenghai's hands were already itching. "I'm willing to go down and help as well," Yu Shangrong said. Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at the tenacious Fei Huang that was covered in wounds before he called out, "Lu Wu." Lu Wu raised its head in confusion. You're too slow." Lu Zhou flipped his hand that had been imbued with the divine power and pressed it down with the force of a mountain. A flawed perfection fell from the sky and landed squarely on Fei Huang, easily smashing it into the ground and turning it into a bloody, pulpy mess. It was as silent as a graveyard as everyone stared blankly at the bloody and pulpy mess that used to be Fei Huang. No matter what, it used to be a beast emperor. Perhaps the pavilion master should have spared it a little dignity and not killed it so quickly. Zhu Honggong had just opened his mouth when Ming Shirin said, "Master is really decisive and killed it with just a move. Whether it's a beast emperor or a fierce beast, their endings are the same in front of Master." Zhu Honggong chimed in loudly, "Fourth senior brother is right." Lu Wu, who stood on the ground, had already lost the light on its face. Then it said proudly, "It's because that I've injured it greatly that it died with just a palm strike." "Well, everyone in our evil sky pavilion is powerful," Zhu Honggong said as he clapped his hands. Lu Zhou looked at Fei Huang and said, "Take the life hearts." "Yes." Kongwen descended and hurriedly picked the life hearts up. Since it was crushed, there was no need to dissect it. After cleaning them, he said, "There are 4 life hearts. Pavilion Master's control is really great. The life hearts are completely undamaged. They're all in good condition." "Of course," Zhu Honggong proudly said. "I still remember how my master forced back the 10 great sects in the past. What a spectacular scene." "Stop flattering me," Lu Zhou said with a slight frown. Back then, an 8-leaf cultivation base was second to none, and everyone respected him, but now, 8 leaves were even more insignificant than ants. Zhu Honggong said, aggrieved, "Master, you can't say that. If telling the truth is considered flattery, then you might as well seal my mouth." Although it was a different time, the cultivation world had a clear understanding of things. They knew who was the strongest person in the world. They knew who stood at the top of the world. "Fourth senior brother, stop glaring at me. If telling the truth is a crime, then the hundreds of thousands of people in the divine capital are all criminals," Zhu Honggong said. Zhu Honggong then carefully added, "It's the truth." Ming Shiyin felt as though he was going to have a mental breakdown. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had never participated in these topics. They were the 2 eldest disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, after all. As senior brothers, they were like elders. How could they bother with the children? Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves and said, "That's enough." He descended. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion followed suit. "Master, Fei Huang's body is emitting a dense corrosive energy," Duanmu Sheng said. With that, everyone saw a cloud of corrosive energy rising from the mangled carcass. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees had already withered since before, so it was impossible to tell if the corrosive energy was strong enough to affect the plants. "It's fine." Lu Zhou was not affected by the corrosive energy at all. Moreover, he also had the purple glazed ceramic and the divine mark robe. The others took a detour as they followed Lu Zhou toward the pillar of destruction. As they flew, Kongwen said, "Fei Huang is considered an ominous beast. People dislike it. Some scholars like to paint it as a god of misfortune. It's said that those who meet it will be met with misfortune." "You believe this?" Ming Shiyin asked. Kongwen shook his head and said, "No. If it's true, then what do you think its life heart's ability is? To bring your opponent bad luck?" Everyone burst into laughter. Then, Kongwen brought one of the life hearts out and said, "Mr. Fourth, help me." "How?" "Just give me some light." Ming Shiyin cast a dazzling golden seal. When the light shone on the life heart, one could see a faint energy in the center of the life heart. Kongwen explained, "The energy is not bad. Its ability is both defense and strength-based." Everyone nodded. Ming Shiyin said, "I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of fierce beasts. It's not bad. I wandered the unknown land all year round in the past, after all. My little bit of knowledge now is to be expected," Kongwen modestly said. "My eldest brother doesn't have any special abilities, but in regard to knowledge about fierce beasts, if he claims second place, no one will dare to claim first place." Kongwu said. "Stop bragging," Kongwen said to his brother. When Si Wuya, a well-read person, was around, he really did not dare to show his knowledge. Now that Si Wuya was not around, he felt he must pay attention to any topic that might lead to Si Wuya and nip them in the bud. When they arrived at the entrance of the Pillar of Destruction, they discovered it was similar to the entrance of the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong. They looked up at the pillar that towered into the fog. Its top could not be seen at all. Those from the Great Void really have a lot of time. Why must they prop themselves up in the sky? Do they have a lot of energy? Ming Shiyin said. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had already learned about the Great Void's location. Initially, they found it hard to believe, but since Lu Zhou had said it, they knew it must be true. Who knows what they're thinking? I really didn't expect the pillars of destruction are actually used to support them. The higher it is, the thinner the vitality energy would be. They must have a shocking formation to counter that problem. Moreover, they have to make sure the pillars are stable and undisturbed. No wonder the 10 zombie kings are used to protect the pillars. It's also no wonder they keep bringing powerful people to the Great Void. Why? With the zombie kings guarding the pillars, they won't collapse. Then, bringing all the powerful and talented people to the Great Void also ensures that no one in the 9 domains will be able to do anything to do pillars. Mingxirin asked, "Wait, then what about the powerful beasts in the core area? There's a supreme being who restrains them. How do you know when you're not from the Great Void?" Mingxirin asked. "I'm just guessing," Kongwen replied. At this time, Lu Zhou turned around and swept his eyes across the crowd. Everyone fell silent immediately. The surroundings were also quiet. Princess Mulberry did not show up again. This was undoubtedly the best time to enter the Pillar of Destruction. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and said, "As my disciples, you need to obtain the recognition from the Pillars of Destruction. Old Fourth has already obtained the recognition at Yuzhong. Now it's one of your turns." Qin Naihe said helplessly, "But to obtain the recognition, you must possess a rare and precious quality. Let's all give it a try." In fact, Mingxirin wanted to say that the rare and precious quality was just the Great Void Seed. However, he felt it might deal a huge blow to the others, so he held back. Lu Wu, on the other hand, sat on its haunches and closed its eyes. Why does a group of future supreme beings need recognition? How boring. Let's go. Everyone followed Lu Zhou into the Pillar of Destruction. Most of them had some experience, so they were not surprised. For those who had been to a Pillar of Destruction for the first time, they looked around curiously. What kind of craftsman is able to build such a tall building? Even a god can't do so, right? Many things were easy to destroy but difficult to build. Everyone was naturally curious how the pillars that were capable of supporting the Great Void were constructed. Now's not the time to discuss this. Look ahead. Everyone saw a spherical barrier that glowed with a faint blue light in the center. That was the core of the Pillar of Destruction that protected the Great Void Seed. It was this barrier that prevented cultivators from easily obtaining the Great Void Seed. "I'll go first," Kongwen said as he rushed forward. Just as he drew close, he was sent flying back. Bang! Everyone shook their heads. It was clearly not Kongwen. "This is different from the ultimate killing formation," Kongwen exclaimed after he landed on the ground. "If it's that formation, you would have died," Mingxirin said as he rolled his eyes. "Different paths lead to the same destination. This is purely for defense," Kongwen said as he endured the pain and rose up. Everyone took turns trying. One by one, they were sent flying. Zhu Honggong swaggered over, and with a bang he was sent flying back. He said unwillingly, "Why is it so difficult to get the recognition from this pillar in Jiming? I clearly have the qualities." "You have the qualities?" Mingxirin was speechless. Zhu Honggong said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhao Hongfu." Zhao Hongfu revealed a puzzled expression on his face. "What does this have to do with me? I'm just a rune master. I don't even listen to your conversations. I'm confused." Zhao Hongfei said, clearly unsure. The rarest qualities? Being able to eat and sleep easily." Zhu Honggong. When the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion tried to enter the blue barrier to obtain recognition from the Pillar of Destruction. However, they were sent flying. Apart from that, the force of the barrier was getting stronger and stronger as well. Qin Naihe, whose cultivation base was second only to Lu Zhou in the Evil Sky Pavilion, grunted and spat out blood after he was sent flying back. Everyone was surprised by Qin Naihe's injury and no longer dared to recklessly charge forward. In their opinion, strength and cultivation base were often the key to approval and recognition. If even Qin Naihe failed, what hope did they have? Everyone stepped back and looked at the barrier. Yan Jinlua turned around to ask, "Qin Naihe, are you okay?" "Thank you for your concern, Left Envoy Yan. It's just a minor injury. It's not serious. I thought after absorbing the Great Void energy, I'd have a good chance of gaining recognition. Who knew I'd have no fate with it?" Qin Naihe said. Yan Jinlua said, "Maybe Tianwu is right. The pillar chooses based on one's character." Character? Everyone looked at each other. Character was something abstract after all. It was like traits based on astrological signs. Even a rough person could be described as delicate, thoughtful, a diamond in the rough, and other complimentary words. One could sit on a chair and listen to these words the entire day. After all, most people did not have a clear understanding of themselves. At this time, Zhu Honggong patted his chest and confidently said, "If it's dependent on character, then it can only be me. All of you underestimate me too much. When I was in the Yellow Lotus domain, people called me the Divine Lord. I was respected and loved by the people. I fought for them and killed the enemies. It's not an exaggeration to say that in the Yellow Lotus domain, I'm this," Zhu Honggong said as he ended his words with a thumbs up. Everyone nodded, feeling slightly awkward. It was all right if one was bragging about another person in such a manner, but who would brag about themselves in such a manner? Mingxirin finally said, "Then, you try again." "Okay." Zhu Honggong nodded before he charged forward like a bull. As soon as he drew close to the barrier, a repelling force sent him flying. Bang! There was no suspense at all. The repelling force had grown even stronger. Zhu Honggong, who was hit by the rebound, let out a muffled groan before spitting out blood. Then he slumped to the ground, exhausted. "Mr. 8th, are you all right?" Yan Zhenlua asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Zhu Honggong calmly replied. Inwardly, he was rather frightened. Mingxirin pointed at the blue barrier and said enticingly, "Old 8th, you can do it. Come on, let's continue." Fourth senior brother, why don't you give it a try?" Zhu Honggong asked. "No need. I've already obtained recognition from one of the pillars," Mingxirin smugly said. Meng Chongdong had not tried again since he was first sent flying. At this time, he asked, "What are the benefits of being recognized by the pillar?" Luli said, "Look at the center. That should be the yet-to-mature Great Void Seed. If you're recognized, you'll be able to enter the barrier and collect the soil. It contains great void energy that's immensely useful in cultivation." Everyone grew expectant when they heard these words. They were a little hesitant previously, but their passion was reignited by talks of the Great Void Seed and the Great Void Energy. Although the Great Void Energy had yet to mature, the Great Void Energy was still very beneficial. Again, only Zhu Honggong sat on the ground and waved his hand repeatedly as he said, "I give up. All of you can continue." Heavens! It hurts so much. Lu Zhou had been observing everyone's changes with the power of sight, trying to see if he could find a pattern in the energy. Alas, there was nothing unusual. What was even stranger was that the barrier's force grew stronger and stronger as they kept trying. At this point, its force was no longer minor. "Damn it! This isn't fun at all," Little Yuaner said indignantly as she stomped her foot and retreated to the side, indicating that she had given up. Everyone felt much more at ease when they saw this. If even the little ancestor could not do it, then it was reasonable that they could not do it as well. After all, her talent was truly heaven-defying. If she also obtained recognition from the Pillar of Destruction, they would feel even worse about themselves. Following that, Conk gave up as well. She moved to stand next to Little Yuaner to watch the show. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng had the greatest desire for the Great Void Energy. Alas, they were too weak. They could not withstand the rebound and were forced to give up. The duo then reluctantly retreated to the side, filled with frustration. Kong Wan and his brothers were the same. As the saying went, wisdom comes with age. The four elders were not reckless and approached the blue barrier slowly. With this, they were able to minimize the force of the rebound. They advanced slowly. As soon as they felt a resistance, they would hurriedly retreat. Lung Luo, Zuayushu, Pan Litian, and Hua Wudao were the first group of people to enter the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou naturally hoped their strength would improve. The four elders advanced from different directions at the same time. When they were about 10 meters from the barrier, they were pushed back. "I guess it's not the four elders as well." Everyone shook their heads. "Do we still try?" Zuayushu looked at the other three elders. The four of them were already covered in sweat and were panting. They did not even have any excess primal chi to create energy seals at this moment. Lung Luo was the first to say, "I give up. Old Lung, you're giving up just like that? Pan Lydian said disdainfully. This isn't your style. Lung Luo said. Old Pan, you continue then. I'll watch. I give up too. We're all cowards. There's no need to hurt each other. Hua Wudao shook his head and stopped trying. Zui Yushu was unwilling to give up. She tried again, but the result was the same. In the end, she could only helplessly retreat to the side. Before long, only Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Mushang, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin were left. The two eldest disciples had the greatest desire for strength, and they had persevered up until now. I think Mr. First will receive the recognition. I bet on Mr. Second. Yu Zhenghai looked at the barrier. Naturally, he wished he could breach the blue barrier, but he was powerless. In all honesty, he would have retreated to the side a long time ago if Yu Shangrong did not persist. Needless to say, Yu Shangrong shared the same thoughts as Yu Zhenghai. Unaware of their thoughts, everyone placed their hopes on the duo at this moment, waiting for them to create a miracle. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother. As senior brothers, we shouldn't snatch opportunities from our juniors, right? Yu Shangrong asked with a straight face. Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, Second junior brother is right. I didn't think of this at all. As the eldest senior brother, I shouldn't have participated at all. Fortunately, it's not too late for me to step back and give way to the juniors. Then Yu Zhenghai took a step back. Since eldest senior brother has already retreated, how can I be shameless and compete with my juniors? Yu Shangrong said as he took a step back as well. Everyone was speechless. Only Duan Mushang cupped his fists together and sincerely said, Thank you, eldest senior brother and second senior brother, for giving us juniors this chance. You're welcome. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's expressions did not change as they accepted Duan Mushang's thank you. Duan Mushang patted his chest as he continued to say earnestly, Eldest senior brother and second senior brother have the highest talent and cultivation base. To be so magnanimous to give me such an opportunity, I, Duan Mushang, really have no words to express my gratitude. In the future, if senior brothers need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong felt slightly embarrassed. Third junior brother, you can continue. Okay. Duan Mushang charged toward the barrier. He did not change his tactic at all. He just simply charged forward. Then he was sent flying. Zhao Yu smiled and said, Third senior brother, it's too early to say who will be recognized. Perhaps it'll be me. Yi Tianxin chimed in, Not necessarily. The trio continued to enter the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how many times they tried, they were all sent flying. After trying for about 2 hours, the trio was getting exhausted. They were also slightly injured. Mingshi rubbed his chin and frowned. It can't be. Don't tell me it's old seventh. Mingshi knew the pillars of destruction would recognize those with great void seeds that had grown at the respective pillars. Since none of them was recognized, it only meant that it was someone else, and the only person that was not around was Si Wuya. Bang, bang, bang. The trio was sent flying back again. This time they grunted and spat out blood. Seeing that his disciples were injured, Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, Stop. Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou, who had been mostly quiet. Lu Zhou said, Perhaps. No one will be recognized by the pillar here. Everyone was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. What a pity. Naturally, quite a few of them had already thought about Si Wuya, but none of them dared to say anything. They could only sigh to express their helplessness. Pan Zhong said regretfully, Although I can't obtain recognition, the Pavilion Master's disciples can definitely do it. Why don't we let them continue trying? The force of the rebound is increasing. We might get seriously injured if we continue, Yan Zhenlua said. This thing is too strange. Why is it different from the barrier in Yuzhong? The barrier there didn't get stronger and stronger, and I just easily walked in, Mingshi said as he walked forward. When he tried to touch the barrier, bzzzt, Mingshi felt as though he had been electrocuted. He could not get any closer. It was as though the pillar of destruction in Jiming was directly shutting the door in his face, not even giving him a chance to try. Do the pillars of destruction repel each other? Yan Zhenlua asked. Perhaps it's only because Mr. Fourth has been recognized, Lu Li said. The others nodded. Pavilion Master, do you want to try? Pan Zhong suggested. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, hoping he would try and succeed in one go. Pavilion Master had also entered the barrier at Yuzhong. Did it count as obtaining the recognition of the pillar as well? Yan Zhenlua asked. Qi Naihe shook his head and said, That's impossible. The pillar of destruction will only recognize one person. Since it has already recognized Mr. Fourth, it won't recognize another person. Then, why was Pavilion Master able to enter the barrier? Perhaps it's due to overwhelming strength on the Pavilion Master's part, Qi Naihe said. It was a very reasonable explanation. Lu Zhou did not say anything. Just as he was about to walk forward, Duanmu Shang suddenly flew out with his overlord spear and said, I still want to try. Bang! Duanmu Shang was sent flying. This time, the force of the rebound was so strong he vomited more blood than before. Mr. Third! Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng ran over and helped him up. Duanmu Shang still looked unconvinced. I'm fine. Duanmu Shang stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he said, I don't believe that I can't get in. Third junior brother, you've been rejected so many times. The backlash will only grow stronger if you continue. Don't try again, Yu Zhenghai advised. Everyone advised Duanmu Shang to give up, but he was unwilling to give up. He thought that if he did not obtain recognition from the Pillar of Destruction now that he was here, he would regret it. There are other pillars of destruction you can try. There's no need to waste time with this one, Qi Naihe said. Legend has it that the pillars recognize a specific quality. Upon hearing this, Little Yuaner looked at Mingshi incuriously and asked, Then, what kind of rare quality does fourth senior brother have that the Pillar of Destruction at Yuzhong recognized him? Everyone looked at Mingshi. It was hard to put on airs when everyone was so familiar with each other. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi. If one had to say what quality Mingshi had, it would likely be cunning and cowardly, but those were not noble qualities. Mingshi, everyone was still puzzled when the barrier size increased by 30%. It had clearly gotten stronger as well. It's getting stronger. Step back. Everyone stepped back. If they touched the barrier again, the consequences would be unimaginable. The barrier was like the starry sky of the universe, vast and boundless, filled with profundity and mystery. The tiny great void seed protruded out of the ground slightly as energy surged from all directions toward it. Lu Zhou moved in front of everyone and said, Step back! Everyone retreated to the corridor. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Just as he touched the barrier, he felt a surge of power. Bang! Lu Zhou flew backward in the air. The powerful explosion shook his arm until it went numb. Divine power. The golden Buddha's body. With these two, Lu Zhou stabilized himself in the air. What a powerful force! Qi Naihe exclaimed in surprise. Let's not try again, Yu Zhenghai said. Who would dare to try again now? Isn't it just like seeking death? Mingshi said as he looked at Yu Zhenghai speechlessly. It seems like no one from the Evil Sky Pavilion can do it. If even the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion could not do it, who could? The Pillar of Destruction at Jiming was really too strange. At this moment, a voice rang from the mulberry tree in the ring-shaped lake. To gain its recognition, you must have enough courage. The Pillar of Destruction in Jiming signifies dawn. It not only signifies the start of the day, but it also signifies the end of the day. It's like life and death. The expansion of the barrier means that you've passed the first round of assessment. Those who fail the next round will die. Courage? Lu Zhou asked. Let me remind you that if you fail, you'll be suppressed by the Pillar of Destruction. You'll die a true death. All right, if any of you have the courage, you can go now. Lu Li said. If it's courage, then Mr. First, Mr. Second, Ms. Fifth, and Ms. Sixth should all try. In my opinion, you're all not lacking in courage. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. The duo looked at Lu Li with an expression that seemed to say, "What nonsense!" Old Eighth. Zhu Honggong did not allow whoever it was to finish speaking. He waved his hands and said, "I'll pass. Although I'm courageous, there's no need for me to prove myself in this way." Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Lu Zhou transmitted his voice and asked, "Princess Mulberry, what's courage?" "If you beg me, I'll answer you." "I've already broken the rules earlier," Princess Mulberry replied. "This person is so pretentious," Little Yuaner said with a huff. Princess Mulberry laughed. Her laughter sounded melodious. "Little girl, you're the first human to refer to me as this person. Based on that alone, I'll tell you what courage is." Her tone darkened as she said, "Courage is a heart that knows no fear." Little Yuaner shook her head. "I don't understand. I know no fear, so I have courage." "It's not enough," Princess Mulberry said with a laugh. "For example, right now, none of you dare to throw your lives away to try again. That's not courage. Like I said, if you fail, you'll definitely die. Do you still dare to try?" At this moment, "I dare." Duan Mushang suddenly charged forward with the Overlord Spear. "Mr. Third," everyone exclaimed in shock. However, it was too late. They could only watch, helpless and powerless, as Duan Mushang rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Lu Zhou brought out the hourglass of time but found that it was still in the recovery period. If he used the power of the Tao, it would be too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent Duan Mushang flying. Boom! Duan Mushang crashed against the inner wall of the Pillar of Destruction and slid to the ground. He was dead. Third senior brother. Third junior brother. Everyone was stunned. A regretful voice rang from the ring-shaped lake again. Unfortunately, he failed. Yu Zhenghai gritted his teeth and said, "Witch, how dare you trick us? I'll kill you." Whoosh! Yu Zhenghai got up and charged forward. Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched a palm seal that pulled Yu Zhenghai back at lightning speed. "Don't be reckless." Princess Mulberry chuckled and said, "I told you those things out of kindness, and you still blame me? Who knows if you're lying?" Little Yuaner retorted. Half of it is true, and the other half is false," Princess Mulberry said. Everyone was infuriated by these words. Was that not lying? Lu Zhou asked, "Do you really think I can't kill you?" Princess Mulberry said, "I'm already dead. In my opinion, since you can speak and have consciousness and a will of your own, you're alive. Since you caused the death of my disciple, I'll bury you today. You won't be able to speak and move anymore," Lu Zhou said clearly. "Oh," Princess Mulberry continued to say, undaunted. "What I said about needing courage is true. You can only blame him for not having enough courage and failing to obtain recognition from the Pillar of Destruction." "You're still trying to quibble?" Yu Zhenghai said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at the strange barrier, confused and frustrated. All of a sudden, a blue energy orb shot out of the barrier into Duan Mushang's body. Swoosh! Following that, Duan Mushang flew into the barrier. The blood on his body evaporated, and a huge energy surged into his Dantian Sea of Qi. "It worked!" Mingshi Yin exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened in surprise. If I knew this would happen, I'd send myself to death as well. Why do these words sound so awkward?" Buzz! The energy resonated. Great Void Seed. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Duan Mushang. Lu Wu, who had a sharp hearing, turned his head, looking slightly disapprovingly. It bent down and looked into the distance, muttering, "What's there to make a fuss about?" For those who knew the truth, indeed there was nothing to make a fuss about. However, most of the people in the Evil Sky Pavilion were unaware that each of Lu Zhou's 10 disciples had a great void seed. When Duan Mushang was brought away by Lu Wu, only Lan Shihe, Ning Wanqing, and few others knew about Duan Mushang's great void seed. Hence, the others who were not in the know were naturally surprised when they saw the great void seed. Not only were they in the pillar of destruction and in front of the yet-to-mature Great Void Seed, but there was a fully matured Great Void Seed as well. Everyone looked at Duanmushang. Swoosh! The purple dragons on Duanmushang's arms flew out and circled him. The corrosive energy! The dense Great Void energy forced the corrosive energy out. A cloud of dark and white mist swirled around him as well, like yin and yang. Then the corrosive energy, Lu Wu's inner chi, and the Great Void energy fused. At this time, Duanmushang suddenly opened his eyes. He inhaled deeply and surveyed his surroundings. When he saw the concerned eyes staring at him, he sobered up immediately. He looked down and saw he was floating in the air before he asked, "What's wrong with me?" Lu Zhou frowned and said, "Impudent. Do you feel very proud that you have the courage to die?" Duanmushang stammered. His mind was blank. Lu Zhou continued to reprimand Duanmushang. "If you'll only obtain the so-called recognition from the Pillar of Apocalypse through your death, I'd rather not have the recognition." Duanmushang said, "I know I'm wrong. I was rash, but I couldn't help it." Everyone looked at each other. This excuse works as well? At this moment, a figure flashed to the top, looking down at Duanmushang, who was floating in the blue barrier. Everyone looked up. They instinctively took a few steps back as though they were facing a great enemy. Lu Zhou raised his head as well. "Princess Mulberry?" Princess Mulberry's eyes were filled with surprise as she said, "He actually obtained recognition from the Pillar of Destruction, and there's also the Great Void Seed. Do you have any questions?" Lu Zhou asked. He was on guard at this moment. If she had any covetous thoughts, there would definitely be a bloody battle. "I'm just surprised that the Great Void Seed in his body. He looks simple-minded and is blindly courageous." Princess Mulberry muttered, seemingly unable to understand. It was fine for Lu Zhou to criticize his disciples, but it was rather unpleasant to the ears when someone else was doing the criticizing. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "What does it have to do with you anyway?" Princess Mulberry shook her head. "Nothing. It doesn't matter." "Then why are you here?" Lu Zhou asked. "More than 300 years ago, a very wretched person used an incredibly powerful concealment technique to sneak into the Pillar of Destruction to steal the Great Void Seed. I thought he might be that person," Princess Mulberry said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "Is she talking about me?" The scene of the dark fog in the sky as Lotus cultivators fought appeared in his mind again. Princess Mulberry shook her head and said, "But it doesn't look like him at all." "You've seen the person who stole the Great Void Seed?" Lu Zhou asked. Princess Mulberry replied, "I've only seen him once. At that time I was watching the boring humans fight with the Great Void. They almost destroyed my mulberry time. While everyone was fighting, that wretched person used some unprecedented and unheard-of concealment technique. He seemed to know most people would not dare to approach the ring-shaped lake, so he boldly walked past the lake. His hair was white, and he looked rather unkempt." Zhu Honggong raised his head and said, "In any case, my third senior brother isn't the one who stole the Great Void Seed. Our evil sky pavilion doesn't associate with those petty thieves, let alone commit such a despicable act." "Bah! Lu Zhou?" Princess Mulberry said, "Perhaps it's fate that the Great Void Seed is with him." Princess Mulberry continued to watch Duanmushang. She saw the three fusing energies that were continually surging into his Dantian's sea of qi. Following that, she could sense the Great Void energy in his body had intensified. When Duanmushang descended to the ground, his injuries were already healed. Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to Duanmushang. Instead, he asked, "Since you witnessed the theft of the Great Void Seed back then, why didn't you take it for yourself?" "Why didn't you take it for yourself?" Princess Mulberry retorted. Lu Zhou was quite surprised by her line of thoughts. He asked, "Those with Great Void Seeds will definitely become supreme beings. Don't you have any covetous thoughts?" "Me?" Princess Mulberry spread her arms as her long dress fluttered. A dejected expression appeared on her face as she said, "I'm not human after all." Then, she suddenly added, "Don't ask me any more questions. Otherwise, I'll get angry." Clearly, these questions touched on her personal secrets. After Duanmushang sensed the changes in his body, he lifted his hand, and the Overlord's spear shot through the barrier into his hands. Zhu Honggong asked enviously, "Third senior brother, how do you feel?" "I feel okay. I'm only a little stronger," Duanmushang said as he brandished the Overlord's spear. "I don't think so," Princess Mulberry said as she shook her head. "With the recognition from the Pillar of Recognition, your birth palace will expand greatly. You'll know once you have a look at it." Birth palace. Duanmushang manifested his lotus. Everyone looked over. Duanmushang's lotus emitted a faint corrosive energy. His birth palace had truly expanded greatly. It expanded to the limit. It can now accommodate all 36 birth charts. Lu Li exclaimed. "I see. The rumor is true. Those who have the great void seeds will become supreme beings." Mingshi naturally knew this a long time ago. When he saw everyone's expressions, he shook his head silently, feeling bored. Under normal circumstances, the number of birth charts one could activate depended on one's talent. The birth palace would determine how many birth charts one could activate. If one's birth palace did not expand, one would know then one had reached the limit. Now that the birth palace had expanded completely to fit 36 birth charts, all that was left to do was to accumulate life hearts and to activate birth charts. "Congratulations, Mr. Third." Everyone congratulated Duanmushang. Duanmushang was ecstatic. His years of hard work had not been in vain. He had always been lacking in talent but worked hard. He did not expect that his biggest weakness would be made up for. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. He walked over and extended his hand toward the barrier. Everyone was shocked and instinctively took a few steps back. Princess Mulberry frowned and said, "Do you want to die?" Lu Zhou imbued his hand with the divine power. Only a buzzing noise rang in the air. Following that, he easily stepped into the barrier. "Pavilion Master?" "Master." After entering the barrier, he tested it with the divine power. The result was the same as the one in Yuzhong. In other words, the divine power could break the inner barrier of the pillars of light. "Princess Mulberry?" Lu Zhou walked next to the seedling and looked it up and down before he bent down and collected the soil. At this time, Princess Mulberry flashed to the front of the barrier. When she lifted her leg to step inside, the barrier mercilessly sent her flying back. Bang! Princess Mulberry almost crashed against the inner wall. Everyone was shocked that Princess Mulberry was sent flying the barrier. "Don't touch it," Princess Mulberry said. Lu Zhou ignored her and dug out a piece of soil. Once it turned into a blue crystal, he said, "Zhou Jifeng is the first to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. He's hardworking and loyal, so he deserves to be rewarded. Take it." Lu Zhou tossed the blue crystal out. Zhou Jifeng could not suppress his excitement at all. He immediately fell to his knees and said, "Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master. I'll continue to do my best for the Evil Sky Pavilion." Whoosh! When the blue crystal flew out of the barrier, Princess Mulberry flashed in front of Zhou Jifeng and caught it. Then, she said, "I said don't touch it." Everyone looked at Princess Mulberry vigilantly. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The harmless-looking Princess Mulberry was really unpredictable and unstable. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Princess Mulberry said, "You can't touch the great void soil." "Why not?" "If the soil is loose, the pillar of destruction will collapse," Princess Mulberry said. Lu Zhou asked back, "So what if it collapses?" "You!" Princess Mulberry was a little angry, but she suppressed her anger and said, "In any case, no one can take the soil away." Lu Zhou straightened his back before he looked at Princess Mulberry and said, "I've been tolerant of you time and time again." Princess Mulberry frowned slightly when she sensed the change in Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou moved his hand, shattering a Thunderblast card. Lu Zhou's palm moved forward, and a Thunder Energy card was shattered. "You really don't know what's good for you." The palm seal shot out of the barrier. The script for lightning in the middle of the palm seal was dazzling. Princess Mulberry was slightly stunned. She flashed back, thinking she could avoid the attack. When the palm seal arrived in front of her, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Boom! Princess Mulberry's circular protective energy was shattered immediately, and she was sent flying back as expected. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Princess Mulberry was one of the 10 zombie kings, after all. Not only that, but she was even ranked 3rd among the 10. However, she was sent flying back with just one move by Lu Zhou. How could they not feel shocked? Arrogance is everyone's weakness, whether they're the high and mighty gods or ordinary people who walk on the ground like ants. The arrogance of ordinary people is inconsequential, but the arrogance of gods affects the world. Lu Zhou looked at Princess Mulberry indifferently. Princess Mulberry stabilized her footing when she arrived near the inner wall. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were filled with shock. How? Princess Mulberry looked at her hands, perplexed. It was very difficult for her to understand how she was pushed back. It should have been impossible. She should have been able to dodge the attack. She should not have been suppressed by a venerable master. Lu Zhou raised his hand and extended it out as he said, "I don't like to repeat myself. Hand the blue crystal over." Although Princess Mulberry's eyes still contained a trace of disbelief, her expression had turned solemn and inscrutable. Then she said, "You're from the Great Void." Lu Zhou, who had extended his arm out, suddenly lifted it and pushed it out. Another palm seal swiftly shot. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to carry the might of the netherworld. Perhaps it was due to the psychological mark left in their minds from Lu Zhou's repeated use of this move. The Evil Sky Pavilion's members all thought that the move was invincible and unstoppable. Princess Mulberry's dress fluttered as she left afterimages in the air. The Thunderblast palm seal stopped quietly in the air. Princess Mulberry continued to flash around. However, as soon as she stopped, the palm seal slapped over in her direction. Boom! Just like before, Princess Mulberry was sent flying again. This time, her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she appeared disheveled. When she was about to hit the inner wall, the white crane flew over and caught her. It swayed a few times before it managed to stabilize itself. Princess Mulberry's eyes were filled with disbelief. Without much thought, she tossed the blue crystal out. "Here!" After catching the blue crystal, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He raised his head and said, "Although you're the daughter of the Red Emperor, it doesn't mean you're superior to me. There are times when you should just watch. Don't interfere with things that you shouldn't interfere with." Princess Mulberry felt suffocated by the anger that rose in her chest. She really wanted to vent her anger, but she was helpless. She said, "The sky is going to collapse, and countless lives will be ruined. The consequences." Lu Zhou interjected, "If the sky falls, I'll take care of it. I'll bear the consequences." Princess Mulberry was rendered speechless by these words. After a long silence, she asked, "Do you think you'll be able to take care of it? Countless saints have died. Qi Songzi died. The Unholy One died. Even I died. So many people died. This has been the way since time immemorial. The wheels of destiny have begun to turn, and we can't stop it even if the same mistakes are made." Princess Mulberry trembled slightly as scenes after scenes appeared in her mind. It had been 100,000 years. Every day was the same and it was boring. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it could not compare to 100,000 years ago. Everything in her present was dead, and everything in her past was alive. After a moment of silence, Princess Mulberry sighed and said, "Perhaps you're right. If we can restore the peace and prosperity of the past, so what if the sky collapses? What's there to be afraid of even if the mulberry tree is gone?" Then, with a swish of her dress, she sat down and patted the white crane. With that, she flew out of the pillar of destruction to the ring-shaped lake. A gentle breeze blew at the blooming mulberry tree as spots of light filled the sky. The lake water splashed up, forming a conical ice barrier that pierced the black fog in the sky. Princess Mulberry appeared in the conical ice barrier and looked up at the sky. Lu Zhou tossed the blue crystal to Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng was overjoyed and retreated to the side excitedly. Lu Zhou said again, "Pan Zhong, You were also one of the earliest to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. You're diligent and loyal, so you deserve to be rewarded. Lu Zhou grabbed a piece of soil and tossed it out when it turned into a blue crystal. Pan Zhong kneeled down, overjoyed, as he said, the elders, guardians, and envoys are more qualified than I am. How can I? Take it, Lu Zhou interjected. Pan Zhong caught the blue crystal and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master. I'm really unworthy of this favor. Lu Zhou grabbed another 4 pieces of soil as he said. The 4 elders joined the Evil Sky Pavilion when the Evil Sky Pavilion needed them most. They've made great contributions, so they should be rewarded. Take these. 4 blue crystals flew out. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you, Elder Brother. The 4 elders were very honest with their feelings. They caught the blue crystals with happy expressions on their faces and excitement bursting forth from their hearts. Crash! A huge rock fell from above at this moment. Everyone retreated. Boom! Crashed against the barrier. It broke into pieces when it crashed against the barrier, and they flew out in all directions. Everyone looked up worriedly. Would the pillar of destruction really collapse because of the loosening of the soil or the lack of soil? The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were slightly worried about the fall of the huge rock. The pillars of destruction were not ordinary, after all. If the Great Void was truly located high up in the sky since the land split, it meant that the pillars had been around for a very long time. If the pillar at Jiming were to collapse now, the first ones to suffer would undoubtedly be those who were present now. Outside of the pillar of destruction, Lu Wu raised his head slightly when he heard the commotion. He looked in the direction of the ring-shaped lake and the conical ice barrier that pierced into the sky before he muttered, How cowardly! The conical ice barrier was nothing more than an attempt at defense should the sky fall. Inside the pillar of destruction. After a short silence, the 4 elders looked at the respective blue crystals in their hands hesitantly, wondering if they should really keep the blue crystals. If the sky really collapsed and countless lives were lost, then they would be sinners for all eternity. They truly did not want to bear such a crime. Hua Wudao said with a guilty expression on his face, Pavilion Master, why don't we return the blue crystals? Zhuiyushu held the blue crystal in her hand and said, Elder Brother, we, old geezers, should just give the blue crystals up. We really can't afford the consequences. Pan Lydian glanced at Zhuiyushu and did not say anything. He agreed with all her words except for the words old geezers. To him, it did not matter if he obtained the blue crystal or not. After all, Pan Zhong had already obtained the blue crystal. Hence, he said, this old geezer is also willing to return the blue crystal. Everyone remained silent as the elders spoke. Lu Zhou had been paying attention to the changes above. He had cast both the power of smell and the power of hearing, hence, all changes were within his perception. During the time that the 4 elders spoke up, there was nothing unusual. Hence, he waved his sleeve and said, Keep them. There were too many people in the Evil Sky Pavilion, and it was difficult for everyone to get the blue crystals as it was. Lu Zhou added, What does it have to do with me if the sky collapses? There's no need to worry. Didn't he say earlier that he'll bear the consequences and deal with it if the sky collapses? Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the Great Void seedling. When he was about to dig up another piece of soil, he discovered the seedling was tilted to the side. Lu Zhou moved closer to study the seedling. After Duan Mushang had descended to the ground, he could now move freely within the barrier. Hence, he also moved to observe the Great Void seedling. He scratched his head and asked, Is it dying? Lu Zhou replied tonelessly, Plants will naturally die if they lose their soil. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhenlua said, It's better to let it live. The greed of humans has nothing to do with the Great Void seeds. I still feel that the seeds are a gift from the heavens and earth to humans. How it's used depends on humans. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and straightened his back. The soil was slowly replenishing itself, but if he continued taking the soil now, the seed would die, and the pillar of destruction at Jiming might really collapse. Forget it. Lu Zhou turned around and said, Those who have yet to obtain the blue crystals, wait until we go to the other pillars of destruction. Everyone was delighted upon hearing this. Based on Lu Zhou's words, he intended to give everyone the blue crystals. They were very impressed by his generosity. In their opinion, Lu Zhou did not unfairly favor his disciples. He treated everyone else fairly by promising to give every one of them a blue crystal. With this, their loyalty increased. Even the loyalty of Kong Wan and his brothers, who were the latest to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, increased to 80%. Lu Zhou no longer cared about loyalty. The human heart was the most unpredictable, and if there were no fluctuations, one would not be human but a machine instead. Lu Zhou took the lead and walked out of the barrier with his hands on his back, and Duanmu Sheng followed suit. The barrier returned to normal, and the Great Void seedling slowly straightened up as well. At this time, the head of the 49 swordsmen, Yuan Lang, who had been working silently during the journey, moved next to Duanmu Sheng and said in a low voice, "Congratulations, Mr. Third. I didn't expect you to have the Great Void Seed." "Congratulations," Duanmu Sheng said. "It's not worth mentioning." Yuan Lang was the person whom Qin Renyue trusted most. He was sent by Qin Renyue to the Evil Sky Pavilion to serve as a bridge between the Qin clan and the Evil Sky Pavilion. How could he not be pleasantly surprised that a future supreme being had appeared in the Evil Sky Pavilion? "I hope you'll take care of me and the 49 swordsmen in the future, Mr. Third," Yuan Lang said. "Sure." Everyone began to follow Lu Zhou and walked out of the Pillar of Destruction. The 10 great disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were naturally aware that all of them had great void seeds. But their master had stressed on the importance of keeping that a secret. Now, 2 of the great void seeds had been exposed. Fortunately, they were exposed in the unknown land. Even if someone found out and coveted the seeds, it would be difficult to find them in the vast unknown land. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion was as powerful as the sun in the sky now. When they walked out of the Pillar of Destruction, Lu Wu rose to his feet and asked, "You're done?" Lu Zhou nodded before he looked to the side and saw the conical ice barrier that pierced straight into the sky. The others were surprised as well when they saw the conical ice barrier. Lu Zhou said, "Childish." Then, Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard's back and flew up. The others took another look before they joined Lu Zhou up in the sky as well. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Ji Ming returned to its usual calm and silence. Princess Mulberry appeared on the tip of the conical ice barrier and looked in the direction where Lu Zhou and the others had left before she looked up. The white cranes flew up from below, stirring up waves. The mulberry tree in the center of the ring-shaped lake stood firmly. Princess Mulberry stood at the top of the conical ice barrier for an entire month before she finally saw a black figure flying over from the distance, early in the morning. The black figure circled the area, studying the traces of battle left behind before entering the Pillar of Destruction. After leaving the pillar, the figure flew toward the ring-shaped lake. When the figure saw the high and mighty Princess Mulberry, he said with a bow, "Greetings, Princess Mulberry." Princess Mulberry looked at the black figure and only said, "Another human." The black figure said, "I'm from the Great Void, and I'm here to investigate something." After sizing him up, Princess Mulberry asked, "What is it? Where did the person who killed the high priest of the Void Chest tribe go?" The black figure asked. "I don't know," Princess Mulberry replied. The black figure said, "This matter is very important to me. I hope you'll help me." Princess Mulberry furrowed her brows and said, "Isn't the Great Void very powerful? Go and solve this matter yourself." Princess Mulberry, "Get lost." A wave of energy swept out, and the black figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, in an ancient ruin, a month has passed, and everyone's strength is increasing steadily. "Pavilion Master, do you intend to travel again soon?" Yan Zhenlua asked. Kongwen nodded before he said to Lu Zhou, "I've already looked at the map. Our next destination is Pingdan. Based on our current speed, we should be able to reach our destination in roughly 3 months." Lu Zhou muttered, 3 months? Then we should continue on with our journey now. When they were in the Golden Lotus domain, They did not feel anything when they heard about how vast the unknown land was. However, now that they were in the unknown land, it finally hit them how truly vast the unknown land was. The endless days of traveling had tempered everyone's hearts and minds, and they had also gotten used to the harsh environment. Fortunately, the overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion was relatively strong. Hence, they were able to overcome the obstacles that they ran into during their journey. The abundance of life hearts also helped the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion to increase their strengths by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the Pillar of Impermanence, they were like fishes in water when they cultivated. 3 months later, in a hall in the Great Void, Zhang Wunshu paced back and forth. At this time, a silver-armored guard walked in from outside and said, "Master, Zhang Dongshan has gone to the unknown land. What orders should I give him?" "The unknown land?" Zhang Wunshu frowned. "Has the matter in the Golden Lotus domain been investigated?" "He said that person is in the unknown land." Zhang Wunshu nodded and said, "The imbalance is worsening. The owners of the Great Void Seeds will soon appear one after another. I'll give him 100 years. He has to bring that person's head back to me." "Understood," the silver-armored cultivator said before leaving the hall. Following that, another subordinate walked in and said with a bow, "Master, the hall master wants to see you." Zhang Wunshu nodded. "All right." In just a moment, Zhang Wunshu appeared outside the sacred hall. He glanced at the scales of justice and was surprised to see that it was tilted heavily to one side. After a moment, he asked, "May I ask what orders the hall master has for me?" A voice rang from inside the grand hall. "There's something wrong with the Pillar of Enlightenment. I heard your silver-armored guards are quite powerful. Can you lend them to me?" Zhang Wunshu did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked, "Shouldn't Mr. Ouyang deal with this matter?" "He's busy and doesn't have the time to deal with this." Then, Zhang Wunshu said with a smile, "If the hall masters need the silver-armored guards, then they'll be at your service. All right, send them to the 10 Pillars of Destruction to protect them." "Understood." Zhang Wunshu nodded. Then, he asked, "Hall Master, why didn't you send the divine beasts?" "In the 9 domains, the strongest person is the great saint, Chen Fu. 2 divine beasts are enough to deal with everyone in the 9 domains." There was a brief silence before the person in the hall said again, "Dao Saint Jiang. Your clone dominated the Golden Lotus domain for 300 years. What was the result?" The person's voice was gentle when he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wunshu was shocked. He immediately bowed. "Hall Master, There's no need to panic. I don't blame you." Following that, a gray figure appeared 3 meters in the air in front of Zhang Wunshu. The person's eyebrows were 3 feet long, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He said, "How can I not know that the 12 saints of the Great Void each have their own ideas? It's just that there are some things that I turn a blind eye to." Zhang Wunshu nodded as he said, "The Hall Master is magnanimous beyond words. The Sacred Hall controls the world, and we have to maintain our dignity in front of the other 9 halls. Even you failed to completely dominate the Golden Lotus domain. Can you imagine what those who trespassed into the Pillars of Destruction are like?" "I understand," Zhang Wunshu said solemnly. "The 3,000 silver-armored guards will definitely ensure the safety of the Pillars of Destruction." The gray figure nodded before disappearing into thin air like a wisp of smoke. Following that, Zhang Wunshu walked toward the scales of justice. He was puzzled when he discovered the scales were tilted in the direction of the Golden Lotus domain. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang from the hall again. "I've already severely punished Chen Fu." Zhang Wunshu was shocked upon hearing this. Then he quickly left the sacred hall. Not long after, 3,000 silver-armored guards entered the runic passage and were transported to the dark, unknown land. The 3,000 silver-armored guards were divided into 10 teams of 300 guards before they rushed off in 10 different directions. In the unknown lands Pingdan, after 3 months of traveling, Lu Zhou and the others finally arrived near Pingdan. Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, had quite a lot to say about the place. He said, Pavilion Master Lu. Back then, I followed Venerable Master Qin to Pingdan. We obtained quite a lot of mystic life grass and life hearts here. Lu Zhou nodded. Yuan Lang continued to say, Alas, none of us managed to enter the barrier in the Pillar of Destruction at that time, so we could only return empty-handed. No one obtained the Great Void Soil? No, Yuan Lang shook his head. Lu Zhou thought about the 9 crystals he had collected at the very beginning. If only those who possessed the Great Void Seeds could pass through the barriers, then where did those 9 blue crystals come from? How did Lan Shihe and the others obtain the 9 blue crystals? The 10 pillars of destruction corresponded to the 10 great void seeds and 10 different qualities. Who was the person who entered the barrier and took the great void soil at that time? The owners of the previous batch of great void seeds? Lu Zhou's eyes flashed slightly as he continued thinking about this. Those who possessed the great void seeds would become supreme beings. Not counting other times, in 100,000 years, 3 batches of great void seeds had matured, which meant there were 30 great void seeds. Lu Zhou had 10, and Lan Shihe happened to possess 1, which meant there were still 19 great void seeds that were unaccounted for. Not counting Lan Shihe, did this mean there were 19 supreme beings or future supreme beings in the great void? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. With this, the great void was indeed rather strong. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai sat on Baiyan and flew toward Lu Zhou before he asked, Master, we're ready. Should we enter the Pillar of Destruction now? Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to make a decision. He asked, There's no zombie king guarding the Pillar of Destruction in Pingdan? Yuan Lang shook his head and said, No. In the past, it was true that the Great Void intended for the 10 zombie kings to guard each of the 10 pillars of destruction. However, things became messy later. For example, the zombie king at Yuzhong was long gone after Yuzhong became the home ground of Tianwu and Lord Jinnan. In Pingdan, not only is there no zombie king, but there's no beast emperor as well. This meant that Pingdan was relatively safe. All right. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and led the group to the Pillar of Destruction. The dark fog roiled in the sky. Due to the imbalance, the number of fierce beasts had increased. Lu Wu let out a thunderous roar, scaring away the flying beasts in the sky with its might as a beast emperor. Lu Zhou and the others were drawing close to the Pillar of Destruction when a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Kong Wen hurriedly reminded them, Be careful! The members of Evil Sky Pavilion stopped flying and hovered in the air. At this time, the figure shouted, Everyone, be careful! There are fierce beasts hiding underground. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion lowered their heads instinctively. As expected, the ground began to shake. Boom! Following that, an incomparably huge centipede broke out of the ground. The figure's reaction was swift. It flew toward the gigantic centipede, leaving afterimages in its wake. Bang! 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 The figure unleashed a sky full of golden seals that sliced the centipede up into pieces. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not make a move and watched from afar. When the centipede finally fell, the figure harvested its life heart and said, So you're just a beast king. I've underestimated you. Lu Zhou frowned slightly when he heard the figure's accent. The person in front of him did not seem like he was from Great Yen even if he had golden energy. At this moment, Yu Zheng raised his saber and asked, Who are you? The figure replied with a smile, I'm Jiang Dongshan. How should I address you? When Jiang Dongshan raised his head, still panting slightly, everyone finally had a clear look of his face. He was middle-aged. His facial features were sharp and well-defined. He wore a scarf around his neck. Perhaps he had been in the unknown land for a long time. His entire person was rather dusty. Yu Zhenghai said, Forget about my name. You go your way and we'll go our way. Farewell. Hold on, Jiang Dongshan called out. What's the matter? As the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Zhenghai was naturally vigilant. Jiang Dongshan said with a smile, Sir, there's no need to be so hostile. Although the unknown land is dangerous, not everyone you meet is an enemy. Yu Zhenghai studied the person in front of him. In the past 3 months, Yu Zhenghai had already activated his 14th birth chart. He could tell the other party was not simple. Jiang Dongshan's eyes quickly swept past the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion before he asked, "Are all of you going to enter the Pillar of Destruction?" Yu Zhenghai retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Yuan Lang said in a low voice, as expected as a disciple of Pavilion Master Lu. His words are so blunt. When Yuan Lang recalled his first meeting with Lu Zhou, he finally realized why he was beaten up. He prayed the other party would be more tactful. After a long time, he had a good understanding of the temper of the Master and 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although they seemed unbothered, all of them had their own principles. As long as one did not cross their bottom lines, everything would be fine. Jiang Dongshan was not angry. Instead, he said, Pingdan, which used to be called Shitage, used to be the home of Tai Sui, a powerful being. After the land split and the Pillar of Destruction appeared, it was said that Tai Sui became the guardian of the pillar. It's best not to simply approach the pillar. If you're not careful, you might end up offending Tai Sui. Why do you say that? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Dongshan shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou and said, "There's a saying that when you encounter Tai Sui, even if you do nothing, disaster will still befall you. Tai Sui is a harbinger of disaster. Isn't that too exaggerated?" Little Yuaner said. Jiang Dongshan replied, "I've been in Pingdan for a long time. During this time, I've killed a lot of fierce beasts and collected some rare herbs. Whenever I meet other cultivators, I'd warn them about this. It's up to you to believe it or not." Everyone looked at Jiang Dongshan skeptically. At this time, Yuan Lang moved to stand next to Lu Zhou and said in a low voice, "I remember now. Venerable Master Qin did say that Pillar of Destruction in Pingdan is strange." Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Dongshan and asked, "Is there a way to avoid it?" Jiang Dongshan was slightly startled by Lu Zhou's words. He thought the other party would choose to take a detour or insist on breaking in. He did not expect the other party to ask for a solution. After a moment, he said, "There are only 3 kinds of people who can get close to the Pillar of Destruction. 1, those who are recognized by the pillar. 2, supreme beings. 3, well, I don't think they exist." "What's the 3rd kind of people?" Little Yuaner asked curiously. "Those who aren't bound by the shackles of heaven and earth," Jiang Dongshan said as he waved his hand. "No one is free from the shackles of heaven and earth, so I don't think the 3rd kind of people exist. Since they don't exist, what's the point of saying there are 3 kinds of people? If they don't exist, how do you know they can get close to the pillar?" Little Yuaner asked as she blinked her big eyes. Since when did this girl become so quick-witted? These were the questions everyone wanted to ask as well. Jiang Dongshan said with a shrug, "I heard it from others." "How boring. So it's rumors," Little Yuaner muttered. Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to Jiang Dongshan. Instead, he took the lead and rushed forward. When they drew close to the entrance of the Pillar of Destruction, dark fog surged out from inside the pillar. "Retreat," Lu Zhou ordered. The black fog spread outward, quickly killing the nearby flowers, plants, and trees. "Poisonous gas?" Yuan Lang exclaimed in surprise. "This isn't poisonous gas. This is the curse of Tai Sui. As long as we don't approach, it won't come out." "Look, it has stopped," Jiang Dongshan said as he pointed at the entrance. The black fog had stopped streaming out of the entrance. "You should believe me now, right?" Jiang Dongshan asked. Lu Zhou continued to advance on Wizard's back. As expected, black fog began to surge out again when he drew close. However, when the fog drew close to him, they were instantly repelled by Wizard's auspicious chi. The divine mark robe buzzed slightly and repelled the black fog as well. Moreover, he also had the purple glazed ceramic that made him impervious to all poisons. The 3 treasures protected him very well. "So you're an expert," Jiang Dongshan said. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes. "Why are you stating the obvious?" Lu Zhou did not enter the Pillar of Destruction. It was useless for him to go in after all. The ones who needed to go in were his disciples. He wondered if the black fog would be poisonous for his disciples. Jiang Dongshan said again, Don't be impulsive. The closer you get, the more dangerous it would be. At this moment, a flying beast streaked past the sky at a low altitude. As soon as it came in contact with the dark fog, it dropped to the ground with a loud thump. Little Yuana retreated as she asked, "So how do we get in?" The strange black fog was just like a poisonous fog, swiftly reaping the lives of everything in its vicinity. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion retreated again. Yuan Lang said, perplexed, "Strange. It wasn't like this previously when Venerable Master Qin and I were here." Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "It wasn't like this before?" "That's right." Without being spoken to, Zhang Dongshan said again, "This is due to the worsening imbalance. The pressure on the Pillar of Destruction has increased, so the curse will naturally become stronger as well." "Isn't this curse and talk of misfortune just a superstition?" Little Yuaner asked skeptically. "It's better to believe it than not." Everyone looked at the dark fog warily. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and continued to observe the situation below. Since the poisonous fog did not affect him, perhaps he should go in to check the situation. Just as Lu Zhou was about to descend, 5 figures appeared in the air. They were all wearing silver armor and wielded long halberds in their hands, looking like immortal warriors. "How dare you get close to the Pillar of Destruction?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong hurriedly retreated. The others from the Evil Sky Pavilion were well-trained and tacitly retreated to the side as well. Lu Wu straightened its back and glared angrily at the 5 figures in the sky. "They're from the Great Void," Yu Zhenghai said. Duanmu Shang, who was standing on Lu Wu's head, looked at the 5 silver-armored guards and said, "It's them again." The 5 silver-armored guards looked at the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion before they raised their hands and threw their halberds out in unison. Whoosh! 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 Black light appeared at the tips of the halberds before 5 streaks of light shot out. Jiang Dongshan's figure flashed away as he cried out, "Dodge!" Jiang Dongshan's reaction was quite fast. A golden astrolabe with 20 birth charts bloomed in the sky in front of everyone and blocked the attacks. Following that, Jiang Dongshan turned around and said, "All of you, retreat now." Yu Zhenghai asked, "Why are you helping us?" "Because I'm from the Golden Lotus Domain," Jiang Dongshan said with a smile. Then, he turned into a shooting star as he charged toward the 5 silver-armored guards. Yu Zhenghai drew his jasper saber and said, "Master, I'll be right back." Without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply, Yu Zhenghai rushed out. Upon seeing this, Ming Shiyin said, "Master, don't be angry. Eldest senior brother has always been rash like this. When he returns, I'll speak to him on your behalf." Everyone turned to look at Ming Shiyin immediately. "You? Do you really dare to do such a thing?" Lu Zhou did not attack the silver-armored guards. He could clearly sense an abnormality on the ground that was a much bigger threat than the 5 silver-armored guards. He silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power and looked down. After casting the power of hearing and the power of smell, he sensed his surroundings. There was no living thing in this vast expanse of land, making him wonder briefly if this place was truly cursed. Rumble. Another strange movement came from below. "All of you retreat." The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion obeyed the order and retreated 1,000 meters. At the same time, the 49 swordsmen manifested energy swords and got into their formation. This time, Yu Shangrong resisted the urge to compete with his eldest senior brother. Instead, he focused on working with Lu Wu and Qin Naihe to defend. No matter how quiet it was now, it was best to be careful. In the sky, the silver-armored guard pulled his halberd back. Just as he saw 2 figures rushing over, 5 beams of black light shot out. Bang! The beams of black light fused into a huge beam of light before shooting toward the 2 incoming figures. Yu Zhenghai tapped his feet lightly on Bai An's back and flew into the sky. He wielded his saber with both hands before he brought it down. Bang! Alas, the beam of black light was so powerful that it sent Yu Zhenghai flying back. Since he was very experienced in combat, he flipped in the air, easily regaining his footing. Bai An flew over swiftly and caught Yu Zhenghai, avoiding the beam of black light. Jiang Dongshan's cultivation was profound, after all. He raised his astrolabe and held it up against the beam of black light, withstanding its force before unleashing the power of the birth charts. Bang! 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 The beam of golden light pierced through the beam of black light, pushing the silver guards back. Venerable Master? The silver-armored guards could naturally sense Jiang Dongshan's strength. The 5 of them exchanged a look before they hurriedly gathered together. 2 of them stood in front while the other 3 stood at the back. Their silver armor glinted as they swooped down and manifested their avatars. Buzz! The 5 people's avatars were that of a venerable master, looking mighty as they towered in the air. So strong! Yu Zhenghai frowned. He chose to avoid the danger and lowered his altitude. Kill the weakling first. The 5 avatars burst forth with energy seals immediately and attacked Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhou frowned upon seeing this. Just as he was about to save Yu Zhenghai, Jiang Dongshan expanded his astrolabe, covering an area of 3 kilometers. Jiang Dongshan held his astrolabe and advanced instead of retreating. Boom! A loud explosion as though the sky had collapsed rang in the air. The astrolabe clashed with the 5 silver-armored guards and continued its ascent. He's really powerful, Yan Zhenhua said, filled with praise. He's no ordinary golden lotus cultivator. When did the golden lotus domain have such a powerful cultivator? That's right. He's a venerable master with 20 birth charts. Cultivators with this level were rare and contributed to the imbalance as well. Boom! The silver-armored guards were pushed up, almost entering the black fog. Once again, they erupted with tyrannical strength as they smashed down. A huge circular ripple out in the sky for about 10,000 meters. The flying beasts within its range were all killed and dropped from the sky. Jiang Dongshan's expression changed slightly as he descended. It was truly not easy to fight one against 5 people. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the others from the evil sky pavilion. Let me help you, Yu Zhenghai shouted. The great dark heaven palm flew toward the 5 silver-armored guards, shining as bright as a star. One of them glanced at Yu Zhenghai and said with a sneer, "You overestimate yourself." A black palm seal sailed in the air. Boom! 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 In the face of this attack, the great dark heaven palm was completely destroyed. As the black palm seal continued forward, the void around it seemed to freeze. As screeching noise rang in the air, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Zhou frowned. Without another word, he sent the hourglass of time out. An even more profound law of time shrouded the entire place as electric arcs shot toward everyone. Lu Zhou flew and arrived above Yu Zhenghai in just a blink of an eye. Then he spun around and pushed Yu Zhenghai and Bayan back. After 2 seconds passed, more than half of the sand in the hourglass had dropped to the bottom. Lu Zhou flashed again and arrived by Jiang Dongshan's astrolabe before time resumed. In the Jiang Dongshan and the 5 silver-armored guards' eyes, it looked as though Lu Zhou had suddenly appeared between them like a ghost. The 5 silver-armored guards were shocked and were about to attack again when Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "How dare you behave atrociously in front of me?" Lu Zhou pushed the confinement seal, which had been imbued with the divine power, out. It expanded swiftly and crashed into the 5 silver-armored guards' chests. Bang! 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 The 5 silver-armored guards' protective energies were instantly shattered as they flew backward, throwing up blood. Lu Zhou stepped on Jiang Dongshan's astrolabe and flew out to chase after them. He turned around and said, "Young man, you've done what you can." Jiang Dongshan withdrew his astrolabe and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou as he said, "Thank you for your teachings, senior." Lu Zhou arrived in front of the 5 silver-armored guards in just a blink of an eye. Then he used He Luoyu's life heart ability as he moved, manifesting 10 clones. One of the silver-armored guards gasped before he shouted, "Scatter!" Lu Zhou arrived in front of the guard who had spoken. His hand was extended, aiming straight for his opponent's heart. Bang! 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 5 consecutive palm strikes shot out. Blood spurted in the air. Lu Zhou received 5 notifications for the destruction of the target's birth charts. He's been demoted. The clones disappeared at this moment. The remaining 4 silver-armored guards' faces were ashen. Great Venerable Master? He's actually a Great Venerable Master. Despair rose in the silver-armored guards' hearts immediately. Let's go! The 4 silver-armored guards struck with their palms in unison, attempting to block Lu Zhou's attacks. The sky exploded with energy seals from the battle. As the 4 silver-armored guards held Lu Zhou back, they quickly grabbed their injured comrade before they turned to flee. Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he watched the 5 figures flee. Why didn't Pavilion Master chase after them? It's beneath the Pavilion Master to chase after such insignificant opponents. Good point. On the other hand, Jiang Dongshan, who had just escaped from danger, said grimly, I'm afraid we're letting the tigers return to the mountain. There are definitely more than 5 silver-armored guards. At this time, Lu Zhou waved his hand. An unnamed in the form of a bow appeared in his hand. An energy arrow that was several feet long appeared on the bow. He pulled the bowstring back until the bow resembled a full moon. Twang! Lu Zhou's fingers moved swiftly as fired energy arrows after energy arrows out. The energy arrows, which had been imbued with the divine power, tore through the sky toward their targets. They streaked across the sky menacingly before they struck the backs of their respective targets. 1,000 realms whirling avatars appeared and disappeared in the air. The 5 silver-armored guards were now severely injured. As a primal chi storm began to rage in the sky, they plummeted from the sky. Lu Zhou called out, Lu Wu, leave them to me. Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped toward the 5 silver-armored guards. As soon as it landed, he began to tear into them in a frenzy. Notification after notification rang in Lu Zhou's mind as Lu Wu went in for the kill. Jiang Dongshan. Yu Zhenghai moved to stand next to Jiang Dongshan and looked at Lu Wu as he asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, Jiang Dongshan replied. Yu Zhenghai said, You're quite brave. You flatter me. In this vast, unknown land, danger lurks everywhere. If one's not careful, one would die. It's not easy to meet people from my hometown. How can I stand aside and do nothing? Jiang Dongshan said with a sigh. You're from the Golden Lotus domain? Why haven't I heard of you? Yu Zhenghai asked. Jiang Dongshan sighed before he said, I left the Golden Lotus domain long ago and hid in the unknown land. This is the only way to curb the imbalance. People tend to suffer after leaving their homes. However, if I didn't leave the Great Void and I would have targeted the Golden Lotus domain. At least I could survive after I came here. In fact, there are many people like me. Kong Wan and his brothers could not help but empathize upon hearing these words. He cupped his hands at Jiang Dongshan and said, We're all in the same boat. Jiang Dongshan nodded and said with a smile, I didn't expect there to be an expert here. Looks like I was worried for nothing. Let me introduce you. This is the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. In fact, mere venerable masters aren't worthy of the Pavilion Master personally taking action, Kongwen proudly said. Jiang Dongshan was inwardly surprised. Those words implied that the other party was stronger than a venerable master. Moreover, based on the other party's earlier attack, it was clear that the other party had held back. To be able to injure 5 venerable masters so easily, it was likely that the other party was a saint. Jiang Dongshan bowed and Lu Zhou said, Thank you for saving me, senior. Lu Zhou said, There's no need for that. Then, Lu Zhou flew over in a leisurely manner to the front of the group before leaping onto Witzard's back. When he lightly patted Witzard's side, Witzard tummed around and spat out an orb of white light. With that, his divine power recovered swiftly. Subsequently, Lu Zhou used his heavenly writing power to sense his surroundings again. There was no movement at all. Had whatever it was left? At this time, the black energy on the ground had vanished. Lu Zhou tummed to Jiang Dongshan and asked, You're from the Golden Lotus domain? That's right, Jiang Dongshan replied. When did you leave the Golden Lotus domain? This Zhang Dongshan did not expect to be asked such a blunt question. In the end, he said, I can't remember clearly. I only remember it was chaotic at the time, and the imbalance was really bad. Was this after the land split? Zhang Dongshan sighed lightly and said, a saint can live to 100,000 years old, while a venerable master can live until 30,000 years old. In other words, Zhang Dongshan was only a venerable master, so how could it be at the time when the land just split? Lu Zhou asked again. The Golden Lotus domain had an 8-leaf limit previously. Logically, you can't even sprout your 9th leaf, let alone become a venerable master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongshan chuckled and said, that's just a limit. It's not like the shackles of heaven and earth. The Golden Lotus domain's limit was nothing but a lack of lifespan to sprout the 9th leaf. That's right. How did you solve the problem? Meng Changdong had a deep impression of this topic since he and Si Wuya had previously discussed it. Golden Lotus cultivators didn't have enough lifespan to sprout the 9th leaf, and they called it the heaven and earth shackles. However, this problem could be easily solved with enough life hearts. It was only difficult to find life hearts because there were no fierce beasts in the Golden Lotus domain due to a lack of powerful cultivators. It then formed a vicious cycle. Hence, I found a second way. Everyone looked at Zhang Dongshan curiously. Zhang Dongshan said awkwardly, assimilation. Assimilation. Back then, I mistakenly entered the unknown land and ended up in the Black Lotus domain. After assimilating with the people there, I managed to enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Following that, I returned to the Golden Lotus domain to return to my original state, Zhang Dongshan explained. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened as he said, amazing! Brother, even if my 7th senior brother is still alive, I'm afraid he wouldn't be as smart as you. What an amazing move! Aying Dongshan said in confusion. I's a personal habit. Don't mind it. It's a sign of friendship, Zhu Honggong said as he patted Zhang Dongshan's shoulder. Zhang Dongshan's bizarre story surprised everyone. No one expected him to break the limit in such a way. Lu Zhou asked, how many people like you are there in the unknown land? I've met many of them, but I didn't keep count. Alas, the unknown land is too vast. No matter how humans are here, they're but a drop in the ocean, Zhang Dongshan said before he sighed emotionally. At this time, Lu Wu had already cleaned up the 5 silver-armored guards and returned to the front of the group. Lu Zhou said, follow me. Lu Zhou rode on Wizard and flew toward the entrance of the Pillar of Destruction. Zhang Dongshan raised his hand and asked, Senior, are you really going in? Lu Zhou did not turn around as he said, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now. Lu Zhou walked into the Pillar of Destruction without looking back. The others turned to look at Zhang Dongshan. They did not stay for long and followed Lu Zhou inside. Zhang Dongshan wanted to follow them in as well, but Lu Wu glared at him and said, you can leave now. Zhang Dongshan cupped his fists at Lu Wu as he said, we're from the same hometown. There's no need to make things difficult for each other. I'll see everyone again. With just a flash, Zhang Dongshan disappeared from sight. The interior of the Pillar of Destruction at Pingdan was similar to the one in Jiming. There was no difference except that the blue barrier here was a little faint. Someone must have broken in here and caused a fluctuation in the barrier. Master, that Zhang Dongshan doesn't seem to harbor ill intentions. Moreover, he came from the Golden Lotus domain as well. Why did you drive him away? Yu Zhenghai asked. The human heart is unpredictable, Lu Zhou calmly replied. Moreover, there are many loopholes in his story. We have to be careful. Loopholes? He said he came from the Golden Lotus domain and entered the unknown land by mistake. Even Yi Tianxin had a difficult time in the Moonlight Woodland. How could he have entered the unknown land by mistake? Lu Zhou asked. Everyone nodded. Secondly, he's been in the unknown land for a long time. His clothes are tattered, but how's it possible for his face to remain so clean and delicate? He's clearly not someone who has been through a lot of difficulties, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened as he gave Lu Zhou a thumbs up and said, Master is amazing and so observant. If Master didn't say this, I wouldn't have thought about this at all. He's a liar with ill intentions. I wonder what's his purpose. Enough. Lu Zhou raised his hand and pointed at the barrier. The silver-armored guards from the Great Void have already appeared. Time is limited. Try and obtain recognition from this pillar. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued again and was eager to give it a try. Let's go. Yu Zhenghai took the lead and was the first to walk toward the barrier. Everyone walked forward one after another. One after another, they were bounced off. Compared to the pillar of destruction at Jiming, the force from this barrier was much gentler. Those who were repelled could only reveal helpless, regretful, and disappointed expressions on their faces. Mingshi, who had been silently observing, said, "Old Eighth, it's your turn." Fear still lingered in Zhu Honggong's heart from his experience in Jiming. He slowly approached the barrier and said, "If I get recognition from the pillar, my name will be read backward from now on." Swoosh. Following that, Zhu Honggong stepped forward and entered the barrier. 2. Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong was most afraid of awkward silence. He thought he was hallucinating until he saw everyone's eyes on him. He shuddered as he waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Hallucination! I must be hallucinating. How could it be me?" There was no mistake. Zhu Honggong had indeed entered the barrier. Those who did not receive the Pillar of Destruction's recognition stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Mr. Eighth," Mingshi said with a grin. "Gong Hong Zhu. Congratulations on receiving the Pillar of Destruction's recognition." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing these words. Zhu Honggong frowned and said, "Fourth senior brother, there's no need to change my name. I was just joking earlier." Gong Hongzhu indeed sounds unpleasant to the ears. From now on, I'll call you Hongzhu instead. Not only is it pleasant to the ears, it feels more intimate as well. Lu Zhou did not expect the process of recognition this time would be so smooth. All of a sudden, a ball of black energy rose from the Great Void seedling. "Be careful!" Everyone was shocked. The black energy rose from the Great Void soil. Swoosh! "Don't panic." Lu Zhou mobilized the divine power and entered the barrier. Then, he pressed his hand down, pressing the black energy down as well. Then, he grabbed 4 pieces of soil before he threw them out and said, "Yanjinlua, Lu Li, Meng Chongdong, Hua Yueshing." The 4 people were very excited. After catching the blue crystals, they said in unison, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Lu Li, who had the lowest limit for birth charts, was especially excited. The blue crystal meant a lot to him. Rumble. A huge rock dropped down from above. Someone must have been in the barrier. Logically speaking, taking this amount of soil should not have caused such a huge reaction. It stood to reason that someone had already taken the soil before their arrival. Someone who obtained the recognition of the pillar as well? A supreme being? Since 3 people from the Evil Sky Pavilion had obtained recognition from the Pillars of Destruction, it was not too hard to believe that there was someone else who had also obtained recognition. Supreme beings have no need for the soil, so it's unlikely. Besides, no one has seen a supreme being before. It's unlikely for a supreme being to personally come here just to collect the Great Void soil. Yanjinlua said, "Let's not worry about this for now. We have to leave as soon as possible." Everyone nodded and agreed with Yan Jinlua. Zhu Honggong spread his arms and said, "I don't feel anything." After gaining recognition from the Pillar of Destruction, should there not be a burst of power? Why was it different now? "You don't feel anything?" Mingshi looked at Zhu Honggong in confusion. After receiving the recognition of the Pillar of Destruction, the Great Void Seed in Zhu Honggong's body should have been activated. How could there be no movement at all? Kongwen blindly speculated, "Perhaps it has already recognized someone else?" Zhu Honggong, who was originally very excited, felt as though he had fallen to the bottom in just an instant. He said, aggrieved, "How can this be?" Rumble. Another huge rock fell from above. "Let's go." Lu Zhou grabbed Zhu Honggong and flew out of the barrier. Everyone flew out of the Pillar of Destruction together. When they arrived outside the pillar, rumble, A much louder rumbling noise that could shake heaven and earth rang in the air. Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw a huge crack that started from the entrance on the pillar snaked up past the dark fog. This? Everyone was stunned, speechless. The 4 people who had just obtained the blue crystals suddenly felt as though they were holding onto hot potatoes. They felt rather conflicted. Is the sky going to collapse? The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the sky. Lu Wu stared at the crack as well. Zhu Honggong said anxiously, "This is bad. We've gone too far this time. If the pillars of destruction are going to collapse just because we took some of the great void soil, then they're truly too weak," Mingxirin said. "What do you mean, Mr. Fourth? It's obvious that some greater force is at play. Otherwise, why would the silver-armored guards coincidentally be here? Don't tell me they have the power of foresight," Mingxirin said. "Mr. Fourth has a point." Crack. The earth, mountains, and forests trembled as the air stilled. With Ping Dan in the center, the tremors spread in all directions from hundreds of miles to hundreds of thousands of miles. On the tip of the conical barrier in Jiming, Princess Mulberry turned slightly and looked at the ring-shaped lake. A slight ripple could be seen on the surface of the lake. She sighed. "If we survive the disaster, I hope what's in the sky will return to the world." With that, she returned inside the ice barrier. Blue electric bolts flashed around the pillar of destruction and repaired the crack in just a blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. This pillar, how can it be like this? Is it even possible for humans to construct such a pillar? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death, Zhu Honggong exclaimed. Yan Zhenlua chimed in. It's indeed hard to believe. No one saw anything except for the bolt of lightning. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked at the sky and said, "It's time to go." Lu Zhou rode on Wizard and flew into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The others quickly followed suit. After the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion left, a figure appeared in the sky near the Pillar of Apocalypse. The person muttered, "Is it you?" The person stared at the Pillar of Destruction for a long time, unable to come to a conclusion. At this moment, a figure that seemed to be made from rippling water appeared. The person, who was hovering in the air, said respectfully, "Master." The figure asked, "Is it him?" Jiang Dongshan replied, "I'm not sure." His attacks were ruthless and decisive. On the surface, he looks fierce, but in truth, he's restrained. However, he didn't attack me. He shook his head and continued to say, "It doesn't seem like it's him. Do you recognize the short and fat man who rode on Dang Kong?" Jiang Dongshan shook his head and answered truthfully, "No. He has great potential since he was recognized by the pillar. Follow them and report back to me," the figure said. But Jiang Dongshan hesitated. "If you complete your task well, I'll give you a true body." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dongshan was overjoyed. He nodded and said, "Yes." When Jiang Dongshan flew away, the water-like figure vanished as well. Under Kong Wan and Lu Wu's lead, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew for half a month before entering an ancient forest. Having long been accustomed to the darkness, they were no longer skittish when they entered the ancient forest. Pavilion Master were flying in the right direction. If everything goes smoothly, we should arrive at the Pillar of Destruction in Shanyan in 3 months. Shanyan's Pillar of Destruction is also the one closest to the periphery, Kong Wan said. All right, Lu Zhou nodded. Then, he swept his gaze past everyone as he said, "There's no rush to go to the Pillars of Destruction. I hope all of you will cultivate diligently during this period of time." Now that they obtained so many life hearts, cultivation resources, and blue crystals, everyone naturally could not wait to cultivate. Lu Zhou brought out the Pillar of Impermanence and pushed it into the ground. Now that its spirituality had been awakened, he could further increase the speed. He could increase it 10,000 times faster, but the others would not be able to withstand it, and it would be detrimental to them. All right, all of you may leave. Everyone bowed and left to look for places to cultivate. Those who obtained the blue crystals absorbed the great void energy. causing those who had yet to obtain a blue crystal to feel envious. After everyone left, Lu Zhou sat down cross-legged and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect to waste more than half a year just to travel to 2 pillars of destruction. It seemed like Fan Zhong was not lying back then when he said it took more than 5 years for him to cross the unknown land. What they were doing now was only flying in a straight line at the periphery of the unknown land. If they went deeper, the time would be much longer. Lu Zhou sensed the pillar of impermanence underground and felt the surging vitality energy in it. After a brief moment, he exclaimed in surprise, 30,000 years? This was not counting the years that it already possessed beforehand. It obtained 30,000 years just from the Void Chest tribesmen alone. 30,000 years were not a small number. The Pillar of Impermanence had been in the ruins of Transient City for tens of thousands of years, but it had only accumulated about 100,000 years of life. However, just the battle with the Void Chest tribe alone gave it 30,000 years of life. Naturally, there was some loss as well, which was only normal. In comparison, the green cicada jade, a sacred relic, could only store 10,000 years of life. Not bad. Lu Zhou had gained a lot in the past half a year. Previously, Lu Zhou had picked out a few suitable life hearts and stored them in the vast sky bag. Now was the right time to use them. However, after thinking about it, he decided to start with his blue avatar first. After becoming a great venerable master, he could keenly feel that the amount of divine power he had was no longer enough. The blue avatar was only a 7-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar now, which was far from enough. If he had a blue 1,000 realms whirling avatar, perhaps he would have an endless supply of divine power. With that, he would not have to be so passive. Lu Zhou waved his hand and manifested the blue avatar. The 7 leaves around the blue lotus were as dazzling as the sky. Upgrade. Lu Zhou moved the blue avatar closer to the Pillar of Impermanence. As the blue ring of light fell from the avatar, life force surged up from the ground into the blue avatar. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he watched the blue avatar enter the process of being upgraded. With his experience, it was easy to sprout another leaf. Then, he called up the system interface to have a look. Remaining lifespan, 13,647,389, 37,390 years. He had about 30,000 years from the Pillar of Impermanence. It was more than enough for a few upgrades without touching his lifespan. Then, he looked at his merit points. Merit points, 1,493,680. He had earned and spent a lot of merit points, so there was not much change to his merit points. After becoming a great venerable master, the number of merit points he could earn was getting smaller and smaller. Merit points from killing those below the stage of a venerable master were also insufficient. He thought perhaps he should focus on obtaining merit points through other people worshipping him. Is this the meaning of merit? With this, he thought about the merit stone he had seen in the scripture of sermons. Could it be that the merit stone is a source of power? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. It was a hard-to-believe deduction, but he thought it was possible. He continued thinking but could not figure it out. He rose to his feet and paced back and forth. He looked around and smelled the trees, flowers, and plants in the dark and ancient forest. Although it was dark and cold all year round, everything in the unknown land was still filled with vitality. It was a fierce kind of tenacity that was stronger than anything in the 9 domains. Lu Zhou sat down cross-legged again. After a moment, he heard a crip's noise. He looked up and saw a new leaf on the lotus. The 8th leaf. Lu Zhou was slightly moved. The sprouting of the 8th leaf was exceptionally smooth and was completed in less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Lu Zhou looked at the leaves and nodded in satisfaction. He was now a great venerable master with 20 birth charts, but the blue avatar's level was still very low and had a lot of room for improvement. However, just like a college student taking a primary school exam, it was very easy for him to upgrade it. Ding! 8-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar. The next upgrade will cost 10,000 years of life. Fortunately, the lifespan needed to upgrade did not increase. Continue. Now that the Pillar of Impermanence had awakened its spirituality, he could now completely control it. Even if it had to give up all of its life force, it would not resist. However, there was no need to completely drain its life force. Lu Zhou observed the blue avatar. The 8th leaf was important. It used to be the limit in the Golden Lotus domain after all. However, it was really too weak compared to the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Lu Zhou could clearly sense the life force in the Pillar of Impermanence decreasing. After the blue avatar had been upgraded, it was absorbing the life force much more swiftly than before. After that, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing while the blue avatar continued with its upgrade. After meditating on the heavenly writing for half a day, he had already recovered all his divine power. He opened his eyes and looked at the blue avatar. Perhaps it was due to the psychological shadow of the past. He felt slightly nervous waiting for the 9th leaf. Nonetheless, his worries were proved unfounded when he heard another crisp sound. Huh? It's upgraded so quickly. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He felt uneasy again thinking about how it went too smoothly. The height of the blue avatar had changed, and the lotus had grown bigger as well. Blue lightning bolts could be seen flashing around it as well. Ding! 9-leaf 100 Tribulations avatar. The next upgrade will cost 10,000 of life. Lu Zhou relaxed slightly as he looked at the 9th leaf. The limit had long been broken. Moreover, clearly, the blue avatar was not bound by the limit in the Golden Lotus domain. Continue. After sprouting the 10th leaf, he would activate a birth chart and turn the blue avatar into a Thousand Realms whirling avatar. At that time, his divine power would surely increase greatly. Swoosh! The blue avatar began to spin, forming a vortex at the bottom of the lotus. The vortex greedily absorbed the life force from the Pillar of Impermanence as the blue avatar kept growing bigger and bigger like a tree. Divine power kept surging out of his Dantian's sea of qi. The limit has increased. Lu Zhou could sense the limit of the divine power he had at one time had increased greatly. For 3 days and 3 nights, the blue avatar continued spinning, absorbing the life force from the Pillar of Impermanence. With the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, 3 days were equivalent to 300 days. The spinning of the blue avatar grew slower and slower, and when it came to a stop, a crisp noise rang in the air. The 10th leaf had sprouted. It looked a little weak in the beginning, but in just a moment it looked sharp and deadly. 10th leaf. Lu Zhou found it slightly hard to believe that he had easily sprouted the 10th leaf. He waved his hand, bringing the blue avatar close to him so he could have a better look. It was indeed the 10th leaf. Subsequently, Lu Zhou brought out the life heart of Shichu, a beast king, from the vast sky bag. He thought the blue avatar would not have any special abilities. Instead, it would increase basic attributes such as defense, attack power, and agility. Lu Zhou tried to make the blue avatar jump. Whoosh! The blue avatar left the lotus and jumped several feet into the air. At the same time, the blue lotus turned translucent. When it returned to the lotus appeared again. Energy sword. Lu Zhou lifted his hand as an energy sword appeared between 2 of his fingers. The blue avatar mimicked him, and a blue energy sword appeared between its fingers. The synchronization between Lu Zhou and the avatar's movements was very smooth. Lu Zhou flicked his wrist. Bang! The energy swords flew out. The golden energy swords flew for a long time without dissipating. On the other hand, the blue energy sword dissipated after flying for about 100 meters. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This could be considered a great improvement. Following that, Lu Zhou did not hesitate and placed the life heart on his lotus seat. With that, 36 distinct zones for the birth charts lit up at once. The upper limit of the birth palace is fully activated, directly opening all 36 zones in his birth palace in one go had exceeded his expectation. After all, he had yet to open all 36 zones in his golden avatar's birth palace. For a brief moment, Lu Zhou thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He looked again and confirmed that there were indeed 36 zones in birth palace to accommodate 36 life hearts. At this time, the life heart was slowly sinking into the birth palace. As expected, There was no problem with activating the first birth chart with a Beast King's life heart. In the future, he would have to think of a way to obtain better life hearts. The area grew distinct in the birth chart, indicating that the process was well underway. A vortex appeared, absorbing his lifespan. Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan on the system panel. The full opening of the upper limit had greatly exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. His Golden Lotus Life Palace had yet to reach the talent of full opening, but his blue Dharma body had already been fully opened. Lu Zhou thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He opened his eyes slightly and looked again. The area of the blue lotus seat was enough to accommodate 36 lifespans. Indeed, the upper limit was the biggest. The life grid heart was like a piece of rock candy, slowly melting in the life palace. -100, -200, -300. His lifespan kept decreasing. Its frequency was the same as the speed of the churning vortex. It's the same as ordinary activation of birth charts? Lu Zhou perked up. This was his first time activating birth charts with the blue avatar, so he took it very seriously and did not dare to be careless. He continued observing his decreasing lifespan. There was no distinction between night and day in the unknown land since the black fog covered the sky. In such an environment, it was easy to forget the passage of time. Occasionally, the birds flying back in the sky would chirp, waking everyone up. As for Lu Zhou, he only realized he had been absent-minded for an entire day when he heard the little fire phoenix's cry. He looked down at his birth palace. What a coincidence! Light flashed from the distinct pattern on the birth palace as a crisp noise rang out. The height of the blue avatar had doubled, and its size had grown larger as well. It was now a deep sky blue that was dotted with stars. It was like a blooming desert bluebell or dazzling blue ink, shining brightly. Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 27,398 years. He had lost 10,000 years. Lu Zhou frowned. Activating my birth chart doesn't give me more years of life? When activating birth charts with the golden avatar, one would lose years, but after the completion of the activation, one would gain a certain number of years. After becoming a venerable master, one would gain 10,000 years of life with every activated birth chart. Lu Zhou was very unhappy that activating birth charts with his blue avatar not only did not give him years of life, but he also lost years of life. It was unprecedented for cultivators to have two avatars, so Lu Zhou was unsure. If he only cultivated his blue avatar, it was tantamount to suicide. Not to mention the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. He would not even be able to sprout 10 leaves before his years were all absorbed by the blue avatar. Is this an evil and unorthodox path? Lu Zhou shook his head. No, it was against the law of conservation. Lu Zhou recalled the time he was in the Black Lotus domain and was mistaken for Lu Tiantong, the ancestor of the Lu clan. In Lu Tiantong's scripture of sermons, he had heard accusations about the unorthodox method. Was it possible that someone had cultivated Blue Lotus in the past? Is that why everyone mistakes me for Lu Tiantong? Appearance aside? Then, who's the unholy one? After a long time, Lu Zhou shook his head. The truth would come to light in the end. There was no need to rush things. He was sure these questions will slowly be resolved once he arrived at the Great Void. They had obtained recognition from 3 pillars of destruction. If everything went smoothly, his 10 disciples would all become first-class experts. The Great Void's silver-armored guards had already appeared. The Evil Sky Pavilion had to increase its overall strength as soon as possible. After Lu Zhou gathered his thoughts, he looked at the blue avatar and muttered, "Time to upgrade it to a Thousand Realms whirling avatar." Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. The lotus spun. At the same time, it looked as though millions of knives were cutting the blue avatar. Soon enough, the appearance of the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar vanished. How fast! Forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar was like remolding the avatar's appearance completely. The entire process was usually long and painful. In just a few breaths, Lu Zhou could already faintly see the appearance of a Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Then, the 36 zones lit up one after another in the birth palace before a blue astrolabe appeared at the back of the avatar, reflecting the lotus seat. In a certain place in the great void. Jiang Wenshu paced back and forth. At this moment, a subordinate walked in from outside and said with a bow, "Master, the 3,000 silver-armored guards have been dispatched. However, I received news that 5 are dead. All 5 were venerable masters. The whereabouts of the murdered is unknown. Apart from that, there is no news from Jiang Dongshan, who has gone to the unknown land. 5? In the 9 domains, there are very few people capable of killing a silver-armored guard, let alone 5, Jiang Wenshu said. What do you mean, master? Jiang Wenshu did not reply to the question. Instead, he asked, What's Lan Shihe been doing lately? I don't know, the subordinate said as he shook his head. Send someone to investigate in secret. As for that Ouyang, since he likes to play games, I'll play with him, Jiang Wenshu said. Understood, the subordinate said before leaving. 10 days later, early in the Moming, in a dark ancient forest in the unknown land, Lu Zhou looked at the blue avatar in front of him. Then, he looked at the 36 distinct patterns on the astrolabe that flashed briefly before only one of them stayed lit up. His blue avatar was now 1,000 realms whirling avatar. This meant it could now unleash the power of the birth chart. After admiring it for a while, Lu Zhou decided to test the blue avatar. He lifted his hand and formed a crystal-clear energy sword. The blue avatar moved to form an energy sword as well. Its movements were smooth. Following that, it changes into an energy saber, an energy spear, and all kinds of energy weapons. Finally, it pushed its hand out. Bang! 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 The energy seal was like a meteor as it pierced through the ancient trees. Lu Zhou looked at the blue Dharma body in front of him. The astrolabe had been formed. In the 12 regions, 36 triangles were stacked one after another, naturally rushing out of the Life Palace region. Following that, a blue energy seal shot out, leaving holes in over 100 trees before it dissipated. It was truly powerful. Lu Zhou flashed, vanishing into thin air and reappearing high up in the sky. He surveyed his surroundings. It was dark and gloomy, perfect for testing out his strength. In fact, although the environment was harsh, due to the rich primal chi here, it was extremely beneficial to cultivate here. Lu Zhou looked at a mountain in the distance and nodded. All right, I choose you. Then he pushed his hand out. The blue astrolabe was unique and dazzling as a beam of light shot out at lightning speed. Whoosh! Boom! The beam of light pierced the mountain, leaving a circular hole on the mountain. This power, Lu Zhou was surprised. The blue avatar that had just entered the 1,000 Realms whirling stage with 1 birth chart was actually as powerful as his golden avatar that had 20 birth charts. How could he not be surprised? Lu Zhou sensed his divine power. It had indeed consumed a lot of divine power, but it was still less than using the heavenly writing powers. The rate of consumption was sustainable. Apart from that, the limit of his divine power had also increased. He no longer had to scrimp and save like before though he was squeezing out toothpaste from an almost empty tube. Lu Zhou was extremely satisfied. With just a flash, he returned to the ancient forest. Over the next few days, Lu Zhou did not cultivate. Instead, he practiced and improved the sword control of the blue avatar and its basic movements. He also used the leaves and the lotus separately. Overall, he was satisfied. After he was done, he finally remembered something. I forgot about my golden avatar. He had been engrossed with upgrading his blue 7 lead 100 tribulations insight avatar into 1,000 realms whirling avatar and had spent 10 years under the effect of the pillar of impermanence to do so. It would likely take about the same amount of time to activate his 21st birth chart. Let's see how much the others improved before I make a decision. Lu Zhou rose to his feet before he pointed at the ground. Bang! The pillar of impermanence emerged from the ground. Then, he cut off the effect of the pillar. The others could naturally sense this. All of them opened their eyes and gathered from all directions. In the range of the pillar of impermanence, 10 years passed in just a blink of an eye. The first to appear was Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. After 10 years, both of them had grown a slight beard, making them look more domineering. Due to his appearance, Yu Shangrong still looked like a gentleman. just that he was more mature and steady now. Master! The duo bowed. Following that, before long, Duanmushang, Mingshi, Zhu Honggong appeared one after another. Perhaps, due to their youth, their appearance did not change much. However, their auras were energetic. After obtaining recognition from the Pillars of Destruction and activating their great void seeds, it was only natural that their rate of improvement was now the fastest in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The four elders, the guardians, the left and right envoys, the freeman, and the others appeared next. Finally, little Yuaner and Conk arrived. The two of them had grown up, looking graceful and beautiful. Pavilion Master. Master! After everyone greeted Lu Zhou, he nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Is everyone here?" After Kong, when finished counting, he said, "Apart from you, there are 28 people. Everyone's present." Lu Zhou nodded and said as he swept his gaze past everyone, "Under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, 10 years had passed. I assume all of you have improved greatly." Lu Zhou sensed the changes in his auras. Apart from his disciples, those who had absorbed the great void energy from the blue crystals, especially the four elders, had made the greatest improvement. They were all talented and experienced. During these 10 years, each of them had activated 2 birth charts. Xianxia, Li Xiaoma, and the others had yet to obtain the blue crystals, so their progress was slower. Even then, they had all activated 1 birth chart. Lu Zhou thought about testing their strengths but dismissed the idea since there were too many of them present. One's cultivation base was considered a private matter. Hence, he decided on a general and collective test. He said, "I want to test all of you." Lu Zhou flipped his hand before he pushed it down. A wave of energy with the force of a mountain sailed out immediately. Everyone was caught off guard and was sent flying back at the same time. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were the first to react. They quickly stabilized themselves. The others flew 10 meters back before they landed on the ground one after another. Lu Zhou nodded. Then, he increased his strength and launched another wave of energy. Whoosh! Energy like raging waves swept out. It did not hurt them, only pushing them back. Yu Zhenghai was quick to react. He stabbed his large saber into the ground and held onto the handle, stabilizing himself. Yu Shangrong held the sword with both hands as he stabbed it into an ancient tree and held his ground. Qi Naihe was the steadiest. He was as steady as Mount Tai, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Kong Wen, and his brothers were the first to be sent flying out since they had lower cultivation bases. The four elders' performance was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. Even if they had activated 2 birth charts, it was still not an easy feat for them to stand their ground like Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. "Watch out!" Lu Zhou said as he unleashed another wave of energy seals. All his disciples displayed their strength. They manifested energy weapons and used them to stand their ground. They also used energy seals to block the force blowing at them. The wave of energy was like a gust of violent wind, making everyone feel uncomfortable. At this time, Meng Changdong, Shen Shi, and Li Xiaoma lost their footing. Then, Lu Zhou looked at those who managed to stand their ground and said, "I hope you'll be able to withstand the next wave, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi." A blue lotus bloomed as another wave of energy swept out. This time it was slightly damaging, unlike the previous waves. Despite the slight damage force, the surging force was beyond everyone's understanding. Qi Naihe's expression changed slightly as he took a few steps back. He had no choice but to use an energy seal to stabilize himself. Yu Zhenghai's saber flew out, and he manifested his astrolabe and held it in front of him. Yu Shangrong flipped twice in the air before landing on the ground, piercing his sword into the ground. The others were all sent flying. There was no suspense. Finally, Lu Zhou withdrew his energy. Everyone slumped to the ground one after another. "Io, master, how can we be a match for you?" Zhu Honggong said as he patted his butt. Lu Zhou said with a hint of reproach, "You still dare to complain when you're not strong enough?" "Luo's wrong," Zhu Honggong said, admitting his mistake immediately. Little Yuaner had been using the Nirvana sash the entire time. Many of the ancient trees were tied up by the nirvana sash, and she had yet to completely extricate it. She said, slightly aggrieved, "Master, you attacked too quickly. I wasn't prepared." No one said anything. They were all shocked by Lu Zhou's strength. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner and asked, "Yuaner, do you want to try again?" Little Yuaner hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands as she said, No, I don't want to." So Yushu walked forward and stabbed her coiling dragon staff into the ground before she said, "The little girl's cultivation has improved the most. It's a pity that she doesn't have enough skills and combat experience, so she's in such a sorry state." "Oh." Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner and asked, "Did you recklessly activate your birth charts again?" "No." Little Yuaner shook her head. "How many birth charts?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner lifted her hand and raised her index finger before slightly hooking it as she said, "Only 9, Master." Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner. Little Yuaner straightened her back and lowered her head before answering, I have 10. Lu Zhou only looked at her quietly. Little Yuaner raised her head to peek at her master. When she saw her master looking at her, she said, 11. I'm telling the truth, Master." "Astrolabe," Lu Zhou said. Since it was not appropriate to look at her birth palace with so many people around, the astrolabe was a good and appropriate substitute. Little Yuaner manifested her astrolabe. The distinct zones lit up one after another. "It's really 11 birth charts?" So she activated 3 birth charts in a row? No way. Everyone looked envious. Comparison was truly infuriating. Before they began to cultivate, little Yuaner only had 8 birth charts. Who knew she would activate 3 birth charts in 10 years? Lu Zhou asked, "If you're so capable, why didn't you continue to activate your 12th birth chart?" Little Yuan lowered her head and said, "It hurts," Lu Zhou said with a hint of wryness. "So you still know how to feel pain." "Maybe it's because I'm close to my 2nd birth trial," little Yuaner mumbled. "It's good that you know how to feel pain. You mustn't be impatient in the future." "Understood." Ding! Obtained 500 merit points for educating little Yuaner. This notification reminded Lu Zhou that he had yet to let little Yuaner and Conk complete their apprenticeship. After thinking about it for a moment, he thought now was not the time. Since he would be able to obtain a rare item card, it was not a bad idea to wait until the critical moment. Little Yuaner still remembered her promise, so she said, slightly unwilling, "But I want to catch up to 2nd senior brother within 5 years." Yu Shangrong smiled slightly and said, "I'm glad 9th junior sister is using me to set your goal." Little Yuaner ran over to Yu Shangrong and asked, "2nd senior brother, what's your cultivation base?" Yu Shangrong tummed to look at little Yuaner and discovered little Yuaner's height had already reached the bridge of his nose. She was slender, graceful, and beautiful like the clear streams, beautiful clouds, and a gentle melody. Yu Shangrong maintained the slight smile on his face as he softly said, "It's a secret." Little Yuaner lost interest immediately. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai asked, "9th junior sister, why don't you ask me?" Upon hearing this, little Yuaner turned around and asked excitedly, "Eldest senior brother, what's your current cultivation base?" Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and knocked little Yuaner's forehead gently as he said, "It's very impolite to randomly inquire about other people's cultivation bases." Little Yuaner stomped her feet and said, "Boring." Everyone laughed. There were too many members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was not that everyone was not trustworthy. However, keeping one's cultivation base a secret could come in handy to protect oneself during a critical moment. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Naihe and asked, "Venerable Master?" Qin Naihe was different from the others. He nodded proudly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, everyone congratulated Qin Naihe. "Congratulations, Venerable Master Qin." Qin Naihe waved his hands, looking awkward. "It's better if you address me as before. Otherwise, it'd be awkward if Venerable Master Qin hears this." It was not awkward to wear the same clothes, but it would be too awkward to share the same name. "Our Evil Sky Pavilion has finally produced a 2nd Venerable Master." Everyone sighed emotionally. Qin Naihe humbly said, Qi Naihe thanks the pavilion master. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lu Zhou nodded and said, all right, all of your progress isn't bad. Since that's the case, we'll set off tomorrow morning for Xianxia. Understood. The next morning, after getting on their mounts, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew off to Xianxia, leaving the ancient forest. 2 months later, in a desert in the unknown land. Fierce wind raged, stirring up the sand and blowing against the protective energies of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They came to a stop on the horizon of the desert. As it turns out, Xianxia is in a desert, Yan Zhenlue said. They had flown in the desert for half a month. It seemed like there was no end to the desert. From time to time, there would be sandstorms, obscuring their visions. Pavilion Master, the Pillar of Destruction is up ahead, Kongwen said. Lu Zhou nodded. The Pillars of Destruction have always been dangerous. Be careful. Understood. Lu Zhou took the lead and flew forward on Wizard's back. Not long after, they saw the Pillar of Destruction standing between heaven and earth. It was the only building in the center of the boundless desert. The strong wind stirred up the sand that swirled around the Pillar of Destruction. Whoosh! Lu Zhou came to a stop and looked down. Something bulged under the sand and moved at an extremely fast speed in the distance. It's a fierce beast, Kongwen said. What is it? It's hiding under the sand, so I can't tell. Everyone instinctively raised their altitude. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, many bulges appeared on the ground, undulating under the sand. Their number was difficult to estimate. Mingxirin felt chills running up his spine as he said, this trip to the unknown land has truly broadened my horizons. What are these things? They're disgusting. Woof! 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 Xianxia barked, clearly wanting to rush down. Do you want to die? I don't want to die. I cultivate the Bluewood Heart technique. There's not a single plant down there. I'm not going to send myself to death, Mingxirin said as he shrugged. Qi Naihe said helplessly, let me check it out. Then, Qi Naihe pressed his hand down, launching a palm seal. Boom! Swoosh! It stirred up the sand, revealing countless red and black scorpions on the ground. They scrambled and burrowed under the sand again, vanishing from sight in just a blink of an eye. 9 immense mountain scorpions. What? These scorpions are very venomous. It's said that there's no antidote for their poison. They're vicious and live in groups. With so many small scorpions around, the Scorpion King must be nearby. Lu Zhou nodded and said, clean them up. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Qi Naihe rushed over first. Energy sabers and energy swords sailed in the air in just an instant, killing all the scorpions. Lu Wu's method was very simple and violent. It walked casually without looking at the ground, stomping the scorpions under the sand to death. As they killed the scorpions, they continued to advance toward the Pillar of Destruction. When they were about a kilometer away from the pillar, the bulges on the ground became bigger. It seems like the earlier ones are just appetizers. These are the main dish, Kongwen said, surprised. Fortunately, Mr. First and Mr. Second are powerful, so it's not a problem to deal with them. The group continued to advance steadily until, swoosh, the desert ground bulged, forming a huge and long ridge. Following that, a long brown tail that was 1,000 feet long pierced toward Lu Zhou. Everyone dodged to the left and right. The sharp stinger aimed for Lu Zhou's glabella without any deviation, but he remained calm and unmoved. Bang! The stinger hit Lu Zhou's protective energy that glowed with a faint blue light. The protective energy was a combination of the power from his golden and blue avatars. The stinger could not advance and was kept firmly at bay. The Scorpion King! Kongwen exclaimed. Lu Zhou raised his hand, launching the Fiend Monk's hand seal. The hand seal clamped down on the huge tail immediately. Lu Zhou flew off Wizard's back as he said, show yourself. Swoosh! Then, with his bare hands, Lu Zhou pulled the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King. The huge creature was the size of a mountain, stirring up a sandstorm when it was pulled out. Everyone watched in shock and disbelief as Lu Zhou dragged the gigantic scorpion out of the ground. They quickly regained their senses and rushed in all directions. Yu Zhenghai ordered, "Kill the small ones." Lu Wu and Cheng Huang, that were gigantic in size, easily dealt with the small scorpions with just one slap. The others flew back and forth, displaying their respective abilities. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were highly skilled in controlling and attacking with their energy sabers and energy swords. Qin Naihe, who had become a venerable master, flew everywhere among the crowd, killing as he went. After confirming that everyone was able to cope with ease, the divine power burst forth from his hand as he grabbed the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King and dragged it higher up into the sky. He did not want the Scorpion King to injure his people after all. Boom! With their king gone, the small scorpions fell into chaos immediately. They could not even withstand a single blow. Soon enough, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion killed all of the small scorpions. The scorpions' carcasses that littered the ground were a nauseating sight. They were not even interested in the scorpions' life hearts. After traveling in the unknown land for such a long time, ordinary life hearts could no longer attract their attention. Even Kongwon, who used to look at all life hearts with bright eyes, was not very interested in ordinary life hearts anymore. His taste and vision had long improved. After clearing a small area of the battlefield, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion rested as they watched the battle in the sky. It was unfortunate that the wind and sand obscured their vision. Moreover, the loud whistling of the wind also impaired their hearing. In the end, they could only vaguely see the battle. At this time, Qin Naihe, who had the best eyesight among the group, saw the faint blue light on Lu Zhou's body and exclaimed in surprise, "What's that?" Whoosh! Once again, fierce wind stirred up the sand, obscuring the sky even more. In the sky, the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King brandished its pincers and struggled with all its might, trying to sting and poison Lu Zhou. Poisonous liquid shot out from the stinger in the air, but it could not get close to Lu Zhou at all, blocked by his robe. Lu Zhou held the blue astrolabe with his left hand and struck with his right hand. Then, a beam of light shot out of the blue astrolabe. Boom! It accurately hit the vital point of the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King writhed in pain. A bloody hole could be seen on its body. "What a strong defense," Lu Zhou said, filled with praise. Naturally, he did not expect the blue avatar that had just entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage with one birth chart to kill the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King with one move. He only manifested the blue avatar to test it out. He was rather satisfied with it. If it had the same number of birth charts as his golden avatar, its strength would be unimaginable. Boom! The 9 immense mountain Scorpion King plummeted to the ground. Swish! 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 The 9 immense mountain Scorpion King seemed to realize its opponent was very strong, and it began to burrow into the ground, pushing the sand aside with its pincers. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion flew up into the air, reminding each other to be careful. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared at a low altitude. He clasped his hands on his back as he looked down. Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 give birth to 3. 3 give birth to all things. All things have yin and yang, giving birth to harmonious qi. Unnamed launched a sky full of energy swords that stabbed into the ground one after another. They attacked in a circular formation, sealing off all routes of escape. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Come out!" Everyone looked down and saw the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King that was riddled with holes being dragged out of the ground by a net that was weaved from energy swords. Lu Zhou flicked his wrist. Unnamed unleashed a 10,000 feet long energy sword that descended from the sky and pierced the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 5,000 merit points. After the fight, it was time to call it a day. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves, and the energy swords dissipated. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion descended and surrounded the 9 immense mountain Scorpion King's body. Kongwen stepped forward and said, "Let me do it." Kongwen led his brothers to dissect the carcass and harvest the life hearts. Life hearts rolled out one after another. When Kongwen was done, he said excitedly, Not bad. We have 4. Lu Zhou thought that the Scorpion King's defenses were not bad, so he kept one of the life hearts in the vast sky back first. Then he said, "Keep them well." Kong Wen carefully put the life hearts away. During their time here, they had witnessed too many killing scenes like that and had grown slightly numb to them. Everyone returned their attention to the Pillar of Destruction again. It stood unwavering between heaven and earth in the midst of the sandstorm. "Is there a zombie king guarding Xianxia's Pillar of Destruction?" Mingshi asked. No one had the answer to this question. Lu Zhou said, "Follow closely." Everyone streaked across the sky, through the sandstorm, and approached the Pillar of Destruction. Just as they drew close, a golden astrolabe streaked across the sky. "Watch out. Someone's here," Yu Zhenghai said. Everyone descended. They raised their heads to look at the golden astrolabe in the sky. "Golden Lotus Cultivator? It's Jiang Dongshan," someone said. Lu Zhou looked into the distance before he turned back and said, "Zhao Hongfu, construct a runic passage nearby. Since the wind is strong here, coupled with the sand, it'll be easy to hide the passage." "Understood." Shen Shi and Li Xiaomao volunteered to protect Zhao Hongfu as she looked for a place to construct the runic passage. Lu Zhou led the ground and continued moving forward through the sandstorm. When they were almost at their destination, the golden astrolabe flew over. Jiang Dongshan was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood. He looked completely different from their last meeting. Lu Zhou raised his head. "Jiang Dongshan." Jiang Dongshan landed. His eyes were wide as he said, "Let's go." Everyone was confused. Jiang Dongshan said, clearly panicked, "It's the black armored guards from the Great Void's Xuani Palace. Let's go." Black armored guards? Jiang Dongshan was so anxious that his forehead was drenched in sweat as he continued to say, "There might be a great Tao saint among them." The people were shocked when they heard the 3 words, "Great Tao Saint." Let alone a great Tao Saint, even ordinary saints were powerful enough. Buzz. A jade-green avatar appeared in front of Xianxia's Pillar of Destruction. It was so tall that the top could not be seen at all. It stood in front of the pillar like a huge Buddha. Then it flew out toward Lu Zhou and the others. "It's coming." Jiang Dongshan fell limply to the ground. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion felt nervous, and an unprecedented pressure assaulted their hearts. Lu Zhou's gaze was like that of a falcon as he pressed his hand down. The hourglass of time fell to the ground as his divine power surged. Freeze! Electric arcs snaked out in all directions. Even Zhao Hongfu and the others who were quite a distance away were frozen in time. With one's true body and wisdom in the heavenly arts, one can reveal one's vast strength. With the Cloud Medallion, one will be able to hide from sight and avoid detection through various heavenly arts. The power of concealment. Swoosh! The divine power shrouded the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion immediately. As the huge jade-green avatar flew in the sky, hundreds of black armored guards flew behind it. A puzzled voice rang from the sky at this moment as the avatar came to a halt. 9 immense mountain scorpion king? Lu Zhou looked up and saw a figure hovering above the head of the jade-green avatar. The figure held a jade horsetail whisk and glowed with a green light. He looked like an immortal who had descended to the secular world. Is he the great Tao Saint? He seems even stronger than Lan Shiha. Lu Zhou glanced at the hourglass of time. 3 seconds had passed. The power of concealment could still hold on a little longer. The person holding the jade horsetail whisk looked at the Scorpion King's carcass and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "The people of the Sacred Hall are too cunning." Then, he looked up ahead and said, "I hope my old friend is still alive. Let's go." Swoosh! The group disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou did not cut off the power of concealment immediately. Instead, he looked at the hourglass of time. The blue sand continued to drop. Soon after, the last grain of sand dropped to the bottom. Perhaps it was due to his Blue Thousand Realms whirling avatar. He could sense that the sand was falling at a much slower speed. This meant he could freeze time for much longer. After another 3 seconds, the effect of the hourglass of time ended. and Lu Zhou withdrew his hand, cutting off the power of concealment. Xianxia exclaimed instantly, "Pavilion Master has comprehended such a strong power of the Tao." Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "You can feel it?" Xianxia nodded and said respectfully, "Pavilion Master's methods are truly amazing." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong looked at each other. "I can feel it as well," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong nodded. "Me too." To be able to feel the power of the Tao, one had to be a venerable master or close to becoming a venerable master. However, now was not the time to discuss this. To the others, it seemed like no time had passed at all. They were confused when they listened to the conversation. What had happened? The most confused person was Zhang Dongshan. He rose to his feet and looked at the empty space in front of Shanyan's pillar of destruction. Perplexed. "They're gone." "Who?" Zhu Honggong asked. "The black-armored guards. El knew you're not a good person when we met previously. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to follow us here," Zhu Honggong said before he asked, "What's your purpose?" Zhang Dongshan shook his head and waved his hands. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I really didn't follow you. I came here directly from Pingdan. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really fate." Zhang Dongshan forced a smile on his face at the end of his words. Faced with so many pairs of eyes, he could not help but feel guilty. He was nervous as well when he recalled Lu Zhou's strong control of the power of the Tao. Lu Zhou stared at Zhang Dongshan and asked, "You know about the black-armored guards as well?" "Tvi run into them twice during my time in the unknown land. They're from one of the forces in the Great Void. Every few hundred years, many heavenly and earthly resources will grow around the pillars of destruction. Forces from the Great Void will send their people to collect all these treasures. This is likely the reason they're here as well this time. I just didn't expect a great Tao Saint would come as well," Zhang Dongshan said. "The Jade Green Avatar belongs to a great Tao Saint?" Lu Zhou asked. "That's right," Zhang Dongshan said. Mingshi Yin glanced sideways at Zhang Dongshan and said, "So you're saying you saved us?" That's not what I mean," Zhang Dongshan said awkwardly. Lu Zhou asked, "What's the connection between the black-armored guards and the silver-armored guards?" At this moment, Xianxia said, "Based on your words, there's more than one force in the Great Void." Everyone nodded. It's been 100,000 years. Even the strongest person in the past wouldn't be able to maintain absolute rule over the place. "It's only natural there are different forces," Mingshi Yin said. Lu Zhou glanced in the direction where the people from the Great Void had left in before he turned around and flew toward Shanyan's pillar of destruction on Wizard's back. Swoosh! 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 Everyone hurriedly followed suit. Zhang Dongshan endured the pain and quickly followed the others as well. When they arrived right in front of Shanyan's pillar of destruction, everyone looked around in surprise. Fierce beasts' carcasses littered the ground in front of the pillar of destruction. There were even human corpses. Silver-armored guards. They even killed the silver-armored guards? Mingshi Yin sighed. Our ancestors didn't lie. Wherever there are people, there'll be conflicts. Kong Wen and the others flew around to check the surroundings and soon returned. Kong Wen bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, the area within a 5-mile radius is filled with fierce beasts' carcasses and some human corpses. I found about 30 dead silver-armored guards and 5 black-armored guards. All the life hearts of the fierce beasts have been harvested." Mingshi Yin asked curiously, "What were they doing here?" "This is a desert. Nothing grows here." Everyone looked at the pillar of destruction. Only the people from the Great Void have the answer to this question. In any case, this is good. The fiercer they fight among themselves, the better it is for us," Lu Li said with a sigh. He was reminded of the Black Tower Council that fell into decline because of internal conflicts. Although the Black Lotus Tower was still ranked very high in the Black Lotus domain, it was not as glorious as it used to be. Lu Zhou said, "Stick to the plan." Yes. Everyone followed Lu Zhou into the pillar of destruction. With the previous experiences, they were familiar with the way. Once they entered, they began to try to obtain recognition from the Pillar of Destruction. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was harsh. Most of the people in the Evil Sky Pavilion were mercilessly rejected by the barrier in the Pillar of Destruction. Zhu Honggong said before he walked toward the barrier, "I keep feeling like I didn't really obtain the recognition from the Pillar of Destruction in Pingdan. I'm sure this is the one for me." Soon enough, Zhu Honggong was sent flying back. He crashed against the wall and slid down to the ground. "Io!" Zhu Honggong cried out in pain. "How can this be? Why are all of you fine? Why am I alone in so much pain?" Mingshi rolled his eyes. "That's because you've already received recognition from Pingdan's Pillar of Destruction. Why don't I feel anything then? You'll have to ask yourself that," Mingshi said. Lu Zhou walked to the edge of the barrier and gently touched it. A buzzing noise rang in the air immediately. As soon as he mobilized the divine power, the noise vanished. Then he easily stepped into the barrier again. Jiang Dongshan exclaimed in shock, "How's this possible?" Everyone looked at Jiang Dongshan disdainfully. There was nothing to be surprised about, after all. Lu Zhou observed the great void seedling. It looked healthy, and the soil looked untouched. Then he casually grabbed 4 pieces of soil and tossed them out. "Kongwen, these are for you and your brothers." Kongwen was overjoyed. "It's finally our turn." Jiang Dongshan gulped before he said, "You came for the great void soil? What do you think?" Lu Zhou grabbed another piece of soil, keeping it for Zhao Hongfu. Then, he left the barrier and looked at the others as he said, "Don't waste time. Obtain its recognition as soon as possible." Everyone nodded. Jiang Dongshan frowned and asked, "You still want to gain its recognition? Is there a problem?" Zhu Honggong asked. "And no problem," Jiang Dongshan replied. He remembered Zhu Honggong. The master had asked him to observe Zhu Honggong after all. Not only did he have Dang Kong as a mount, but he also obtained recognition from Pingdan's Pillar of Destruction. Hence, he was sure Zhu Honggong would have great achievements in the future. He should try to get close to such a person. He thought to himself, to be able to obtain recognition from the pillar, he's 1 in 10,000. Even if he doesn't become a supreme being, he will still become a saint. So, Buzz. Zhao Yu stepped into the barrier and looked around blankly. Then, an expression of surprise and delight appeared on her face. Jiang Dongshan stared blankly at Zhao Yu, who had just stepped into the barrier. Confusion was written all over his face. He suddenly felt like the barrier was fake or that anyone could enter it. Perhaps, there was no such thing as obtaining recognition from the Pillars of Destruction. He thought he was hallucinating, so he rubbed his eyes before he took a look again. Zhao Yu was in disbelief as well. She stepped out before stepping into the barrier again. Jiang Dongshan walked over, driven by instinct. As soon as he touched the barrier, electric currents shocked him. He could not enter. The barrier was not fake. At this moment, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion congratulated Zhao Yu one after another. "Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, senior sister. Congratulations, Miss Fifth." Zhao Yu's expression was one of joy as she thanked the people around her. Similar to Zhu Honggong, there was not much movement when she gained recognition from the Pillar of Destruction. Her great void seed did not appear. She could only faintly see the energy in the barrier shrouding her. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Perhaps, with more great void seeds being activated, the movement was no longer as great. As expected, he saw the great void seedling's energy in the barrier change. He was the only one who noticed this. After activating the power of sight, he saw the seedling's energy entering Zhao Yu's body. In her Dantian Sea of Qi, the great void seed was as bright as a full moon, absorbing the energy in the barrier and circulating through her 8 extraordinary meridians. The seed is activated. Lu Zhou looked at his disciples. The great void seeds had been activated, shone bright like the moon, but their colors were slightly different. He wondered if it indicated the difference in quality. Looking at the endless supply of energy in the barrier, Lu Zhou sighed. Humans were born with emotions and desires. They were born with a clear distinction between love and hate, right and wrong, black and white, and friend and foes. What was the point of the pillars of destruction? Time passed very quickly. When Zhao Yu walked out of the barrier, Lu Zhou returned to his senses as well. He looked up and saw there was no movement. Then he said, "Let's go." Lu Zhou turned around and left. The others hurriedly followed him. The desert was really not suitable for cultivation and living for a long time. Nonetheless, after leaving Shanyan's pillar of destruction, they spent another 3 days and only left after Zhao Hongfu finished constructing the runic passage. It took them 2 weeks when they finally found an oasis and settled down to rest. Everyone sat down and rested. On the other hand, Kongwen pointed at the map and said, "We've gone to all of the pillars of destruction in the outer area. There are still 6 more pillars left, 5 in the inner area, and the final one in the core area, the Great Offering Abyss. The nearest pillar in the inner area is at Jishu. To go to Jishu, we need to return to Yuzhong." Upon hearing this, Mingshi Yin asked, "We need to return to Yuzhong?" "Yes." Kongwen nodded. "We're running back and forth, going around in circles. How long will it take until we visit all 10 pillars of destruction?" Mingshi Yin asked. If they split up, they would save a lot of time, but it would be very dangerous. Moreover, they did not know who would obtain the recognition of which pillar of destruction. The best way was still what they were currently doing. It was best that they traveled together to gain the recognition from the pillars of destruction. At this time, Jiang Dongshan walked over and asked, "Senior, don't tell me you're going to go to every pillar? Watch your words." Mingshi Yin glared at him. Jiang Dongshan revealed an embarrassed expression before he said, "What I mean is that the inner area is very dangerous. The pillars there are even more dangerous. The saints from the Great Void and the zombie kings aren't to be trifled with." Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Dongshan and asked, "Do you know a lot about the pillars of destruction?" "Just a little," Jiang Dongshan replied. "Tame going to the pillars in the inner area. Do you have any advice?" Lu Zhou asked. "My advice is that it's best not to go there," Jiang Dongshan said. "I know your cultivation is profound and that you're a great venerable master. However, only saints can survive in the inner area." Mingshi Yin shook his head and said, "Fan Zhong, a venerable master from the Green Lotus domain, crossed the unknown land and even passed by the core area." Jiang Dongshan said, "He was just very lucky. Senior, you already have 2 disciples who have been recognized by the pillars of destruction. Their potential is limitless. Even if they can't become supreme beings, it won't be a problem for them to become saints or great Tao saints. At that time, it won't be too late to go to the inner area." TM asking for a good strategy to approach the pillars of destruction. "I'm not asking you to dissuade me," Lu Zhou said. Jiang Dongshan. Zhu Honggong also felt that Jiang Dongshan was talking nonsense, so he said, "If it's dangerous, everyone knows how to escape. We don't need you to teach us." Jiang Dongshan said awkwardly, "If you insist on going, then I have a request." "Speak." "I can take you there through a runic passage, but the Dark Prince is mine," Jiang Dongshan said. "The Dark Prince?" Jiang Dongshan explained. "The Dark Prince's name is Wang Hai. He's one of the 10 zombie kings." Lu Zhou asked suspiciously, "Why do you want a zombie king?" The Evil Sky Pavilion had no interest in such things and was even a little disgusted. Jiang Dongshan sighed. "The unknown land is too dangerous. I just want to have a way to save my life at the critical moment." Seeing the suspicion and confusion on everyone's faces, Jiang Dongshan continued to say, "I have a way to control the zombie king. Senior, you don't have to worry about it. I'll deal with the Dark Prince, and you can deal with the fierce beasts. If you agree, I'll lead you there." Everyone looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his decision. There was a moment of silence before Lu Zhou finally glanced at Jiang Dongshan and said, "Very well." Jiang Dongshan nodded and gritted his teeth before he said, "Then I'll risk my life to accompany everyone to the end. I know of a runic passage that leads straight to Jishu." Mingshi Yin flashed forward and grabbed Jiang Dongshan's collar as he said, "Damn it! Why didn't you say earlier that you know of such a thing?" Jiang Dongshan. Zhu Honggong came to Mingshi Yin's side. Then, he cleared his throat and nudged Mingshi Yin with his elbow before he said in a low voice to Mingshi Yin, "He's a venerable master." Mingshi Yin let go of his grip and quickly patted the dust off Jiang Dongshan's robe as he said, "Brother, this is the way we express friendship." Jiang Dongshan gave a hollow laugh before he said, "It's all right. It's all right. Can you please move aside? As soon as I saw this brother, I really wanted to befriend him. Can we have a chat?" Jiang Dongshan said with a smile as he walked past Mingshi Yin toward Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong shuddered and took a step back. "Go away." Jiang Dongshan shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and walked toward Zhao Yu. He greeted her and said, "May I ask how I should address you, miss?" "Tunderstand now. You're a snob. You only want to get close to those who've been recognized by the pillars of destruction," Kongwen said directly. Jiang Dongshan revealed an awkward and embarrassed expression on his face. Kongwen chuckled and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Mr. Fourth has also been recognized by the Pillar of Destruction." "Mr. Fourth?" Jiang Dongshan turned around and saw Mingshi Yin staring at him with a cunning smile and a hint of a disapproving expression on his face. Kongwen was going to continue bragging when Lu Zhou rose to his feet and waved his hand as he said, "All right, lead the way." Jiang Dongshan quickly bowed. "Yes." After a short rest, Jiang Dongshan led the others southeast. After traveling for about 300 miles, they landed in a wetland. A runic passage was hidden in the wetland. "Wow! This runic passage is hidden so deeply?" Mingshi Yin asked. Jiang Dongshan explained. "After the land just split, when the Great Void had just disappeared and the 9 domains have yet to form, humans lived in the unknown land when it was still inhabitable. Hence, there are many formations and runic passages that are left behind." As Jiang Dongshan spoke, he cleared the rubbish in and around the runic passage. Zhao Hongfu glanced at it and said, "It can only transport 10 people at a time. This means we'll have to travel in 3 groups." Jiang Dongshan looked at Zhao Hongfu in surprise. "You know about runic passages?" "Just a little," Lu Zhou said. "Let's go." Fortunately, the Evil Sky Pavilion's members were experts at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. They were familiar with runic passages and did not have any problem with it. After 3 rounds of teleportation, everyone finally arrived at Jishu. They stood near a cliff, and the scene before their eyes shocked them. In front of the cliff were all kinds of flying beasts and fierce beasts. There were goshawks, luans, giant snakes, winged horses, and many other beasts. In the distance where the beasts were gathered, they saw countless vines climbing up to the sky, covering the Pillar of Destruction.